Our teacher! Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes narrowed slightly. Although his own teacher, the second Hokage Senju Tabarama, indeed possessed excellent water release techniques, it seemed inappropriate for them to be praised by a former teacher from the Mist Village. Genji Dono! Sarutobi Hiruzen stared intently at Genji in front of him, wondering if this elder from the Mist Village had grown too old and confused to remember who his teacher was. The elder of the Mist Village raised his hand, his fingers gently forming a hand seal. As he did so, many ninjas from the mist suddenly erupted into action, rushing toward the high platform where they were gathered. This was a premeditated sneak attack. Many ninjas from Konoha were caught off guard. Only the Ambu operatives close to Sarutobi Hiruzen reacted swiftly, clashing with the group of mist ninjas to prevent them from reaching the platform. Genji Dono, what is the meaning of this? Genji Dono, what is the meaning of this? Sarutobi Hiruzen's hand clenched slightly, though his attention was not fully on the elderly Genji. He was also discreetly observing Rasa, the fourth Kazekage, who sat calmly nearby, seemingly uninterested in the conflict between the mist and the Konoha, even enjoying the drama unfolding. The ninjas from the sand remained obediently in their place. However, some restless sand ninjas gathered around Kazekage's assistant Maki and asked anxiously, "Lord Maki, aren't we going to take action? When will we start the attack? Why hasn't the Kazekage allowed us to act yet? Don't be hasty." Maki looked up at the fourth Kazekage Rasa, who sat composed on the platform, and advised in a deep voice, "Wait for the Kazecage's command. No one is to act without permission." Atop the platform, the fourth Kazekage Rasa's fingers gently tapped on the armrest of his chair. The third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen's tension slowly eased. As long as the sand didn't also launch an attack, and it was only the mist showing intent to break the alliance, it wasn't a major issue for Konoha, which could easily suppress any threat. However, Sarutobi Hiruzen still did not want to break ties completely. Genji Dono! Sarutobi Hiruzen turned to the elderly man sitting not far from him and spoke seriously. "Since Konoha and your village formed an alliance, I believe I have done nothing to wrong your village. Our alliance has been fair. You have done well." The elder of the Mist Village, Genji, slowly shook his head and continued calmly, "You have even sacrificed the interests of Konoha to maintain the alliance. It's good that you understand my struggles." Sarutobi Hiruzen's fingers were under the robe of the Hokage, ready to make a hand seal if needed, but he still hoped to negotiate and resolve the issue. "If you have any concerns, we can discuss them slowly. There's no need to. The Mist Village has no complaints against you." Genji slowly extended his hand, touching his ear while removing the mask on his face, and continued slowly, "However, I personally do have a grievance against you." As he spoke, Genji had already removed his mask, and even his voice changed to one that Sarutobi Hiruzen recognized. Shimura Danzo, a S-rank rogue ninja from Konoha, a former assistant of the third Hokage and leader of the Root. "Monkey!" Shimura Danzo's demeanor was calm, his eyes half closed. "I didn't expect you to become so senile that you can't even recognize an old friend of many years." "Danzo!" Sarutobi Hiruzen's voice trembled, his fingers stiffening. Ever since Shimura Danzo had defected from Konoha, Sarutobi Hiruzen had harbored a sense of unease, occasionally worrying about him colluding with other villages and betraying Konoha's secrets. Sarutobi Hiruzen had struggled with how to deal with his old friend who had fled. He had considered killing Danzo to resolve the threat, but more often he thought of bringing Danzo back to Konoha, as their bond spanned nearly 70 years. Now, this old friend, who had defected from the village, brazenly appeared before him, even conspiring with the Mist Village. "It's indeed been a long time, Danzo." A fleeting look of regret flashed across Sarutobi Hiruzen's face, but he quickly regained the dignity of the Hokage. "I never expected you to return to Konoha in this manner." A cold smile appeared on Shimura Danzo's lips as he asked sharply, "If not this way, perhaps I would have been executed by you before even reaching Konoha. To cover up your secret human experiments, you shifted all the blame onto me." "It was you who conducted the human experiments." Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression turned grim. He remembered the torment he endured upon learning of the outbreak involving ninja with dual Kekkei Genkai. If Danzo had confided in him privately and the information had been beneficial for Konoha, they could have resolved the matter quietly without the village uncovering it, almost triggering a crisis of trust within Konoha. Sarutobi Hiruzen glared coldly at Danzo. "If it were just the unauthorized human experiments, I would have simply punished you. But at that time, you also attempted to kill the advisor, Hamura Mitakado, and frame the Mist Village to provoke a war between them and Konoha. That was your doing." Anger flashed in Danzo's eyes. "Interesting." Sitting nearby, the fourth Kazekage Rasa remained calmly seated, his smile growing thicker as if he were witnessing their quarrel for the first time. Many have witnessed it. Sarutobi Hiruzen narrowed his eyes at Rasa, knowing he must not lose face in front of the Kazekage and wished to press down all issues. Now that you're back in Konoha, let's calm the unrest here first, and we can discuss everything after it's settled. No matter what, they must avoid unnecessary sacrifices. This was Sarutobi Hiruzen's guiding principle. With the presence of people from the sand, it wasn't the time to break with Danzo. He hoped to discuss matters privately and leave room for maneuvering. Moreover, if the conflict between Konoha and the Mist continued to escalate, allowing the sand to think they could intervene would inevitably lead to more bloodshed. Sarutobi Hiruzen ordered coldly, "Command Akihara Kagura to act immediately, capture all the rioting Mist ninja, and try to avoid harming them." In the spectator stands, a group of Konoha ninja had already become restless. Surrounded by Jonin, Akihara Kagura swiftly headed towards the platform, aiming to protect the third Hokage and prevent the situation from spiraling out of control. Wood release, nativity of a sea of trees. Immediately, countless roots and vines sprouted throughout the arena, each precisely capturing a Mist ninja and binding them to trees. Soon, almost all the Mist ninja present were captured by the wood release, nativity of a sea of trees. The leading Jonin of the Mist, Hazuki Mengetsu, swung his ninja sword, severing a vine and exerting so much force that he coughed up blood. "What's happening with Orochimaru? Wasn't someone supposed to stop Akihara Kagura?" Lord Mengetsu looked at the platform. A Mist ninja looked towards the platform in panic. "Where is Elder Genji? Why is it Shimura Danzo? What in the world is happening?" Hazuki Mengetsu frowned at the noisy figures on the platform. "Why hasn't Orochimaru acted according to the plan?" The critical issue now was not Elder Genji's whereabouts, but that Orochimaru must act immediately to stop Akihara Kagura, or they would stand no chance against him. Not even the Konoha ninja could handle it. Water release, water colliding wave. Hazuki Mengetsu hastily formed seals, supporting his ailing body to release a massive wave of water, which almost instantly submerged half of the arena and even neared the four red yang formation. The barrier rapidly burned the incoming wave, filling the air with steam. In the next moment, Hazuki Mengetsu controlled the water beneath him to form a gigantic water figure, reaching towards the approaching Akihara Kagura. However, a tree root suddenly grew, quickly transforming into a wooden figure, which directly extended its hand to grab the head of the water figure, crushing it and capturing Hazuki Mengetsu, who was controlling it. The riot caused by the Mist ninja didn't last more than a minute or two and was swiftly suppressed by Akihara Kagura. This decisive action also immediately deterred many who wanted to exploit the chaos. Akihara Kagura stood atop the wooden figure, surveying those he had deterred, then turned his gaze towards Gaara and Karin, who had ceased action within the four red yang formation. "The exam continues." Everyone present fell silent. At such a time, who still has the mood to focus on the exam? With the Mist ninjas stirring up a riot in Konoha, directly provoking a war between two ninja villages, who among those present would still pay attention to a fight between two genin ninjas? Even if the strength of these two genin is extraordinary, it cannot be compared to a war between two villages. The most pressing issue now should be whether a new great ninja war is about to erupt in the ninja world, shouldn't it? However, Karin is very obedient. The black butterfly wings on Karin's back fluttered gently, charging directly towards Gaara. This Chunin exam is still continuing. Gaara, who is not one to easily admit defeat, had his gourd already turned completely into sand. Under his control, it frantically blocked the charging Karin. A battle in the Chunin exams that should have ended is still ongoing. The battle that was supposed to start on the high platform has not yet begun. The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, is still hoping that Shimura Danzo can settle everything privately to avoid a public dispute and avoid giving the fourth Kazekage a reason to ridicule. But Shimura Danzo is no longer willing to do so. In the past, when Shimura Danzo served as the advisor to the Hokage, he did many dirty, secretive deeds, and Sarutobi Hiruzen would always help suppress these issues, discussing solutions privately with him. This time, Shimura Danzo insists on exposing all of Konoha's darkness in public, letting the sunlight shine down to reveal the ugliness of his old friend, Sarutobi Hiruzen. Don't forget Monkey. As Akihara Kagura leads a group of ninjas surrounding them, Shimura Danzo, unconcerned for his own safety, coldly questions, It was you who decided to use the first Hokage cells for human transplantation experiments to endow the ability to control the Nine Tails with wood release, preventing the Jinchuriki in the village from losing control. Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression darkened. Is this the right time to discuss such secrets of the higher-ups of Konoha? Despite it being his own decision to use Hashirama's cells for human transplantation experiments, wasn't it Danzo who initially proposed this idea? Moreover, seeing the huge losses from the experiment, he immediately ordered it to stop. However, it was Shimura Danzo who continued the experiments in violation of rules, even colluding with Orochimaru. I had already ordered the experiments to stop. Sarutobi Hiruzen coldly rebuked Shimura Danzo, bluntly exposing his intentions. However, you secretly defied my orders and even colluded with Orochimaru to continue unauthorized human experiments, abducting orphans from surrounding villages and kidnapping our own comrades. For the sake of Konoha. Is it really for the sake of Konoha or for your own personal desires? Sarutobi Hiruzen coldly scrutinizes Shimura Danzo, presenting even stronger evidence. All ninja registration information in the village should be submitted to the Hokage's office. Over the years, how many subordinates have you secretly hoarded? Do I need to explain each one? Shimura Danzo's demeanor falters. This elder forgot that his mistakes are greater than those of Sarutobi Hiruzen. He stubbornly believed he acted for Konoha's sake, not his own, but when he raised a point, Sarutobi Hiruzen swiftly punctured it, leaving him barely able to retort. That's because... Shimura Danzo hesitated for a moment before finding an unreliable reason. You always want to monopolize power and control everything. I was also trying to prevent you from making mistakes. Shimura Danzo recalled deceiving the first and second Hokages as evidence. To maintain control over the village, you chose Namikaze Minato, who was more malleable, to become the fourth Hokage, rather than Orochimaru, who was more qualified at the time. You deprived Orochimaru of the opportunity to become Hokage because it would defy your orders. Sarutobi Hiruzen was almost amused by Shimura Danzo. Does this old friend not realize how easily he could counter such a rationale? The fourth Kazekage, Rasa, sitting nearby, seems very interested in the transition of Hokage in Konoha, earnestly looking at Sarutobi Hiruzen for an answer. Orochimaru harbored too much darkness within him. Sarutobi Hiruzen stated this reason quite fittingly, even finding evidence to support it. The facts prove that my choice was correct. Orochimaru, fearing death, conducted unauthorized human experiments and defected from Konoha. Minato, on the other hand, chose to sacrifice his own life to protect the village. If we speak with facts, Sarutobi Hiruzen is not at fault at all. His choice of Namikaze Minato was indeed the right one. The points raised by Shimura Danzo simply do not hold up and only prove Sarutobi Hiruzen's correctness. No choice. Who made Orochimaru defect? However, Shimura Danzo's verbal fighting strength is too weak. Fortunately, the fourth Kazekage, Rasa, is right there, chiming in. I'm a bit curious about one thing. Was the third Hokage worried that if Orochimaru became Hokage, he would lose power? The statement not choosing Orochimaru is for the sake of power is epitomized by the fourth Kazekage, Rasa, who seems to be enjoying the chaos. At this moment, he is still fanning the flames here, sounding like he is speaking on behalf of Shimura Danzo and even seems sympathetic towards Orochimaru, the rogue ninja of Konoha. However, Shimura Danzo appears to have caught a flaw in Sarutobi Hiruzen's argument and immediately follows Rasa's words by saying, "No matter what you say, it doesn't change the fact that you have always monopolized power in Konoha. Even after the sacrifice of the fourth Hokage, you took the power of the Hokage for yourself. Has there ever been a case in this world where a former Kage returned to usurp power?" Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression looks rather displeased. His reassumption of the position of Hokage indeed lacks a clear explanation. At that time, there truly was no more suitable candidate in Konoha. It certainly wasn't possible to let individuals like Uchiha Fugaku, Hyuga Hayashi, or Nara Shikaku be elected, right? Moreover, Orochimaru was still in Konoha at that time. This is the truth, yet Sarutobi Hiruzen cannot openly admit it. This is the command of the daimyo. Sarutobi Hiruzen can only attribute this matter to the command of the fire daimyo, who also happened to mention his reassignment as the Hokage. However, none of those present would believe such an excuse. The fourth Kazekage, Rasa, sitting next to him, even openly scoffs at it, because the position of a Kage or leader of a ninja village is always decided internally by their own village first, and then discussed with the daimyo and nobles. For the sake of power, I understand. The fourth Kazekage Rasa nods in agreement, even speaking on behalf of the third Hokage. If Orochimaru were to take power, perhaps it would be because the two individuals' philosophies clash, preventing the third Hokage from continuing to wield power. The fourth Kazekage Rasa, sitting beside him, makes a cynical remark. It's an unavoidable situation. If it were me, I would also hope that the next Kazekage respects me, that his philosophy aligns with mine, and ideally I would retain the authority of the Kazekage, even manipulating him to continue controlling the power of Sand Village. As soon as these words are spoken, everyone present simultaneously shifts uncomfortably. Even Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression becomes grim. Right! The fourth Kazekage Rasa says this as he looks towards Akihara Kagura. The ninja, the fourth Kazekage Rasa, says this as he looks towards Akihara Kagura. The ninja world has always believed that Akihara Kagura of Konoha will become the future fifth Hokage, Lord Kazekage. Akihara Kagura has to stand up and interrupt him, expressing his own thoughts. There are times when one should not speak. The selection of the Hokage is Konoha's affair, and besides, I have never thought of becoming the Hokage. The fourth Kazekage Rasa chuckles softly. This kid is really hypocritical, avoiding conflict at this time. Sarutobi Hiruzen glances at Akihara Kagura and continues. Kagura is a bit young at the moment. Perhaps he might become the Hokage in the future, but right now, Konoha has a more suitable candidate. Sarutobi Hiruzen has thought about this many times, especially after the incident with Hyuga Hayashi, and still believes that Jiraiya should first succeed as the Hokage, hoping that after Jiraiya becomes Hokage, he can then slowly consider whether Akihara Kagura could be suitable. All the Jonin ninja present have a peculiar expression. Everyone's gaze involuntarily falls on Akihara Kagura. Many believe that Akihara Kagura will become the next Hokage, and now the third Hokage himself has denied this. What exactly does this mean? Ha ha ha! Shimura Danzo laughs coldly. Because Akihara Kagura won't obey your orders, that's why you refuse to let him become the Hokage, isn't it, monkey? Are you trying to select another obedient person to become your puppet? Shut up! Sarutobi Hiruzen can only sternly command Shimura Danzo to be quiet. I haven't finished speaking yet. Shimura Danzo coldly eyes everyone present and continues. If I have committed any crimes, let's make it clear in front of everyone. Akihara Kagura really wants to take Shimura Danzo down. His old boss's mouth is indeed too weak. If not for the Kazekage occasionally providing a beat, there would be no threat to Sarutobi Hiruzen at all. You believe that I, along with Uchiha Itachi, killed the Uchiha clan? Shimura Danzo stares coldly at Sarutobi Hiruzen. Have you forgotten the task you assigned me back then? It was you who asked me to monitor the Uchiha clan, you who were worried about a coup from the Uchiha clan, yet you were always unable to find a solution. Shut up! Sarutobi Hiruzen dares not let Shimura Danzo continue. The gaze of the Jonin ninja present becomes increasingly peculiar. Although everyone knows about the arrogance of the Uchiha clan, the fact that the Uchiha clan's downfall originated from the higher-ups of Konoha still makes people feel uneasy. Shimura Danzo hesitated for a moment and actually followed the idea of Sarutobi Hiruzen, believing that it was indeed difficult to disclose this matter because it involved Uchiha Itachi. Danzo! Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Shimura Danzo, completely disappointed in his old friend. I didn't expect you to become like this, disregarding the bigger picture. I also wish to consider the bigger picture. Shimura Danzo's face turned grim, and he coldly said, But I have always been carrying the darkness for you. All that I have done has been at your behest. Don't think that all the sins were committed by me alone. You are the true source of Konoha's darkness. Sarutobi Hiruzen's forehead showed a trace of anger. Because he knew this was true, many things were done with his tacit approval, things that were beneficial for Konoha. But Shimura Danzo actually brazenly admitted it. Looking at Sarutobi Hiruzen, Shimura Danzo's voice grew increasingly ominous. You bask in the sunlight above as the glamorous Hokage. I am the root buried deep underground, enduring all the filth of the decaying leaves beneath. I can endure all these. Shimura Danzo raised his palm, coldly speaking. But if you think of cutting off the roots, do you think the great tree of Konoha will not perish with it? Shimura Danzo fiercely tore his sleeve, raised his palm, and released a powerful wind release technique. Wind release, vacuum wave! This scythe-like wind release technique instantly sliced through the wall behind the high platform, directly forcing back all the ninjas present. According to the plan to collapse Konoha, Shimura Danzo first battled with Sarutobi Hiruzen, draining Hiruzen's chakra, making the next step of the plan smoother. Monkey! Shimura Danzo drew the ninja blade hidden in his sleeve, pointing the blade at his old friend. Let's settle the matters of the past here. Sarutobi Hiruzen calmly removed his Hokage hat, ready to face the challenge from his old friend himself, even dismissing the Hokage Guard platoon. Shimura Danzo was my friend of the past. Let me accompany him on his last journey. Such arrogance, monkey! Shimura Danzo's eyes narrowed. The group of Konoha's Jonin ninjas looked at each other in dismay. Don't interfere in their fight. Akihara Kagura shook his head, sighed, and said, Everyone, detain the rioting ninja from the mist. In a while, I will help create an environment for the Hokage and Shimura Danzo to fight. Yes, the group of Jonin ninjas could only comply. Since the Hokage could not issue orders himself, they had to follow the commands of the Hokage's assistant. Doing as Akihara Kagura said was certainly no problem. The fourth Kazekage, Rasa, saw Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo preparing to fight on the high platform, a light smile appearing on his face as he changed to a more comfortable seat in the spectator stands. Meanwhile, inside the arena of the Chunin exams, the battle between Gaara and Karin had already ended. Since Gaara was unable to defeat Karin, Shukaku finally could not restrain himself and took over the fight, only to be immediately subdued by Karin's adamantine sealing chains, even causing Gaara's defeat, completely disgracing the face of the tailed beasts. Inside Gaara's sealing space, Shukaku and Gaara were still staring at each other. It's all because you insisted on coming out. Gaara looked at Shukaku discontentedly, his expression gloomy. Because of you, I lost to that woman again. If I had fought on my own, I wouldn't have been defeated so quickly. How did you lose again? Shukaku ignored Gaara's plight, still pondering his own defeat, recalling the adamantine sealing chains used by Karin. What exactly is that technique that's like adamantine sealing chains? Should I ask those guys again? The fact that Karin's adamantine chains were so effective against Shukaku left him puzzled, wondering why being bound by the chains made it so difficult to use chakra. Perhaps he should ask the other tailed beasts. Shukaku entertained the idea, then immediately abandoned it. Due to the profound lessons learned from the last time, it plans to think more carefully about it, testing whether it can solve the issue with Karin next time it encounters her. However, this whole scene was witnessed by Uzumaki Naruto. Inside the sealing space within Uzumaki Naruto, the Nine Tails could see through Naruto's eyes that Gaara and Shukaku were being chased by Karin, and it let out a contemptuous cold laugh. What a fool Shukaku is, to actually try to withstand the Uzumaki clan head-on. Even though it had suffered enough from the Uzumaki clan's adamantine sealing chains, did that fool Shukaku really believe that it could change the fact that it was the weakest of the tailed beasts just because it thought it had developed some worthless ability? The Nine Tails plans to remember today's events, and should Shukaku argue with it again in the future, it can completely use this as material to mock Shukaku. Karin wins! After announcing the victor, Genma Shiranui's gaze shifted inquiringly towards Akihara Kagura, as if to ask whether the exam should continue. Continue! Akihara Kagura calmly glanced at Genma Shiranui and then dispelled all his wooden clones, recasting the multiple wooden clones technique. Wood release, multiple wooden clones technique. 8 wooden clones emerged from behind Akihara Kagura. Ninjutsu, 4 red yang formation. 4 wooden clones stayed in the Chunin exam venue to ensure the safety of the audience. The other 4 leapt onto the high platform, surrounding the battlefield between Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo to prevent their fight from affecting others. 2 red yang formation barriers appeared here. All the spectators felt overwhelmed, not knowing whether to watch the duel between Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo or to continue watching the Chunin exam battle. Are we still continuing the exam at this time? Hade Kakashi stood beside Akihara Kagura, somewhat speechless. Shouldn't we be dealing with Shimura Danzo and the Mist Village now? And what about the people from the Sand Village? This won't cause any delays. Akihara Kagura glanced at Hade Kakashi and continued indifferently. Don't worry, there won't be any problems. Didn't everyone say so before? Some allies will not betray us. Hade Kakashi sighed helplessly. Honestly, everyone's words aren't very reliable. Still, Hade Kakashi was more inclined to trust Akihara Kagura's judgment. Although there has been no movement from the Sand Village and other smaller ninja villages, Hade Kakashi was a bit skeptical whether a new crisis might emerge soon. Because Shimura Danzo and the Mist Village's sudden uprising seemed utterly thoughtless, as if never considering Akihara Kagura would suppress their issues, it seemed somewhat brainless. These people dare to do this, unless there is an additional plan. Could it be that Shimura Danzo sacrificed himself and the Mist Village was just to have a fair fight with Sarutobi Hiruzen at this time? Shimura Danzo is no match for Sarutobi Hiruzen, and this former Hokage advisor isn't known for being recklessly bold. Plus, there are frequent rumors of his collusion with Orochimaru. If there isn't a greater crisis looming, Hate Kakashi really doesn't believe it. On the high platform, Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo were already fighting fiercely. These two old men, already advanced in years, were panting after just a few exchanges, even using their respective jutsu to fiercely combat within the four red yang formation barrier. Wind release, shuriken. Shimura Danzo produced several shurikens in his hands, exhaling wind release chakra that clung to each shuriken, the shurikens outlined by sharp wind release blades, becoming high-speed spinning wind release blades shooting towards Sarutobi Hiruzen. Ninjutsu, Shuriken Shadow Clone Technique. Ninjutsu, Shuriken Shadow Clone Technique. Sarutobi Hiruzen, undeterred through a shuriken, quickly clasped his hands to form seals, and dozens of shurikens instantly collided with the wind release. Shuriken altering their direction, these wind release. Shurikens directly embedding into the barrier of the four red yang formation and dissipating. Danzo! The expression on Sarutobi Hiruzen's face was stern as he fixed his gaze on his old friend. This time, to protect the village, I must kill you here. Sarutobi Hiruzen did not intend to entrust this matter to anyone else. He was determined to personally deal with Shimura Danzo here, just as the first Hokage had once killed Uchiha Madara. Monkey! I've always hated that look on your face. Shimura Danzo slightly raised his eyes, his gaze sharp as a blade, intending to pierce the other person. It is I who would protect the village at any cost, while it is you who always compromises the village's interests for the sake of enemy village, yet you still have the audacity to make such grandiose claims. Sarutobi Hiruzen was not concerned about Shimura Danzo's denigration, and he retorted coldly. You have never been about protecting the village at any cost. It's only for your own desires and power that you would go to such lengths, even harming our own comrades in the village. It's for the sake of Konoha. Shimura Danzo snorted angrily, and with his mouth pursed he spat out a breath as sharp as bullets. Wind release, vacuum sphere. As Danzo's longtime friend, Hiruzen knew him well. Even before Danzo could pucker his lips completely, Hiruzen had already anticipated his move and skillfully evaded it in advance. Danzo, reflect on your actions. Are you truly doing this for Konoha? Hiruzen wanted to tear off Danzo's mask. All this time, you've been secretly accumulating power, demanding support from major ninja clans under the pretense of acting for Konoha, while stealthily assassinating those within the village who oppose you. You monkey, what makes you any different? Danzo coldly stared at Hiruzen, bluntly exposing his hypocrisy. In the name of so-called peace, you're willing to sacrifice fellow villagers, forcing them to commit suicide to beg for peace from enemy village. What difference is there between us? Danzo looked at Hiruzen and scoffed relentlessly. Back then, everyone knew that Cloud Village wanted the Kekkei Genkai of Konoha, yet you weakly forced the leader of the Hyuga clan to commit suicide as a so-called sacrifice for peace. That was for the peace within the village. Hiruzen believed that Danzo had forgotten the circumstances back then. At that time, Konoha was troubled from within and without. Namikaze Minato had just been sacrificed, and the Uchiha clan was looming threateningly. What else could be done but to sacrifice the Hyuga clan? It's always about peace. Danzo spread his hands wide and cursed. For the peace you talk about, for the so-called reduction of unnecessary sacrifices, how many people did Konoha sacrifice while you groveled to the enemy? If not for me, how many more would Konoha have sacrificed? Danzo watched Hiruzen and cursed with relish. Although you want to wield power, you still stubbornly maintain the facade of the Hokage, and once Konoha has new power, you keep it in your hands, letting them sacrifice for your weak notion of peace. Now you see the cost of peace. Now you see the cost of peace. Danzo pointed out towards the mist ninja being taken away outside the four red yang formation, coldly saying, Originally, I told you to hand over the 4th Mizukage Yagura to me for handling, to completely suppress Mist Village, but you insisted on negotiating with the Mist. Now do you see the cost of peace? This is you colluding with Mist. Hiruzen still wanted to shift the blame onto Danzo. However, Danzo no longer shouldered the blame and pointed out the facts without regard to Hiruzen's accusations. Do you think I am colluding with the Mist? Everyone in Mist has long been prepared to go to war with Konoha. Hiruzen was at a loss for words. If possible, Hiruzen wanted to explain that it was because of Ikehara Kagura who kidnapped the 4th Mizukage Yagura, but now was not the right time. Just as Hiruzen understood Danzo, Danzo also knew his old friend very well. Are you trying to say this is because Kagura's capture of the 4th Mizukage Yagura nearly broke Mist Village, which led to the crisis of war? Hiruzen remained silent. Danzo seemed somewhat helplessly shaking his head. You always impose your will on others, gradually turning some murderous wolves into a flock of sheep at the mercy of others, still believing this is the legacy of the first Hokage. Have you forgot? Our teacher was the second Hokage, Tabarama. Danzo stared at Hiruzen, coldly reminding him. Teacher Tabarama would never think of betraying Konoha's interests to negotiate peace with other ninja villages. You're just hiding behind the first Hokage's pursuit of peace to cover your cowardice. Danzo has long been dissatisfied with Hiruzen's policies. Ever since, Danzo has been a hardliner, whether dealing with external or internal matters, preferring a strong stance rather than opting for the so-called peace like Hiruzen, which affects the entire atmosphere of Konoha. Under the leadership of Hiruzen, the third Hokage, Konoha's ninjas actually believed that sacrificing the interests of the village and even its ninjas in exchange for the enemy's willingness to negotiate peace was justifiable. The villagers of Konoha actually believed that peace could be negotiated. Since ancient times, there has been no peace negotiated through talks. Peace has always been fought for, relying on the blood and sacrifices of Konoha's ninjas on the front lines. However, many people naively thought that peace could be negotiated, not realizing that a peace bought at the price of humiliation is a disgrace, a result of Hiruzen's nearly 40 years of governance in Konoha. Outside the 4 Red Yang formation, Akihara Kagura stood outside, watching the heated argument between the two. They're really going at it. Hate Kakashi stood beside Akihara Kagura, feeling the battle and argument raging between the two elders, Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo, and couldn't help but comment subconsciously. Let them argue. Akihara Kagura shook his head, unconcerned about the fierce argument and battle inside. Both of them are old, how long can they keep arguing? Kakashi didn't know what to say next. He was more curious about another matter and asked with a furrowed brow, Kagura, don't you want to become Hokage? Do you think I still have a chance to become Hokage? Kagura's lips curled into a self-mocking smile, continuing, the third Hokage publicly stated in front of everyone that I'm not suitable to be Hokage. To be honest, Kagura believed there was little benefit for him to become the Hokage. What if he did become Hokage, not only losing a stable position, but also if other esteemed predecessors like the first and second Hokage were dismissed, then what? Actually, you are the one who should really be Hokage. Kakashi gazed at Kagura. He strongly agreed with Kagura becoming Hokage because only Kakashi knew that Kagura was kind to the weak and his own people. Once Kagura became Hokage, he would definitely protect the villagers who respect and admire the Hokage, even though those villagers only admire the person sitting in the Hokage's position. No one will acknowledge me. Kagura was very aware of this. That's because they don't understand you. Kakashi felt that Kagura was quite unaware of his own value. However, Kakashi couldn't say much more. Because if Kagura couldn't become Hokage, then among the Sannin of Konoha, Jiraiya becoming Hokage would be the same. Jiraiya was Kagura's teacher and certainly understood Kagura well, and he would surely hand over the position of Hokage to Kagura in the future. The old ones are fighting above. The young ones are fighting below. Kakashi glanced at the fierce battle and shouting of Hiruzen and Danzo on the high platform, then looked down at the examination hall where Temari and Aburame Shino seemed to be playing like children. Today's Chunin exams are really lively. Kagura didn't say anything, because Kagura knew that today's excitement was just beginning. On the spectator stand, the 4th Kazekage Rasa was enjoying the show very much, watching the battle between Hiruzen and Danzo with increasing pleasure. Not just him. The ninjas from the Sand Village were also enjoying the view. Even the fact that Temari was losing to Aburame Shino didn't bother them. Originally, Temari might have had a chance to win. Her wind release was actually quite effective against Aburame Shino's bugs as long as she was careful not to get hurt by them. However, Temari was somewhat distracted. Perhaps it was the battle on the high platform that attracted her, or perhaps it was because she was still affected by the battle with Shikamaru. She didn't react in time when using her wind release ninjutsu, exposing a flaw that Aburame Shino exploited with his bugs. Aburame Shino wins! Genma Shiranui announced Aburame Shino's victory, continuing to announce the start of the next match. Next up, Uzumaki Naruto versus Karin. This would be a battle of the Uzumaki clan. Uzumaki Naruto had not expected to fight Karin, although he was still ambitious, even thinking he could rely on the Nine Tails chakra inside him to fight. In his eagerness to fight, Naruto could only use the chakra of one tail and was not able to compete against Karin, who was a perfect counter to a Jinchuriki. Moreover, Naruto wasn't very keen on fighting Karin. Naruto simply used his special technique, summoning hundreds of shadow clones to surround Karin, but Karin easily dealt with them. The battle on the high platform continued. Shimura Danzo waved his sword and pressed forward. Sarutobi Hiruzen stepped back, quickly forming hand seals, and summoned his own summoning beast, Ninjutsu, summoning Jutsu. A mighty ape appeared on the battlefield, looking at the enemy, somewhat dazed. Fighting with Danzo again. Haven't you guys sparred in almost 40 years? You're nearly 70 years old and starting a ninja spar like children again. This was Sarutobi Hiruzen's summoning beast, the king of the ape tribe Enma, also Hiruzen's powerful ally in battle and a good friend. Enma! Hiruzen raised his hand and spoke solemnly. Danzo is a rogue ninja from the village. I need you to help me kill him. Is that so? Enma seemed to realize. However, Enma quickly reacted, leaping into Hiruzen's hand and transforming into a golden staff, blocking Danzo's ninjato, even smashing the sharp blade directly. Wind release! Vacuum blade! Danzo opened his mouth and expelled a wind-release ninjutsu, reapplying a wind-edged blade to his broken ninjato, charging at Hiruzen again. But this time, Danzo no longer had the advantage with his sword. Hiruzen raised the golden staff, directly knocking Danzo out, leaping high into the air, swinging the golden staff down on Danzo's head. Wind release! Vacuum wave! Danzo expelled a blade like wind release, pushing back Hiruzen in the air, then quickly formed hand seals to summon his own summoning jutsu. Ninjutsu! Summoning jutsu! A large creature was summoned by him. The moment this Baku appeared, it directly used wind release to try to devour Hiruzen's body. Hiruzen firmly planted the golden staff into the ground, his arms tightly wrapped around the staff to support his body against the Dream Eater's wind release. Fire release! Fire dragon flame bullet! Hiruzen immediately formed hand seals, expelling a continuous stream of flames from his mouth. No one was better at dealing with Danzo than Hiruzen. They had been playing together since before school, grew up together, became adults together, grew old together, and had countless encounters. However, Danzo always lost those encounters. To achieve victory in a battle with Hiruzen, aside from powers he preferred not to reveal, Danzo would use almost any trump card he had in battles against Hiruzen, including the Baku summoning beast. This time, Hiruzen won again. The flames followed the direction the Dream Eater absorbed and devoured, even igniting the Baku's body with the help of the wind, and the severely damaged summoning beast instantly vanished in a puff of smoke. Hiruzen, gasping for breath, pulled out the golden staff, transformed from Enma. Hiruzen was already old, and although he knew he would definitely win the battle against Danzo, the fight still felt somewhat strenuous. Danzo, you lost! Hiruzen, holding the golden staff, approached Danzo. Danzo, gasping for breath, looked at Hiruzen. Because the battle had also taken a toll on him, his body was already aged, and without the transplanted cells from Hashirama, it was indeed difficult to sustain a fight. But Danzo had one more trick. Danzo watched Hiruzen approaching, unsure whether to use his trump card. At that moment he even felt an impulse to die together with Hiruzen. Danzo then remembered their plan, looking through the 4 red yang formation at Akihara Kagura, hoping Kagura would quickly think of a way to save him. Kagura quietly made a hand gesture. Danzo's eyes slightly narrowed. This damn guy, making him save himself. However, Danzo understood that this gesture could indeed save him. For the sake of Konoha, I must kill you. Hiruzen raised the golden staff, about to smash it down and kill Danzo, his friend of nearly 70 years, on the spot. Monkey! Danzo clasped his hands together, quickly forming a hand seal, surprisingly the hand seal of reconciliation used by Konoha village ninjas at the end of a spar. All Konoha village ninjas learn this hand seal when they enter the ninja academy. After a spar, both parties form a hand seal of reconciliation, signaling that any hatred in the battle is to be dissolved. Hiruzen watched the all-too-familiar hand seal of reconciliation, memories of growing up with Danzo flashing through his mind, his hand movements gradually stopping. The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, showed some indecisiveness in his character. Even before the battle began, though Hiruzen intended to kill Shimura Danzo just as the first Hokage, Hashirama, had intended to kill Madara, he involuntarily stopped when Danzo formed the seal of reconciliation. The seal of reconciliation. This hand sign also symbolized the end of their conflict. You rascal! Hiruzen took a deep breath, put away his staff, and extended his hand to pull Danzo up from the ground, just like they used to do at the end of their ninja sparring years ago. Danzo hesitated for a moment before grasping Hiruzen's hand. Hiruzen held Danzo's hand with mixed emotions. His fate was ultimately different from that of Hashirama. He did not kill his friend as the first Hokage had. Be more cautious from now on. Hiruzen forcefully pulled Danzo to his feet, sternly admonishing, "We are both too old for this, yet you still stir up so much trouble." HMPH! Danzo's mouth twisted slightly in defiance. Although Danzo forming the seal of reconciliation meant he was surrendering and admitting defeat to Hiruzen, but Danzo was well aware. This seal was just a means to stay alive temporarily, not an end to his defeat by Hiruzen, but the beginning of his anticipated victory in this conflict. A ninja should resort to any means necessary. If he truly wanted victory, he could have used his killer move to die together with Hiruzen, but Danzo did not want Orochimaru and Akihara Kagura to benefit from their mutual demise. Why should he die here while his two allies gained? "This time I'll admit you're formidable." Danzo's heart harbored schemes, and he was slightly more polite to Hiruzen. "Do you expect the next time?" Hiruzen sharply reprimanded Danzo again, continuing, "After the Chunin exam is over, explain all that you have done these past years, including that scoundrel Orochimaru. From now on, stay in the village and do not leave." HMPH! Danzo was still somewhat resentful. Their battle concluded. The four red yang formations slowly dissipated. Akihara Kagura and Hate Kakashi walked in. Hiruzen glanced at Akihara Kagura and handed over Danzo to his former subordinate. "Akihara Kagura, take Danzo back and keep him under surveillance." "Yes!" Akihara Kagura nodded in agreement. Danzo squinted at Akihara Kagura. Everything was proceeding according to their plan. Danzo had drained Hiruzen's chakra, and Akihara Kagura was taking him back to the root base, leaving the rest to Orochimaru. "Let's go, Lord Danzo!" Akihara Kagura approached Danzo. Just then, the final match of the Chunin exam between Karin and Aburame Shino was about to start, and Karin chose to forfeit. Akihara Kagura withdrew his wood clone and took both Karin and Danzo back to the root base, as the exam had concluded. "The third round of the Chunin exam has ended too." Hiruzen watched as the fourth Kazekage, Rasa, approached the stage, waiting for him to join in announcing the conclusion of the joint exam. Although the Chunin exam encountered some minor disruptions due to Shimura Danzo and the Mist Ninjas, it ultimately concluded successfully. Konoha resolved the Mist Ninja uprising with decisive measures, showcasing its strength to all allies present and deterring any covetous thoughts against Konoha. Overall, the exam achieved its purpose. The only imperfection might be the damage to my own image as the Hokage. Because many are now aware of my dealings with Shimura Danzo, it's inevitable that my reputation as the Hokage might be somewhat tarnished, but that's not a major concern. Sarutobi Hiruzen has considered this, and after the Chunin exam, plans to retire again, allowing Jiraiya to take over as Hokage. At the root base, when Akihara Kagura and Karin brought Shimura Danzo back, both Yamanaka Fu and Aburame Torun were at the entrance of the root base to welcome them, which somewhat relaxed Shimura Danzo's mood. Clearly, there shouldn't be any problems inside the root base. Our mission is over. Shimura Danzo glanced at Akihara Kagura and continued, "Now we just wait for Orochimaru to kill the old monkey, and our plan will be complete." As Shimura Danzo said this, he recalled Sarutobi Hiruzen's words spoken on the high platform. "However, the monkey mentioned, you are not allowed to succeed in the position of Hokage. No need to worry." Akihara Kagura chuckled softly, looking back at Shimura Danzo. "Once the third Hokage is killed by Orochimaru, I will avenge him by killing Orochimaru and naturally succeed as Hokage, right?" Akihara Kagura continued to deceive Shimura Danzo. "The reason I modified the order of appearance in the Konoha Crush plan was to separate you and Orochimaru. Everyone will think Orochimaru killed the third Hokage and you knew nothing about it. I deliberately saved you out of good intentions." "Betray Orochimaru?" Shimura Danzo thought for a second and accepted Akihara Kagura's reasoning. "That works too. After the monkey is gone, that guy won't be of any use anymore." Betraying an ally, Shimura Danzo obviously didn't feel any psychological pressure. Moreover, after the Chunin exam, Shimura Danzo believed that he and Akihara Kagura had secured control over Konoha's power, so continuing to keep Orochimaru was pointless. The only use of Orochimaru was his biotechnological expertise. Even if Shimura Danzo wanted the wood release and the Sharingan, Konoha had qualified experimental subjects, and perhaps Sarutobi Hiruzen had left complete experimental records. Even though Shimura Danzo already knew the outcome, he still seemed somewhat melancholic. I spent so much time, and yet it turns out this youngster will become the village's Hokage, while I remain the leader of Root, guarding Konoha from the shadows. After causing so much turmoil in Konoha, becoming a rogue ninja for many years, to think he would still end up as the head of Root while this youngster becomes Hokage. Isn't this what we agreed upon initially? Akihara Kagura extended his hand, inviting Shimura Danzo into the long corridor of the base, turning his head to instruct Karin, "Go and call everyone out to welcome Lord Shimura home." "Yes," Karin bowed her head in agreement. "HMPH." Shimura Danzo grunted disdainfully, inwardly satisfied with Akihara Kagura's arrangements. Years later, he finally returned to Konoha, reclaiming the power of Root. The only change might be that the village's Hokage would soon shift from Sarutobi Hiruzen to Akihara Kagura. As Shimura Danzo walked deeper into the Root base, he slowly said, "Kagura, it seems that Root hasn't developed much over the years. You've been suppressed by the monkey, failing to grasp the power of Root. I've always said, do not change the Root I established. This change is beneficial." Akihara Kagura shook his head, looking at Shimura Danzo with a light smile. At least in my hands, Root's numbers and strength have grown much stronger. Are these people reliable? Shimura Danzo glanced at Akihara Kagura, then continued speaking to himself. Even if the monkey's people are infiltrated, it doesn't matter, since the monkey will die today. I'll gradually eliminate those unsuitable for the Root. Rest assured, after today, everyone will be reliable. Akihara Kagura chuckled lightly, spreading his palms, and said, "I originally wanted to change the Root too, but I realized Lord Danzo's method of consolidating the Root's personnel was correct. The current Root is now a group of people with nowhere to call home in the ninja world." At this point, Akihara Kagura glanced toward a group of people emerging from deep within the Root's base, including men and women, old and young, all wearing masks. So many people. Shimura Danzo felt that there were too many people in the Root and was somewhat displeased. The Root consists of ninjas who operate in the shadows. There's no need for so many redundant hands, especially since some of their hair had turned gray. Even though these people wore masks, Shimura Danzo could see their agedness and snorted coldly. The Root has no need for useless trash. It's time to dispose of some. Sometimes even a scrap of paper has its use. Akihara Kagura said with a smile, turning his head to look at everyone present. "Let Lord Danzo meet everyone here. Your names have all been on the list on Lord Danzo's desk, though it seems there were few opportunities to meet face to face." Taking this opportunity, Akihara Kagura's body slowly moved to the side, his smile seemingly uncontrollable. "Let Lord Danzo see everyone, get to know each other. I've seen their names." Shimura Danzo furrowed his brow, squinting in confusion at the crowd. The next moment, a set of crimson eyes lit up. Sharingan! Shimura Danzo immediately recognized those eyes. However, before Shimura Danzo could comprehend what was happening, pair after pair of crimson eyes appeared in his vision. Among the dense crowd, all possessed a pair of crimson Sharingan, strikingly visible in the dark and adding an eerie touch to the gloomy base, as if these individuals were monsters ready to devour at any moment. But this was not the most terrifying part. The most terrifying aspect was that these eyes were not transplanted. They had transformed from normal eyes into Sharingan, meaning these people were all of the Uchiha bloodline. These people were all Uchihas. Shimura Danzo's heart trembled. What kind of joke was this? Weren't the Uchihas of Konoha all eradicated on the night of the massacre? Why were there still so many Uchihas alive? Why were these living Uchihas all in the Root? Shimura Danzo's heart palpitated, disbelievingly turning to look at Akihara Kagura, staring intently at Kagura's face, which bore a playful smile. "Unhappy!" Akihara Kagura looked at Shimura Danzo's shocked expression as if expecting praise. "Lord Danzo, you like the Uchiha clan's Sharingan, don't you? So I removed everyone you left in the Root and replaced them all with Uchihas." "You!" Shimura Danzo was both shocked and furious, his pupils dilating as his heart raced, making him feel as if his blood was rushing to his brain, his nerves abnormally tense, almost causing his head to explode, leaving him unable to articulate his words. "Logistics, training, combat." Akihara Kagura stretched out his palm, counting on his fingers, seriously counting. "Even those cleaning the base are Uchihas. What exactly? What is going on?" Shimura Danzo gritted his teeth, struggling not to collapse from shock, insisting on finding out the truth. "Tell me what exactly is going on. The Uchiha clan. They were supposed to be extinct. The Uchiha clan did perish." Akihara Kagura shrugged nonchalantly, as if discussing something trivial. These Uchihas who survived the night of the massacre are homeless. I could only arrange them in the route established by Lord Danzo, giving them a place to settle." Shimura Danzo's heart beat even faster. His entire life was dedicated to eliminating the Uchiha who threatened the peace and stability of Konoha. He could never imagine that one day his own route would be filled with Uchihas. "Lord Danzo, please calm down." Akihara Kagura looked at Shimura Danzo, continuing with a sincere smile. "However, I've always been worried that Lord Danzo might not be able to accept this mentally. Fortunately, on the night of the massacre, I guessed that the third Hokage might strip Lord Danzo of his powers, so I immediately took over the route, saving it from dissolution and also providing these surviving Uchihas with a home. In order to make the entire route consist of Uchihas, to give Lord Danzo a surprise, I had to find ways to eliminate all of Lord Danzo's personnel. But Lord Danzo would surely pay attention to the route situation." Akihara Kagura watched Shimura Danzo, his smile genuine. "To prevent Lord Danzo from frequently visiting the route and discovering the surprise I worked so hard to arrange, I could only find a way to involve them all, everyone working together to force Lord Danzo out of Konoha." Bastard! Shimura Danzo felt a surge of anger rising in his chest. This elder always believed that his forced defection from Konoha was a trap set by Saruto by Hiruzen, but he never expected it to be the handiwork of Akihara Kagura, that bastard. "It was you!" Unable to regain his composure and rationality, Shimura Danzo glared somberly at Akihara Kagura in front of him. "I became a rogue ninja because of you." "Yes." Akihara Kagura nodded, not denying his actions, and sighed. "It was actually quite troublesome to arrange this. To make Lord Danzo leave Konoha and enjoy some peace outside, I had to use quite a few people. Not only did I have to frame you in front of the Hokage, but I also had to frame the Hokage in your presence. The most troublesome part was avoiding alerting others." "Bastard!" Shimura Danzo was so enraged that the veins on his forehead burst. "Don't be angry." Akihara Kagura quickly tried to calm the nearly 70-year elder, fearing he might die of rage right there. "I did it for Lord Danzo's sake." Shimura Danzo glared at Akihara Kagura, grinding his teeth, filled with hatred as if he wanted to bite Akihara Kagura to death right there. "Framing and forcing me to defect, you call that considering my well-being? But..." Akihara Kagura pointed to a group of Uchihas and continued, "When these people were driven to a corner, they didn't even have a chance to defect. The Uchiha were always a destabilizing factor in the village." Shimura Danzo's eyes narrowed slightly, not hiding his disdain for the Uchiha. "They wanted to start a coup in Konoha. They should have been dealt with. It's you elders who forced them." An elderly Uchiha stood out. He was very old and had experienced much. "We abandoned Madara to stay in Konoha, only to find that the village elders were doing everything they could to eliminate the Uchiha. The Uchiha clan is inherently evil." Shimura Danzo started with the old rhetoric. "Are they really?" Akihara Kagura glanced at the group of Uchiha, seemingly curious about Shimura Danzo's claims. "They've been quite obedient these past few years at the root, doing whatever they were told. Even when they were tasked with framing you, no one objected." Not only did they not object, but they were also very enthusiastic. The Uchiha clan had hated the village elders to the core, especially after they learned from Shisui that Shimura Danzo and Uchiha Itachi had killed the entire Uchiha clan. However, these Uchihas were indeed obedient. Maybe it was because of Shisui's leadership, maybe because they recognized Akihara Kagura's Sharingan, maybe because they had no home or place to go, maybe because there was no hope anywhere else, only here could they find refuge. These Uchihas did not cause trouble. Shimura Danzo ignored the elderly Uchiha man, looking disdainfully at Akihara Kagura. "The Uchiha clan is naturally evil. Sooner or later, a dangerous person like Uchiha Madara will emerge. Kagura, you will regret this one day. Now I am the head of the root." Akihara Kagura spread his hands, a strange smile appearing on his lips, his eyes faintly showing a striking crimson. "Lord Danzo, is there a possibility that I am that dangerous person like Uchiha Madara?" Akihara Kagura. Shimura Danzo looked at Akihara Kagura in disbelief. All along, Akihara Kagura had never revealed his Sharingan. At this moment, the elder realized something even more terrifying. Akihara Kagura had never shown his Sharingan. This guy also carried Uchiha genes, and Akihara Kagura had never shown his Sharingan. This guy also carried Uchiha genes, and he was hiding more than he imagined. What frightened Shimura Danzo even more was that what Akihara Kagura said was true, because he really was that dangerous person like Uchiha Madara, even more dangerous than Uchiha Madara. Akihara Kagura not only had the bloodline of the Sharingan but also the power of the first Hokage. The most terrifying was Akihara Kagura's scheming. How could this guy endure not using his Sharingan? Really? I didn't expect. Shimura Danzo's fingers curled into his palm, staring at Akihara Kagura's crimson eyes. I never noticed you had Uchiha blood. Orochimaru didn't notice this either, did he? Of course. Akihara Kagura nodded, then chuckled and shook his head. However, Lord Danzo, I actually did use the Sharingan in front of you. Shimura Danzo frowned in thought. When had he not noticed? It's impossible. He was very sensitive to the Sharingan. He couldn't have overlooked it. When? Shimura Danzo's brow furrowed tightly, unable to recall. Could it be that you used the Sharingan on me and applied a genjutsu at that time? Yes, Akihara Kagura nodded, his eyes gradually turning into a pair of peculiar Mangekyo Sharingan, smiling as he asked, if nothing else, that must have been the most terrifying genjutsu you've ever experienced in your life, right? Do you still remember, Lord Danzo? That time, it was you. Shimura Danzo looked at Akihara Kagura, suddenly remembering. That time he had just arranged his men, using Izanagi to take one of Shisui's Mangekyo Sharingan, and then he was caught in a very terrifying genjutsu, losing that eye in the genjutsu world. That time, Shimura Danzo thought it was Uchiha Obaido. He never imagined that it was Akihara Kagura who had acted then. That genjutsu world was quite comfortable, wasn't it? Akihara Kagura spread his hands, smiling as he asked, I carefully prepared and built that genjutsu world for you. Bastard! Shimura Danzo, recalling his life of being continuously tricked in the genjutsu world, wanted to devour Akihara Kagura alive. What else have you hidden from me? It was I who brought you into Konoha. Then the first thing you did was erase my name. Akihara Kagura's mouth curved in a sneer, unconcerned by Shimura Danzo's anger. You just wanted to use me as a tool. The day you brought me into Konoha, I had already planned how to leave the route. So I immediately released a wood release, deep forest emergence that alerted the third Hokage during my training in wood release, because I knew the third Hokage would not allow a power beyond his control. You! Shimura Danzo's angry eyes were bloodshot. Everything went as I had expected. I was assigned to the Ambu by the third Hokage, thus escaping your control, but still not escaping the dangers you brought. Akihara Kagura looked at Shimura Danzo's bloodshot eyes and continued, to be able to escape your control, I showed my value in front of the third Hokage while inciting discord between you and the third Hokage, because you both wanted to use me as a weapon. However, people always have a greedy heart. Owning a weapon in one's hands is enough. It shouldn't be handed over to others, so the third Hokage naturally tried his best to free me from your control. Akihara Kagura looked at Shimura Danzo and continued. As long as I slightly showed that you still had hopes of controlling me, the third Hokage would never let you get close to me, to avoid contaminating his exclusive weapon with you. Like when I liked to show up in front of Hadate Kakashi, I would handle the third Tsuchikage and fourth Mizukage for you, yet let Hadate Kakashi report to the Hokage Tower first. But Hadate Kakashi and the third Hokage never understood. I always deliberately avoided routes that the route might detect, letting the third Hokage always receive the information just in time to meet with the cages of other villages. The third Hokage never understood. I would never be tainted by your control. He just needed to think I would be. By this time, Shimura Danzo had figured out why there was a period when Sarutobi Hiruzen forbade him from contacting Akihara Kagura. That time, Sarutobi Hiruzen indeed didn't want him to control Akihara Kagura anymore, even assigning him a mission to monitor the Uchiha, allowing him to temporarily let go of Akihara Kagura. The origin of it all turned out to be Akihara Kagura's meddling in between. Everything went smoothly after that. Akihara Kagura looked at Danzo, continuing, to make the third Hokage think my strength was crucial for Konoha, I revealed Uchiha Obaido's identity, personally capturing the fourth Mizukage and third Tsuchikage, all making the Hokage understand one thing, my fourth Mizukage and third Tsuchikage, all making the Hokage understand one thing, my power was strong, absolutely not to be sacrificed lightly, and killing me would also be troublesome. Just right. The threat from the Uchiha clan was growing. To have more power to suppress the Uchiha, the third Hokage would continually enhance my power, choosing a lesser of two evils. Of course, I also behaved not like a poison, always appearing very dangerous yet safe. My danger was always towards my enemies. My safety was always towards my friends. I made the third Hokage understand I was the guarantee of peace and safety for Konoha. My presence allowed the Konoha elders to easily handle the crisis of the Uchiha coup. But that monkey doesn't know you are the biggest crisis. Shimura Danzo squinted his eyes, looking at this group of surviving Uchiha, and said solemnly, I am curious, what means did you use on the night of the massacre to save them, and even make people think they all died? Uchiha Itachi. When Akihara Kagura mentioned this name, all the Uchiha present were visibly angry, hating that traitor of their clan more than they hated the Konoha elders. Uchiha Itachi controlled the fourth Mizukage, Yagura, who left Konoha. Akihara Kagura did not shy away from his past plans. Uchiha Itachi would not understand. The reason he could obtain the 3 tails was because of the information I delivered. I guessed that when Uchiha Itachi wanted to kill his clan but didn't have enough time to search, he would definitely use the tailed beast bomb to clear the Uchiha's clan land, perfectly covering my rescue of these survivors and making people think they were buried under the tailed beast bomb. Of course. Even if Uchiha Itachi hadn't controlled the 3 tails to release the tailed beast bomb at that time, it wouldn't matter. Akihara Kagura spoke leisurely about his backup plan. I would use the true several thousand hands to destroy the Uchiha's clan land, completely covering the traces of their disappearance. Just right. That night you also lost your power. Akihara Kagura looked at Shimura Danzo, his eyes showing a bit of pity. Just right when the news from the Mist Village came, I saw an opportunity. I finally had a chance to frame you and also kick out those ninjas loyal to you from the root. So you let me take those people. Shimura Danzo stared at Akihara Kagura. He had been tricked at that time. At that time, although he had gained many hands, he lost the complete surveillance of Akihara Kagura, letting this group of surviving Uchiha completely take over the root. Yes, they were too loyal to you. Just right, you were short of hands, I simply gave them all to you. Akihara Kagura did not deny it, continuing, even if you didn't want them, I would find a way to send them to the Anbu, to prevent them from interfering with my plans. As a result, you fell for it. Akihara Kagura smiled, seemingly satisfied with Shimura Danzo's performance at that time. You even took away 2 spies I had planted by your side. Shimura Danzo's eyes flashed, looking towards Aburame Torun and Yamanaka Fu. Torun, Fu, you too. They are my personal guards. Akihara Kagura spread his hands, signaling Aburame Torun and Yamanaka Fu to come to his side. What does personal guard mean? I have specially reminded Lord Danzo. Lord Danzo should understand it more than anyone, right, Lord Kagura? Aburame Torun immediately stood behind Akihara Kagura. Lord Kagura! Yamanaka Fu followed by Aburame Torun's side. Akihara Kagura looked at the 2 returning spies, then looked at the lonely Shimura Danzo. Lord Danzo became a rogue ninja. You too played a significant role. You even dared to betray me. They were never loyal to you. Akihara Kagura chuckled, continuing, when you were in the Land of Rain, I sent people to pretend to be subordinates of the 3rd Hokage to clear your manpower, specifically leaving these 2, just hoping they would influence you. So that's how it is. Shimura Danzo perhaps reached the point of despair, his eyes somewhat lifelessly silent. All these years, it really was you manipulating my life from the shadows. Not for long. Akihara Kagura seemed not particularly proud, counting briefly before speaking. I am only 17 this year. Lord Danzo is almost 70. When I first saw you, I had already planned how to care for you in your old age. Shimura Danzo's mind was somewhat fragmented. Perhaps it was due to the aftereffects of having once been subjected to the limited Tsukuyomi illusion technique. Had Akihara Kagura not been so young, Danzo might have even entertained the illusion that his entire life was manipulated by Kagura. HMPH, speaking of providing for me in my old age, yet always plotting to put me in mortal danger. As Shimura Danzo spoke, he slowly began to unwind the bandages around his body. From the first day you stood before me, you acted as if you would only follow my commands, yet behind my back you disobeyed them, and you probably thought of this day long ago, didn't you? There was no choice. Kagura shook his head and sighed. I once fantasized about being loyal to Lord Danzo, but upon reflection, it felt rather disgusting, especially since Lord Danzo's actions with Yakashi Kabuto and Dean Yakashi Nano were too contrary to humanity, because they held too many secrets of Konoha. Shimura Danzo shook his head and sighed. If one cannot resolve to use cruel means, then it's impossible to achieve the goal of protecting Konoha. Lord Danzo. Kagura interrupted Shimura Danzo, smiling helplessly. We might as well save such words to deceive others. If others know they've been deceived by you, they just laugh it off. It's pointless to deceive oneself. Everyone here is from the root itself. There's no need to deceive ourselves. Shimura Danzo glared at Kagura hatefully. This bastard, still questioning my resolve to protect Konoha? If you truly want to protect Konoha, Seeing the shock and anger in Shimura Danzo's eyes, Kagura asked a critical question. Why would you collaborate with us in the plan to collapse Konoha? Lord Danzo, you must be well aware of Orochimaru's menace, yet you still conspired with him, didn't you? Shimura Danzo was somewhat at a loss for words. Yet the old man quickly found an opportunity to retort, speaking sternly. That's because I always thought those dual Kekkei Genkai ninjas were experiments created by Monkey, and I was merely seeking justice. Little did I know that it was you setting me up behind the scenes. Why do you think you're entitled to justice? Kagura pointed to the surviving Uchihas and countered. Who will seek justice for them? To go and ask the second Hokage for justice? Stepping back. You always say that a ninja needs to sacrifice themselves. Looking at Shimura Danzo, Kagura's gaze was mocking. Lord Danzo, why can't you sacrifice your own reputation? If you willingly bore the blame for conducting illegal experiments on dual Kekkei Genkai ninjas, how could I possibly have the chance to incite you to turn against the third Hokage? At most, you could only be killed to destroy the evidence. Shimura Danzo was at a loss for words. Even Yamanaka Fu, standing behind Kagura, found the conversation somewhat ludicrous and couldn't help but sneak a glance at Kagura, only to be stopped mischievous ideas by a Burame Torun gaze. To be frank, Kagura stared at the speechless Shimura Danzo and coldly pierced through Danzo's thoughts. You always believe that a ninja needs to sacrifice themselves because it's always someone else being sacrificed, as long as it's not yourself. You evil little demon. The corners of Shimura Danzo's eyes twitched angrily, as if struck to the core he harshly cursed. It's just the remnants of the Uchiha hidden within Konoha that I brought back. What right do you have to say I won't choose sacrifice? As Shimura Danzo spoke, he fiercely ripped open his collar, revealing a black curse mark on his chest, assuming a somewhat righteous demeanor. Don't think I fear death. My sacrifice will only come at the most critical moment. Kagura looked at the curse mark on Shimura Danzo's chest, frowning. Shimura Danzo remembered the teachings left to him by the second Hokage, Senju Tabarama, and a resolute look appeared in his eyes. I have indeed made great mistakes, always hesitating at critical moments, but this time I will not err again. Like now. For instance, by using this ultimate technique, Shimura Danzo, along with Ikehara Kagura and these surviving members of the Uchiha, would perish together, eliminating all potential threats lurking in the shadows against Konoha. Suddenly, the black curse seal on Shimura Danzo's chest activates, spraying out a jet-black liquid like a showerhead, continuously falling onto the floor of the Roots corridor. This is Shimura Danzo's ultimate technique, the reverse four-symbol sealing. Once this technique is activated, all of Danzo's blood will be expelled, and the reverse four-symbol sealing curse marks previously engraved on his body will rapidly expand, sealing everything within the vicinity completely. This root base will also be utterly destroyed by the reverse four-symbol sealing, whether it's Ikehara Kagura or the spies behind him, Torun and Fu, and those Uchiha remnants who survived the night of the massacre at the root base, all of whom are threats to Konoha, will be destroyed here together. At this moment, Shimura Danzo feels a sense of mission. The root is his creation. He built this root base. He brought Ikehara Kagura back to Konoha. Everything started with him. If that's the case, then let everything be destroyed here. All these troubles created by himself should be destroyed today by his own hands, along with the mistakes he made. What are you trying to do? What is this? Ikehara Kagura, seeing the black blood sprayed around, has a look of shock and anger on his face, and a wooden spike appears in his hand, ready to shoot towards Shimura Danzo at any moment. Kid, it's too late. Shimura Danzo, seeing the confusion and anger on Ikehara Kagura's face, smiles somewhat disdainfully. Even you would not have expected this technique. This is the reverse four-symbol sealing I prepared for myself, ready to sacrifice for Konoha. Once I am captured or killed, to prevent my body from falling into enemy hands and secrets being extracted from it, I will activate the reverse four-symbol sealing, burying my body within this technique. Once this technique is activated, it cannot be stopped. Shimura Danzo stares at Ikehara Kagura, feeling immensely towering, even looking down at her slightly. Kid, don't think that I only talk about the ninja's need for self-sacrifice. Don't question my loyalty to Konoha. My sacrifice will definitely be for saving Konoha at a critical moment. Right here, I will use my own life to eliminate all hidden crises in Konoha. As Shimura Danzo speaks his last words, there is a hint of madness in his eyes, and within this madness there is a sort of resignation to death. HMPH! I wonder what's going on with Monkey. That naive fool Monkey, I wonder if he is still alive at this time, whether I will sacrifice for Konoha first, or Monkey will sacrifice to protect Konoha first. At this moment, Shimura Danzo actually thinks of his old friend Saruto by Hiruzen. The bonds of the ninja world are always so unique. Shimura Danzo, at this critical moment close to death, still thinks of Saruto by Hiruzen. Shimura Danzo is well aware of all the actions of Konoha's collapse plan, knowing that at this moment, Saruto by Hiruzen should be facing Orochimaru and the two former Hokage reanimated through Edo Tensei, possibly also close to death. Will the two of them sacrifice at the same time? If so, it seems to be a kind of fate. Because they have been together since childhood, lived a lifetime together, and in the end, both sacrificed for the protection of Konoha, that must be the bond that Monkey always talks about. As Shimura Danzo's mind wanders a bit, Akihara Kagura's voice enters his ears, piercingly sharp. "Wake up! Lord Danzo, you're under a genjutsu." Shimura Danzo's expression changes. It seems he really was under a genjutsu. Shimura Danzo had always believed that he had released the four-symbol seal technique, sacrificing himself for the village by completely sealing away Akihara Kagura and a group of remaining Uchiha. Unexpectedly, he had fallen victim to an illusion, and it was just a basic Sharingan hypnotic illusion. Sharingan, ha! Shimura Danzo immediately raised his finger to dispel the illusion. His clothes were still properly worn, as if nothing had happened, which made his heart sink. When did? Shimura Danzo incredulously touched his chest. When exactly had he been put under an illusion? However, it could have been any time since everyone present was an Uchiha, all possessing the Sharingan, and it was possible that he had been put under an illusion at any moment. Was it because he did not possess the Sharingan, or because he had consumed too much chakra that he was unable to resist such an illusion? Just when I activated the Sharingan. Akihara Kagura looked at Shimura Danzo, appearing innocently. "Lord Danzo, when you spoke, you had to look into my Sharingan even several times. I thought you couldn't accept reality, so I put you under an illusion." "I don't understand. Why do you keep mumbling about sacrificing yourself during the illusion, Lord Danzo? How would you sacrifice yourself? You bastard!" Shimura Danzo tore open his collar. This time, Shimura Danzo was certain he had escaped the illusion, not under any illusion, and he immediately began to perform the four-symbol seal here. The next moment, Shimura Danzo's body began to spray black blood. On Shimura Danzo's chest, the cursed script of the four-symbol seal faintly erupted. However, Akihara Kagura suddenly appeared next to Shimura Danzo, his fingers swiftly forming seals, touching several acupoints on Shimura Danzo's chest. Shimura Danzo's blood immediately stopped spraying out. The elderly man looked at Akihara Kagura in astonishment, his pupils dilated as he angrily shouted, "Once the four-symbol seal is activated, it's absolutely impossible to stop." "Sword!" Akihara Kagura extended his hand, and a root ninja quickly rushed over, handing a sharp ninja sword into his hand. Akihara Kagura drew the ninja sword, chakra instantly attached to the blade, and he swiftly slashed twice, leaving a crossed mark on Shimura Danzo's chest, even cutting open the flesh without any blood flowing out. Akihara Kagura then released the ninja sword, quickly formed two seals with his hands, and slapped Shimura Danzo's chest, his hand striking out another palm. 4 symbols 8 trigram seal, accompanied by the 2 4-symbol seal scripts in Akihara Kagura's hand landing on Shimura Danzo. The script of the reverse 4-symbol seal was instantly destroyed. Even the pre-carved script of the reverse 4-symbol seal on Shimura Danzo vanished without a trace, the crossed wounds immediately gushing out red blood. Shimura Danzo's body staggered back against the wall, frantically pounding on his chest, hoping his killing move would take immediate effect. However, with the script already gone, Shimura Danzo's pounding only made the cross-shaped wounds on his chest worse, nearly unable to suppress his own pain. "Lord Danzo!" Akihara Kagura patted his hands as if he had done a trivial matter. Every technique has its counter, even forbidden techniques. Because he possessed the forbidden technique master trait, Akihara Kagura could easily counter the trouble brought by the 4-symbol seal, completely destroying Shimura Danzo's hopes. "Oh, right!" Akihara Kagura looked at the cross-shaped cuts on Shimura Danzo's chest, voluntarily said, "Those 2 slashes were not the counter. I just wanted to see whether the blood flowing out after breaking the 4-symbol seal was red or black." "Damn!" The hatred in Shimura Danzo's eyes almost spilled out. "I didn't expect your blood to be red too." Akihara Kagura beckoned, casually ordered, "Go call Kabuto over, help Lord Danzo stop the bleeding, lest he die from too much blood loss." "Akihara Kagura, just kill me now." Shimura Danzo glared at Akihara Kagura, wanting only to be killed immediately, no longer enduring any humiliation and torture. "You should learn from Lord Orochimaru." Akihara Kagura glanced at Shimura Danzo and shook his head, continuing, "Never mind, after all you were once my superior, so I will help you one last time. Go prepare a sample of the first Hawkage cells. Be ready to transplant them into Lord Danzo at any moment. Just sprinkle the first Hawkage cells onto the wounds I've made. I intend to use Lord Danzo as a sacrifice to revive the third Hawkage." The handling method of Akihara Kagura was quite effective. Except for Shimura Danzo himself, no one else present had any objections. "Do you want to revive Monkey?" Shimura Danzo glared furiously, ignoring his own injuries, and remembered the forbidden jutsu controlled by Orochimaru. "You even want to use me as a sacrifice for Monkey's revival?" Shimura Danzo could not accept this in his heart. Was this bastard trying to squeeze out all his value while killing him? "Just consider it a sacrifice for Konoha." Akihara Kagura glanced at Shimura Danzo, seemingly finding the old man's shock a bit amusing. "It would be a waste to keep the third Hawkage soul in the underworld." Akihara Kagura chuckled lightly, following Shimura Danzo's thoughts and responding, "Even in death, the third Hawkage power can still protect Konoha. Since all this is for Konoha, a little sacrifice from you, Danzo, shouldn't matter, right? Anyway, do you always like to say that?" Akihara Kagura crouched beside Shimura Danzo, smiling as he continued. As the second Akihara Kagura crouched beside Shimura Danzo, smiling as he continued. "As the second leader of the Root, acting on your will is natural. For Konoha, the Root never cared about sacrificing others, and now it's the turn of the previous leader of the Root to make a sacrifice." "You!" Shimura Danzo gritted his teeth in anger. This was not a sacrifice for Konoha. This bastard wanted to control Sarutobi Hiruzen and use the power of the Hawkage. However, what was the situation with Monkey now? This bastard Akihara Kagura had already prepared to use the Edo Tensei to revive Monkey, so was Monkey still alive at this time? Of course. At this time, Sarutobi Hiruzen was still alive, in Konoha, the venue of the third stage of the Chunin exam. Sarutobi Hiruzen stood on the high platform, having just finished the speech marking the end of the joint Chunin exam, inviting the Kazekage Rasa to speak a few words as well. "Lord Kazekage." Sarutobi Hiruzen invited Rasa to stand beside him, smiling as he spoke. "Say a few words to inspire these kids, will you?" "Okay." The fourth Kazekage Rasa nodded, stepped beside Sarutobi Hiruzen, a mocking smile on his lips, his voice suddenly turning cold. "The preliminaries are over. Now I declare the plan for Konoha's downfall officially begins. Action starts! Action starts!" One by one, the Sand Village ninjas immediately began to move, causing a sudden riot in the exam venue, each targeting their predetermined opponent. In addition, there were arrangements in the spectator stands. Several Sound Village ninjas took the opportunity to cast illusions among the crowd, many of whom fell into illusions. The Grass Village's Kaguya clan immediately tore off their coverings and attacked several powerful Konoha Jonin. Clearly, these people were all well prepared. Hadate Kakashi watched in surprise as a group of Kaguya clan ninjas rushed towards him, blocking a bone spike with his kunai, his eye twitching. "How come there's another wave?" "Kakashi," Might Guy kicked an enemy away, landing beside Hadate Kakashi. "What should we do now? Let's deal with them first." Hadate Kakashi could only wave his kunai and charge forward, whispering, "We better notify Akihara Kagura immediately about what's happening here. Tell him to come and support." "What about the Hawkage? Let's deal with these people first." Hadate Kakashi looked towards the crazed faces of the Kaguya clan charging at them and sighed. "This situation is even bigger than the riot that just happened." As Hadate Kakashi and Might Guy were protecting the spectators, four figures leapt up from the stands, rushing towards the direction of the high platform. On the high platform, the four figures landed around the high platform, revealing their true faces. These people were the Sound Four, raised by Orochimaru, all with unusual appearances, their palms together forming seals, collectively erecting a purple barrier, enclosing Sarutobi Hiruzen and the fourth Kazekage Rasa inside. Ninjutsu, 4 Violet Flames Formation. The strength of these four was obviously not sufficient, the 4 Violet Flames formation far from matching the 4 Red Yang formation released by Akihara Kagura, yet it was still not something ordinary people could handle. However, this 4 Violet Flames formation also protected the casters. "Lord Kazekage." Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at the 4th Kazekage Rasa, wondering if this Kazekage was out of his mind. "What are you doing? What's going on with the Kazekage from the Sand Village? Didn't this guy see the fate of the Mist Village ninjas just now?" Even if Akihara Kagura wasn't at this exam venue, once he learned of this, he could quickly return. What was the point of the Sand Village starting a riot against Konoha at this time? Even if Akihara Kagura couldn't arrive in time, the group of Konoha ninjas present was not something the Sand Village ninjas could handle, right? Of course. The key point was, what was the fourth Keisuke Rasa doing, trapping himself and him in the four violet flames formation, wanting another duel with him? Just following the plan. The fourth Keisuke Rasa pulled out a kunai, smiling as he spoke. Now no one should interrupt our battle. Really troublesome. Sarutobi Hiruzen really felt a headache coming on, as his physical strength and chakra had been greatly depleted in his fight with Shimura Danzo. That's because the trouble is all you're doing. The fourth Keisuke Rasa slowly removed his hat and peeled off the face mask. He was the fourth Keisuke Rasa slowly removed his hat and peeled off the face mask he was wearing, revealing a cold, sinister face. It was Orochimaru. Orochimaru was actually right. Whether it was himself or Shimura Danzo, these troubles were created by Sarutobi Hiruzen himself, yet he hadn't resolved them. Orochimaru raised his kunai, cutting his own palm, chuckling. I also wanted to ask. I didn't expect you didn't recognize me either, teacher. Sarutobi Hiruzen watched Orochimaru's face, his voice becoming a bit hoarse and sinister. Ever since Danzo came out, I've been thinking about where you might be hiding. Never expected you'd return to Konoha in this manner like Danzo. This was indeed unexpected. Looking back, however, it seemed somewhat logical. Shimura Danzo posing as a Genji from the Mist Village, Orochimaru posing as the fourth Keisuke Rasa, using these identities to infiltrate Konoha during the Chunin exams, also getting close to him, the Hokage. Yeah, Orochimaru licked his lips with his tongue, lightly laughing. Other than this way, how else could I get close to you? It wouldn't be easy to kill you after all, considering you're surrounded by Anbu and the most troublesome Akihara Kagura. No choice. I can only use this method, letting Danzo first attract your attention, letting those fools from the mist attract your Anbu, pulling the guard team and Anbu away from your side. This time, the strongest in the village, Akihara Kagura, to protect you, will surely appear by your side the fastest. Danzo in the battle will surrender voluntarily to be captured by you. But you are always hypocritically weak. Whether it's to get information about me from Danzo, or for the so-called bonds, you couldn't possibly kill Danzo. However, this is a Chunin exam with many villages present. You definitely don't want the situation to expand further, being laughed at by the Keisuke next to you. You want to end the chaos caused by Danzo and the Mist Ninjas quickly. You must imprison Danzo first to calm the unrest. But your Anbu and guard team were called away, with no one by your side, Akihara Kagura being the closest and naturally the best candidate to escort Danzo, as he happens to be the leader of the route, perfectly suited to guard Danzo. Orochimaru looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen, a somewhat triumphant smile on his face. Everything is within my plan. Now that Akihara Kagura has left here, Danzo is confident that he can make Kagura stand on his side and not appear. I just need to kill you here. Sarutobi Hiruzen's mood suddenly became heavy, because everything Orochimaru said matched his thoughts. Even their every move was within Orochimaru's calculations. Orochimaru, this rogue ninja student, turned out to be even more scheming. The most troublesome part was, he gave Danzo and Akihara Kagura the chance to contact. All along, Sarutobi Hiruzen had been afraid of Akihara Kagura contacting Shimura Danzo again, becoming a tool in Danzo's hands, but he hadn't calculated this layer. In order to quickly calm the situation, Sarutobi Hiruzen had no choice but to choose Akihara Kagura to escort Shimura Danzo, allowing Shimura Danzo to take this opportunity to lure Akihara Kagura. This was really troublesome. Their real plan turned out to be to use the past relationship between Shimura Danzo and Akihara Kagura, letting Shimura Danzo and Akihara Kagura meet privately, turning the strongest combat power of Konoha. Perhaps, at this moment, Shimura Danzo was deceiving Akihara Kagura, turning Akihara Kagura into his tool. Once this happened, that would be the real danger to Konoha. Unless using some life-for-life forbidden jutsu, no one could handle the crisis Akihara Kagura faced. Those forbidden jutsus only he knew how to use. You guys really are ambitious. Sarutobi Hiruzen clasped his hands together, his eyes coldly staring at Orochimaru. However, you forgot, this will also be my opportunity to make up for past mistakes. This time I will definitely kill you first. This may not be so. Orochimaru chuckled, suddenly opening his mouth wide. A long snake flew out from his mouth, directly biting towards Sarutobi Hiruzen's neck. The snake's speed was extremely fast, instantly biting Sarutobi Hiruzen's neck. However, in just a moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen's body turned into a mound of earth. Earth replacement? Orochimaru's eyes narrowed slightly, surveying the surroundings, trying to find out where his teacher was hiding. This four violet flames formation wasn't big, there really wasn't much place to hide. Earth release, earth flow river. A muddy river suddenly swept through. Orochimaru's body was involuntarily swept away by the mudslide. Earth release, earth dragon bullet. Sarutobi Hiruzen stood beside the muddy river, leveraging it to perform the earth dragon bullet technique. A dark brown mud dragon head floated beside him, continuously firing mud bullets at Orochimaru. The firing speed of the earth dragon bullet technique was extremely fast. Fire release, fire dragon bullet. Sarutobi Hiruzen again formed seals with his hands. A fire instantly enveloped the mud bullets that were shot out, hitting Orochimaru's body with a burst of flames. This was Sarutobi Hiruzen's combined nature transformation, Earth Dragon Flame Flow. By using an extremely fast casting method and combining different elemental techniques, he combined two different elemental techniques together, using their strengths to compensate for the weaknesses of the two different elemental techniques. After the Earth Dragon Flame Flow ended, Orochimaru's body slowly emerged from the ground, mocking as he smiled. Lucky it was your combined nature transformation. If it was Kagura's combined nature transformation, perhaps I would have been thinking about running for my life by now. Teacher, you've already been surpassed. Orochimaru spread his palms, a disdainful smile on his lips. You might as well stop playing these childish tricks. It's time to bring out some real techniques, lest your teacher also thinks I'm unlearned. I'm really being underestimated. Sarutobi Hiruzen seemed somewhat helplessly sighed, taking off his Hokage god robe and Hokage hat, revealing a lean battle dress. Ever since he learned of Orochimaru's news, Sarutobi Hiruzen had been preparing for battle, because he guessed that Orochimaru would definitely come to trouble him. Even Sarutobi Hiruzen had anticipated that Akihara Kagura might be pulled away from here or be entangled by someone. Today might be the day of his sacrifice. Sarutobi Hiruzen was very clear about all this. Ninjutsu, summoning jutsu! Orochimaru quickly brought his fingers together, rapidly forming a summoning seal, arrogantly looking at Sarutobi Hiruzen. Teacher, today is your day of death! Accompanying the raising of Orochimaru's palm, two coffins appeared before him. He didn't need a third coffin to appear because two people were enough. Snap! Two coffin lids slammed down. The figures of the first Hokage Senju Hashirama and the second Hokage Senju Tobirama slowly walked out of the coffins, slowly standing before Orochimaru. Sarutobi Hiruzen's pupils involuntarily dilated, even though he had long known that Orochimaru had reanimated the two former Hokages through the Edo Tensei. Seeing them with his own eyes still made his heart somewhat sad and sorrowful. Monkey! Senju Tobirama looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen, speaking first. It seems everything they said is true. You've gotten so old, yet you're still continuing as the Hokage. Yes, Sarutobi Hiruzen slowly nodded. I see. Tobirama also slowly nodded, then quickly charged toward Sarutobi Hiruzen. I understand, then let us settle things here by taking you down. The movements of Senju Tobirama were incredibly swift. Even Sarutobi Hiruzen was left bewildered and stunned. Lord Second Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, still puzzled, looked at the rushing Tobirama and furrowed his brows, asking, Getting rid of me? What exactly is going on? Has Orochimaru controlled you? No, Senju Tobirama kicked at Sarutobi Hiruzen and responded coldly. We already know what you've done. I could ignore the Uchiha matter. Tobirama, we can't ignore the Uchiha matter either. Senju Hashirama quickly interrupted Tobirama, rushed towards Sarutobi Hiruzen and struck him on the arm with a punch, forcefully pushing him back. Monkey, you've been Hokage for too long. Tobirama quickly continued the offensive rhythm, kicking Sarutobi Hiruzen in the shoulder, sending him flying once more. Have you been blinded by power? Our only goal. Senju Hashirama looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen and spoke reluctantly. To prevent that young lad, Kagura, from being forced by you to become a rogue ninja, we had to deal with you here. That young lad might even be stronger than me, and if he becomes a rogue ninja, have you thought about the consequences? Sarutobi Hiruzen's heart tightened, and he sharply turned to look at the smirking Orochimaru. Orochimaru, what exactly is happening? This bastard. What on earth did he tell the two previous Hokages? The most troublesome part is, why did they have to bring up Kagura's defection? I didn't say anything. Orochimaru watched with glee as his teacher was attacked by the two resurrected Hokages, seemingly enjoying the sight. Even this wasn't initiated by me, it was the two Lord Hokage who wanted to get rid of you, teacher. After all, You've done too many wrong things. Orochimaru smirked, presenting a strong piece of evidence. Didn't you just say you wouldn't pass the position of Hokage to Kaguya? Kaguya is too young. Sarutobi Hiruzen coldly rebutted and continued. If he were to become Hokage, Konoha would surely fall into chaos, perhaps even war. Seizing the advantage, Orochimaru suddenly laughed. So you're saying Konoha will only be peaceful when you hold the power? Sarutobi Hiruzen realized he had fallen into a verbal trap. By not passing on the title of Hokage to Kaguya and continuing to hold the position himself, in Orochimaru's words, he had become a true power-hungry person. Power. It's always about power. Shimura Danzo used his love for power to attack him, and now Orochimaru was doing the same. Today, this has become an insurmountable threshold. The trouble is, Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't even have an excuse to refute. Because he had held the position of Hokage for too long and had not been willing to pass it on to a suitable candidate, he had become someone perceived as overly desirous of power in both words and deeds. This kind of thing, it can't be explained away in just a few words. And even with plenty of time, it would still be difficult to explain clearly. Many of Konoha's ninjas had witnessed the scene of the 4 violet flames formation, and many had even gathered, trying to attempt to rescue the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. These people also heard the exchange between Orochimaru and Sarutobi Hiruzen. Compared to Shimura Danzo's rhetoric, Orochimaru was very skilled in interpersonal communication, quickly grasping Sarutobi Hiruzen's pain point, not allowing any shift in the topic. Other issues are too easily flawed. The fact that Sarutobi Hiruzen had always held onto the power of the Hokage and refused to let go had substantial evidence and was indisputable. He even just mentioned that the strongest Kaguya was not suitable to be Hokage, directly setting a trap he couldn't escape. So it is indeed so. A look of disappointment crossed Tobirama's face. The Hokage burden is not about power. Senju Hashirama frowned again and charged at Sarutobi Hiruzen. Fire release, Phoenix Sage fire technique. Sarutobi Hiruzen quickly formed hand seals and expelled a series of fireballs. However, Hashirama didn't care at all. He simply dispersed the fireball with his bare hands and charged straight at Hiruzen Sarutobi. Orochimaru watched as Hiruzen struggled under the pincer attack of the 2 Hokages, his smile deepening. Teacher, don't blame the 2 Hokages for their determination to kill you. Everyone once thought of using the young Akihara Kaguya as a tool, but your methods were just more sophisticated and cunning, using the power of the Hokage to bring the child closer to you. I did not, Hiruzen hastily retorted, but was punched in the face by Hashirama, yet stubbornly countered. I have never treated Kaguya as a tool. It was to allow the will of fire to be passed on to him. Isn't that just your usual excuse for using people as tools? Orochimaru laughed lightly, tactfully continuing. Always under the guise of doing it for Konoha, any ninja who defies your will or orders is deemed disloyal to Konoha until everyone is forced to act according to your wishes. Reflect on this. Isn't that the truth? Orochimaru, who knew Hiruzen well, directly broke through his defenses. Teacher, how are you different from Danzo in your deeds for Konoha? A Hokage who hypocritically coerces others with righteousness. Any dissent is branded as a threat to Konoha. Hiruzen felt a headache coming on. This battle was already tough enough, and here was his former student, Orochimaru, using words to coerce and humiliate him. Orochimaru's face grew more smug. You want to mold everyone into what you desire, yet you are utterly unaware of your own rights and wrongs. Orochimaru. Hiruzen retreated, glaring hard at his student. You are still alive, which is my greatest. Hiruzen retreated, glaring hard at his student. You are still alive, which is my greatest mistake. I should not have been merciful and spared your life. When you and Danzo conspired to harm our comrades in the village, I should have killed you while I still had the strength. The 2 Hokages suddenly halted their attacks. Hashirama quickly turned to look at Orochimaru, then at Hiruzen. Danzo and Orochimaru. Plotting against comrades. How come I've never heard of this? Isn't Danzo like a white lotus? Seems like there are things he didn't know about. Could it be that Danzo is also corrupted? Didn't Danzo say he was always trying to correct Hiruzen's mistakes? Lord Hokages, you have been deceived by him and Danzo. Hiruzen's expression turned grim as he continued. Danzo and Orochimaru conducted unauthorized human experiments and harmed innocent people, and after I discovered this, they chose to defect. Danzo even tried to kill a fellow comrade, Mitokado Hamura, during his defection. Hashirama's eyes narrowed slightly. What exactly is going on? Hashirama furrowed his brows, puzzled. Danzo told us that it was you who exterminated the Uchiha clan and conducted unauthorized human experiments. Brother, Tobirama quickly intervened to stop Hashirama. Some things can be said, some cannot. Once spoken, they could rapidly deteriorate the political environment of Konoha. Tabarama originally intended to eliminate Hiruzen, who had strayed from the right path, but unexpectedly there were unforeseen complications. I had long called a halt to all human experiments. Hiruzen, as Tabarama's student and having governed for many years, quickly understood what the second Hokage wanted to cover up and stated the truth outright. Only Danzo and Orochimaru continued the experiments in secret. It was my mercy at the time that did not kill them, leading to today's events. Go call someone to bring Danzo back. Tabarama frowned and gave a directive in a stern voice. What a hassle! Orochimaru sighed, raising his finger. I knew this method was unreliable. Just a slight slip is troublesome, and there are too many flaws. How could it possibly fool the astute second Hokage? The next moment, both Hashirama and Tabarama's figures retreated to Orochimaru's side. Orochimaru, Tabarama coldly questioned Orochimaru. What exactly is going on between you and Danzo? What have you both done? It would be better to make you lose your senses. Orochimaru produced 2 spells intended to obliterate willpower in his hands, inserting them into the back of their heads while chuckling softly. Can't you just obediently help me kill my teacher? You! Tabarama realized he might have been deceived by Danzo. You deceived me again! Hashirama did not fully grasp the situation, but knew he had been deceived. However, their anger was futile, as they could only let Orochimaru insert the spells into the back of their heads, completely eradicating their will. Their expressions gradually calmed, and they became totally mindless. Orochimaru, what have you done to them? Sarutobi Hiruzen angrily stared at Orochimaru. Don't worry, teacher. Orochimaru turned to Sarutobi Hiruzen, squinting slowly. I just wanted you to see the results of my training outside. This is a spell that obliterates the will of those resurrected by the Edo Tensei, making it easier to control their bodies. With your frail body, I could have easily killed you already. Orochimaru resumed controlling the 2 Hokage in battle, continuing with a smirk. You just defeated Danzo, which cost you a lot of chakra. Sarutobi Hiruzen's heart sank. Orochimaru's words were indeed true. Danzo, that old friend, was not so easy to deal with. He himself had also expended a lot of energy and chakra in that battle, making it even more difficult to confront Orochimaru, not to mention facing the 2 Hokage revived by the Edo Tensei. Yet, he still had to deal with Orochimaru and the 2 controlled Hokage, because Akihara Kagura had not dealt with the 2 Hokage and Orochimaru, meaning dealing with Orochimaru was not an easy task for Akihara Kagura either, and who knows if Akihara Kagura might be deceived and used by Danzo. However, it should be all right. As long as he sacrifices himself here for Konoha, any accusations of coveting power will be dismissed. Once Jiraiya takes over as Hokage, there is still hope for redemption. It's time! Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed deeply, recalling his considerations on how to completely deal with Orochimaru and the resurrected beings, slowly forming hand seals. Ninjutsu, multi-shadow clone technique. 2 shadow clones appeared beside Sarutobi Hiruzen. Sarutobi Hiruzen's chakra was not ample. His original body and the 2 clones were already at their limit, but it was enough. Sarutobi Hiruzen watched the 2 Hokage charging at him again, glanced at Orochimaru standing afar, then looked up at the 4 violet flames formation and joined hands in forming seals again. This time, let you be buried here. As Sarutobi Hiruzen formed his seals, his expression suddenly became stern. I am a man who has inherited the will of the 1st and 2nd Hokage. Don't take your teacher too lightly, Orochimaru. Sealing Jutsu, Reaper Death Seal. Behind Sarutobi Hiruzen, a sinister specter of the Shinigami suddenly appeared. His 2 shadow clones quickly rushed out, seizing the 1st and 2nd Hokages. From the sinister specter's mouth hung a short dagger. With a sudden thrust of its claw, it devoured the souls of the 1st and 2nd Hokages. That technique once used to seal the 9 tails. Orochimaru instantly recalled this technique and hastily tried to retreat, but the Shinigami technique closed off the space, trapping him. Even if he managed to break the Shinigami in time, the gap was enough for Sarutobi Hiruzen to catch him. The 3rd Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, quickly grabbed Orochimaru's shoulder, indifferent to his own impending death. This technique will also offer my soul as a sacrifice, but it will seal all the threats to Konoha. The Shinigami's claw was already reaching for Orochimaru's soul. Orochimaru felt his soul slipping away, glaring at his former teacher, desperately thinking of ways to delay. Orochimaru narrowed his eyes, a smirk suddenly appearing. Teacher, you don't really think killing me will end everything, do you? Care to guess who is really behind the Konoha collapse plan? Danzo and I are merely pawns of that person. What? Sarutobi Hiruzen was immediately captivated by his words. Could there be someone else behind Orochimaru, orchestrating all this? Was it that Uchiha Abido guy? Sarutobi Hiruzen immediately thought of a name. But before Sarutobi Hiruzen could inquire further, Orochimaru's arm suddenly extended a long snake, which quickly coiled behind Sarutobi Hiruzen and spat out a sharp sword, piercing Sarutobi Hiruzen's body. "You!" Sarutobi Hiruzen's pupils began to dilate. The old man realized he had been duped by Orochimaru, who was merely distracting him to kill him before the Reaper Death Seal was completed. Awareness swiftly faded. Sarutobi Hiruzen knew his life was nearing its end, trying desperately to seal Orochimaru into the Shinigami's body, but he had no strength left. All he could do was to seal a part of the soul. Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes drooped slightly, mustering his last breath. "Then I shall take away your hands, preventing you from using ninjutsu ever again." As soon as he finished speaking, Sarutobi Hiruzen grasped a part of Orochimaru's soul and swallowed it into the Shinigami's body. "You old bastard!" Orochimaru immediately felt a strange sensation in his arms, as if they were being scorched by flames, even the skin turning somewhat purplish, completely devoid of strength. As Sarutobi Hiruzen was about to collapse to the ground, Orochimaru leaned close to his shoulder, furiously whispering into his ear words that left Sarutobi Hiruzen dying in torment. "Teacher, I wasn't lying just now. Indeed, someone behind the scenes has been controlling the Konoha collapse plan, someone you would never expect, someone we all intended to use as a tool. But now, we have all become his tools. That person, the one treated as a tool by others, that person in turn treated everyone else as tools." Sarutobi Hiruzen's gaze became vacant as he recalled a frequently mentioned name. Only that person was desired by everyone to be made into a tool. How could this be? However, Sarutobi Hiruzen could no longer stand, his soul already taken by the Shinigami, leaving no trace of life as his body struggled and collapsed to the ground. "Let's go quickly," Orochimaru commanded harshly. Orochimaru knew his mission was complete. Staying in Konoha could lead to his being killed by Akihara Kagura for his accolades. Especially now, at his weakest, with his soul sealed in his hands, he was completely powerless against Akihara Kagura. Sound 4 quickly dispelled the barrier, dashed to Orochimaru's side, threw a smoke bomb, and hurriedly carried him away. In the distance, Akihara Kagura removed his forehead protector. Karin stood with a group of Root at Akihara Kagura's side. "Bring Orochimaru back!" Akihara Kagura waved his hand, signaling Karin and the Root to charge. "Now, at his weakest, don't consider his feelings. Tell him I can help him resolve the matter of the Reaper Death Seal." "Yes!" Karin and the Root quickly rushed towards the outskirts of Konoha village. The Sound 4 were to flee Konoha with Orochimaru, but he had become a burden, unable to move quickly, and their chakra and physical strength were no match for the ready Root. Inside Konoha village, Sarutobi Hiruzen's body lay on the high platform. The Sand Ninja were still battling with the Konoha Ninja, even the Genin were fighting. Gaara, unable to turn the tide, furiously unleashed Shukaku again, capturing other Genin with sand claws. "I'll protect everyone, ninja art, summoning jutsu!" Uzumaki Naruto unapologetically used the Nine Tails chakra, summoning the giant toad Gamabunta, who sat down on Shukaku. Perhaps because it involved beating Shukaku, the Nine Tails spared no chakra, lending it to Naruto for the summoning. "I'll kill you!" Gaara, standing on Shukaku's head, furiously controlled the sand sweeping towards Naruto, but Gamabunta swatted the sand away with a slash. However, their battle ended there. Vines burst from the ground, alerting Gaara and Shukaku to danger, a familiar chakra and power. "Retreat! Akihara Kagura is here! Quick, retreat! Akihara Kagura is back!" The Sand Ninja hurriedly called for a retreat, having been forewarned and witnessing Akihara Kagura's formidable power. That was the person who could easily suppress the rebellious Mist Ninja with his power alone, their capabilities barely surpassing Mist's. As for Gaara and Shukaku's power, that was a joke. Everyone in Sand knew Shukaku had often been bullied outside the village for a year by Akihara Kagura. "We're retreating!" Even Gaara had to admit it. Now, even in Karin's hands, Gaara had suffered twice, let alone facing an enemy like Akihara Kagura who could trample him. As for the rampaging Shukaku, this tailed beast had suffered enough, quickly retracting into Gaara's body upon seeing the vines on the ground. A group of Sand Ninja hurriedly fled towards the outskirts of Konoha village, fearing being left behind by Akihara Kagura. "HMPH, the fight can almost end now." Gamabunta watched the vines emerging from the ground, puffing on a giant pipe. "As long as Akihara Kagura comes, these aren't his match." Truly terrifying. Hade Kakashi watched the fleeing Sand Ninja, slightly relieved. Just one person's name enough to scare off all enemies. The last person to leave such a deterrent was his teacher, the fourth Hokage, Minato. Yet Akihara Kagura was even more terrifying than Minato, a person who could deter a village's enemies from fighting and truly resolve a battle alone. Just as Hade Kakashi thought, vines converged to form a tall vine wall, blocking all sand ninja trying to escape. Roots burst from the ground, capturing all the sand ninja present, binding them to the wall, absorbing their chakra. Akihara Kagura slowly walked into the area, looked at the aftermath, and gave his orders. Immediately take all the wounded to the hospital. Yes, Lord Kagura. A group of Konoha's ANBU quickly responded. Due to the sacrifice of the third Hokage, Saruto by Hiruzen, Konoha was without a leader, making Akihara Kagura the highest authority in Konoha as the Hokage's assistant. Lord Kagura! A Konoha ANBU knelt on one knee before Akihara Kagura, reporting in a low voice, "The third Hokage, sir. I've seen it." Akihara Kagura's expression remained calm as he softly said, "First, gather the third Hokage's body, send someone to the memorial stone to prepare the tomb. I came a step too late, just interrogated from Shimura Danzo about his conspiracy with Orochimaru." Yes, the ANBU immediately responded. This Chunin exam had seen many unforeseen events. No one expected that Orochimaru and Shimura Danzo would cause a disturbance at different times, leading to the sacrifice of the third Hokage, Saruto by Hiruzen, at the exam site. Fortunately, Konoha was not without its pillars. The arrival of Akihara Kagura directly stabilized the morale. Although many were dissatisfied with Akihara Kagura's way of handling things, it was very clear that Akihara Kagura's power remained formidable, enough to deter any enemies harboring ambitions against Konoha. Whether it was sand or mist, or even a group of smaller ninja villages, as long as Akihara, whether it was sand or mist, or even a group of smaller ninja villages, as long as Akihara Kagura was in Konoha, they could not pose any trouble. Lord Jiraiya has returned. This news also boosted the spirits of the Konoha ninja. The name of the Sannin was legendary in Konoha, idolized by many. Jiraiya, having been away from the village for a while, had just returned at this moment, also handling a group of enemies attempting to attack Konoha from outside. A Chunin exam had thrown Konoha into chaos. Fortunately, with the presence of Akihara Kagura, all the sand and mist ninjas involved in the riots at the Chunin exam were imprisoned, and the Konoha ninja escorted these rioters into Konoha's prison cells. Jiraiya stood on the high platform, watching a group of ANBU gather his teacher's body, turning to Akihara Kagura, "Where's Orochimaru?" "I've already sent people to hunt him down." Akihara Kagura furrowed his brows, continuing, "The chaos caused by Sans Ninja drew a lot of attention, allowing Orochimaru and his people to escape." Jiraiya slowly nodded, looking at the body of Saruto by Hiruzen, and sighed deeply. To sacrifice himself for the village is a form of fortune for a ninja. At least he didn't have to lie in illness in his old age. But a hint of killing intent finally appeared in Jiraiya's eyes as he completely gave up hope of bringing back his once close friend. "We can't let Orochimaru go anymore. This time, Orochimaru had gone too far. In the past, Jiraiya simply thought that Orochimaru had strayed too far on a path of evil, wanting to bring Orochimaru back to Konoha. This time, Jiraiya had to give up all his illusions. Orochimaru was a threat to Konoha. For Konoha, it was necessary to kill that former close friend. Whether Jiraiya could successfully hunt down Orochimaru was unclear, but the root had already caught up to Orochimaru, a group of them immediately surrounding Orochimaru and the Sound Four. "Did Akihara Kagura send you?" Orochimaru stared at Karin and the group of root, hissing coldly. "That bastard! He wants to tear up the alliance at this time and use my head to pave his way to becoming Hokage. Do you think you can kill me at this opportunity?" Orochimaru knew these root were up to no good, but at this moment his arms were painfully hot, completely unable to use any jutsu, wanting to fight. Surely he couldn't just use the 8 branches technique. "Lord Orochimaru!" Karin, along with a group of root, surrounded Orochimaru and the Sound Four, still respectful. "Lord Kagura says he can help you resolve the issues with the Reaper Death Seal." "That brat has such good intentions." Orochimaru's brow furrowed, unwilling to believe Karin's words. Karin looked at Orochimaru, continuing softly, "If we wanted to harm Lord Orochimaru, we would have started killing by now. Lord Kagura wants to meet with Lord Orochimaru personally. I think there must be important matters to discuss, and Lord Danzo is also at the root base." Orochimaru fell silent for a moment, then continued, "There's no hurry to meet now, lest the ninja of Konoha become aware. Then we must ask for your forgiveness." Karin bowed her head, the respect coming to an abrupt halt. The next moment, a group of root rushed forward. The Sound Four immediately entered the Cursed Seal state, desperately trying to block the root's attacks, only to face even more fierce assaults. Unfortunately, these root also had the Cursed Seal state. Each masked root raised their arms, each arm carrying the cursed seal bestowed by Akihara Kagura, the seals turning into black liquid flowing on their bodies, a pair of black wings like eagle wings sprouting from the roots' backs. 12 root easily defeated the inexperienced Sound 4, their Sharingan and Wood release combined with the cursed seals given by Akihara Kagura, making their victory against the Sound 4 very easy. Orochimaru watched helplessly as his subordinates were captured one by one, his gaze gradually solidifying, his eyes fixed on Karin, ready to burst forth and kill at any moment. "Lord Orochimaru, we're not far from Konoha." Karin seemed somewhat helpless, slowly raising her arm, continuing. "If we cause too much noise fighting, it might let others discover your whereabouts, making it impossible for Lord Kagura to cover for you." Orochimaru had to admit this was also a huge problem. At that time, perhaps Akihara Kagura would really kill him in front of everyone with a strike of thunder to prevent him from leaking any information. "I have Lord Kagura's flying thunder god mark on my body." Karin raised the mark on her arm, speaking softly. "Please trust Lord Kagura's goodwill, otherwise he would have come himself, and Lord Danzo is also waiting at the root base for you, as there are important matters to discuss." "I'll go with you. I'll go with you." Orochimaru slowly nodded. A group of root looked at Karin, each casting sidelong glances. When had this kid learned to wear glasses and tell such big lies? Everyone saw how miserably Danzo lived at the root base. Late at night, Konoha gradually calmed down. The turmoil caused by the Chunin exam was too great, forcing Konoha to increase its patrol forces, yet everyone knew that this was just the beginning, brewing an even more terrifying crisis. Sand and Mist had both torn up their alliances with Konoha, and a ninja war was about to erupt, leaving some in Konoha still anxious. Root base. Akihara Kagura did not go to the Hokage Tower for a meeting. Because the two Hokage advisors did not seek him out, the Hokage's assistant, but instead called Jiraiya for a meeting, clearly intending to arrange for Jiraiya to succeed as Hokage. Akihara Kagura, the Hokage's assistant, was in his office, touching a very terrifying mask in his hands, a mask he had obtained from inside Konoha village, from a building constructed by the Uzumaki clan called the Uzumaki clan's Mask Storage Temple. "Lord Orochimaru has arrived." Karin was the first to arrive to report to Akihara Kagura. A group of root followed closely, bringing Orochimaru into the office, Orochimaru's face still showing displeasure and annoyance. "Kagura-kun!" Orochimaru saw Akihara Kagura sitting in the chair, the anger on his face gradually dissipating, surprisingly switching to a smile. "At this time, shouldn't you be thinking about how to sit in the Hokage's position? What are you doing bringing me here?" "To help you resolve the issues with the Reaper Death Seal." Akihara Kagura put down the mask in his hands, starting to explain the principles of the Reaper Death Seal. "The essence of the Reaper Death Seal technique is to summon the Shinigami, swallowing all souls and offerings into its stomach. I heard part of your soul was sealed by the third Hokage, Lord Hiruzen, just before his death, and specifically found a way to release the Reaper Death Seal." "Oh!" Orochimaru's eyes narrowed slightly, looking at Akihara Kagura with interest. "Kagura-kun, did you prepare this in advance? Did you already know I would be sealed by the Reaper Death Seal? Why didn't you warn me about this?" "Only when a person feels thirsty does the water sold become valuable." Akihara Kagura sighed, seemingly somewhat helpless. "I was planning to wait until Lord Orochimaru had no options left, then tell you how to release the Reaper Death Seal. The funeral of the third Hokage, Lord Hiruzen, is about to be held, and I also wanted to let Lord Hiruzen secretly watch his own funeral. A person's ultimate judgment is his funeral. This moment is very important to him. Unfortunately, the soul of the third Hokage, Lord Hiruzen, is inside the Reaper." "Wait!" Orochimaru felt he might have heard something wrong, his brow furrowing tightly. "Kagura-kun, if I didn't hear wrong, you want the teacher to watch his own funeral." Having the third Hokage attend his own funeral, Orochimaru's gaze slightly solidified, contemplating that the Edo Tensei technique was not intended to be used in this way, was it? The inventor of this technique, the second Hokage, Tobirama, probably never imagined that someone would use the Edo Tensei technique to do such a thing. However, Orochimaru found it quite interesting. He mused about reviving Sarutobi Hiruzen and wondered what kind of amusing expression his old teacher would have when seeing himself. And what would be the expression if the teacher were to attend his own funeral? Orochimaru looked at his immobile hands. He could use this method to retaliate against Sarutobi Hiruzen, who had sealed his hands using the Reaper Death Seal. "First, help me with the trouble with my hands." After some thought, Orochimaru nodded and agreed. "Once I extract the soul from my hands, once I dissect his soul from my stomach, I'll reincarnate him using the Edo Tensei technique." I can do it myself. Akihara Kagura gave a light laugh at Orochimaru. Lord Orochimaru, you don't think you're the only one who has learned the Edo Tensei technique, do you? Orochimaru's eyes narrowed slightly. When did Akihara Kagura also learn the Edo Tensei technique? Was this guy also secretly competing with him for the ninjas capable of using the technique? In the history of the ninja world, there are not many powerful ninjas, and having one more person capable of using the Edo Tensei technique meant less power for himself. Let's get ready to begin. Akihara Kagura picked up the Reaper mask on the table and threw it to Orochimaru. Be careful, it's best to use your Orochimaru style substitution technique to escape in time, to avoid the Shinigami focusing on you and taking your soul as a sacrifice. There are indeed risks. No wonder this bastard is making me do the Reaper Death Seal release. Orochimaru stared at the mask Akihara Kagura threw at him, smiled, and said, Kagura-kun, this dangerous technique can be used by someone else, right? Kagura-kun. Orochimaru glanced around the office and continued, don't you also have many subordinates willing to give their lives for you? Shouldn't we let our own subordinates do such dangerous tasks? Akihara Kagura glanced at his subordinate. Whether it was Karin or the surviving Uchihas from the route, they would not mind sacrificing their lives for him. Let's forget it. Akihara Kagura shrugged, unwilling to accept Orochimaru's suggestion. No matter how many people are willing to sacrifice their lives for us in this world, I never feel there are enough of them, even feeling there are too few. The lives of these subordinates are precious. I cannot let them do this. Orochimaru did not feel good. Your subordinates are more precious than mine. You don't want your subordinates to sacrifice, but you want me to take the risk. We can just grab someone. Orochimaru suppressed the anger rising in his heart, smiled, and continued, I can have my subordinates grab someone. You are the most suitable candidate. Akihara Kagura shook his head, unwilling to compromise. If others were to use this technique, they would die during the summoning of the Shinigami. I'm not as evil as you. I don't want to harm innocent people. Orochimaru's eye twitched. So you bastard, you're not afraid of me dying here. You care about who is innocent and care about innocent people dying. Let's start now. Akihara Kagura pointed at Orochimaru and continued, just wear this mask, summon the Shinigami, and then cut open your belly to release the soul sealed inside the Shinigami, including freeing your hands. Kagura-kun, this might not be the best time. Orochimaru looked at his hands, his arms still trembling slightly. My hands still can't move, it feels like they are burning. Let's release the seal of the Reaper Death Seal when my arms can move a bit. This is the best opportunity. Akihara Kagura stared at Orochimaru, calmly explaining, Lord Orochimaru, there is only this one solution to the Reaper Death Seal. If the soul of your hands cannot return to your body, no matter what you do, you cannot undo these aftereffects, not even by transferring them into someone else's body. Hurry up, I've been waiting for a long time. Don't make me wait any longer. Akihara Kagura glanced at his subordinates and causally ordered, You few, Lord Orochimaru's hands are not convenient. Help him put on this Reaper mask. Wait a moment. Orochimaru still wanted to say something more. However, a group of root ninja, indifferent to Orochimaru's feelings, held his shoulders while another was about to put the mask on him. Kagura-kun! Akihara Kagura! Orochimaru, watching the movements of the root ninja, suddenly became angry, desperately struggling not to wear the mask. Do not think of escaping. Akihara Kagura, seeing Orochimaru still trying to resist, continued, Lord Orochimaru, I can set up a barrier any time. It's best not to resist futilely. This is all for your own good. Orochimaru's body shook with anger, making me do such a dangerous thing, and you call this for my good? You must escape in time. If you don't escape on time, the Shinigami will claim your soul. Orochimaru, wearing the mask, his eyes slightly narrowed. The next moment, Orochimaru's body twisted violently. A fierce and enormous Shinigami phantom emerged from behind Orochimaru. This is the Reaper mask left by the Uzumaki clan. Wearing the mask allows communication with the Shinigami, summoning the Shinigami to appear in this world. Lord Orochimaru's hands are not convenient. Akihara Kagura, watching the Shinigami make no move, quickly ordered, looking at Orochimaru's immobile hands, Someone go help, slit his belly like a ritual disembowelment. A root ninja quickly drew a ninja sword, stabbing Orochimaru's abdomen harshly. A root ninja quickly drew a ninja sword, stabbing Orochimaru's abdomen harshly, directly slicing it open, causing Orochimaru immediate severe pain as blood seeped from his mouth corner. However, as Orochimaru's stomach was sliced open by the ninja sword, a long wound also appeared on the stomach of the Shinigami phantom, and souls started flying out from it. Many souls sealed by the Shinigami were freed at that moment. including the recently used Reaper Death Seal by the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, and the first Hokage Hashirama, the second Hokage Tabarama, and many years ago the fourth Hokage Namikaze Minato, who were sealed up. These souls flew out of the Shinigami's stomach, instantly heading to the underworld. A glowing soul stayed behind, landing on Orochimaru's hands. It was the soul of his hand sealed today, the soul's completeness restoring his hand's ability to move. It's true! My hands have finally recovered. Orochimaru's arms trembled, finally feeling the completeness of his soul. The Reaper Death Seal that had caused his hands immense pain now finally eased. How could I possibly lie to you? Akihara Kagura chuckled lightly, continuing, however, you need to escape from this body quickly, lest the Shinigami capture your soul, because every time you communicate with the Shinigami, letting the Shinigami appear in this world, it requires the caster's soul as a sacrifice. I know, Orochimaru nodded, taking off the Reaper mask. However, the fierce Shinigami phantom behind him had not yet disappeared, waiting to devour Orochimaru's soul, but it ultimately never had the chance. Orochimaru suddenly opened his mouth wide. A tiny white snake emerged from within his body, immediately turning his body into an empty shell. The fierce Shinigami looked down at Orochimaru's empty shell, not finding his soul inside. How could it then collect its dues? Confusion appeared in the Shinigami's eyes, quickly turning to anger as it disappeared from the spot. On the other side, the moment Orochimaru's tiny white snake touched the ground, it transformed into a large white phosphorus serpent. The body of this white phosphorus serpent was densely covered with tiny white snakes which formed its scales. However, its head resembled a human face, giving an eerie feeling to those who looked upon it. Do not release poison gas. Akihara Kagura seemed to warn the white phosphorus serpent with a glance, and continued, also, do not attempt to take over the bodies of my subordinates here, otherwise I might just burn you alive, Lord Orochimaru. Whose body should I enter? The white phosphorus serpent looked at Akihara Kagura and suddenly spoke in a human voice. Akihara Kagura, hurry and find me a body. I need a human body. This was Orochimaru's true form. Orochimaru had long transformed himself into a white phosphorus serpent to facilitate his possession of other people's bodies, even capable of fighting in this state. Moreover, as long as the white phosphorus serpent was not completely dead, as long as one small snake survived, Orochimaru would not die and could be resurrected by taking over a body. It's right here. Akihara Kagura shook his head and raised his palm. A muddy white creature emerged from his palm and transformed into a white Zetsu. Even a dark curse mark appeared on the palm of Akihara Kagura and was quietly imprinted on the white Zetsu. Lord Orochimaru, try this body and see how it feels. Orochimaru, disregarding everything, instantly transformed into a small snake and directly burrowed into the white Zetsu's mouth, which slowly changed into Orochimaru's appearance. What kind of creature is this? Orochimaru looked incredulously at this body, feeling an extremely high compatibility with his soul. This body is actually compatible with my soul and even shows no signs of rejection. The next moment, Orochimaru realized something was wrong. He felt the power of the curse mark on this body and immediately looked at Akihara Kagura. Kagura-kun, why does this body? Because I've tampered with it. Akihara Kagura did not deny his meddling and continued, Lord Orochimaru, don't you also like to leave curse marks on others? Anger appeared on Orochimaru's face. How could these things be the same? He leaves curse marks on others to control them. Was Akihara Kagura's curse mark on him meant to control him? All right, don't worry about this little thing. Akihara Kagura sat up, waved his hand to indicate Orochimaru not to be so petty. Just a little countermeasure to prevent you, Lord Orochimaru, from betraying our alliance. Kagura-kun! Orochimaru gritted his teeth, looking displeased at Akihara Kagura. Your actions seem more like a violation of our alliance. The curse mark arranged by Akihara Kagura was even more powerful than his own. This was something the typically proud Orochimaru found hard to accept, especially knowing the effects of the curse mark, which contained the caster's chakra and could cause trouble for the host at any time. I highly respect our alliance. Akihara Kagura shook his head, pointed to Orochimaru's body and continued, Didn't I? Akihara Kagura shook his head, pointed to Orochimaru's body and continued, Didn't I find your body highly suitable for you? Although it might have a little flaw. Is this a little flaw? Orochimaru's eyes narrowed slightly, feeling a chill on his back from the curse mark Akihara Kagura had placed. It's just a minor issue, don't mind it. After saying this, Akihara Kagura looked towards the root ninjas present. Bring over the sacrificial offering I've prepared. I want to resurrect the third Hokage. Do you have the materials for his resurrection? Orochimaru furrowed his brow and looked at Akihara Kagura. They're being delivered right now. Akihara Kagura nodded and continued. I expect by the time the sacrificial offering I prepared in advance arrives, the body of the third Hokage will also be here. In fact, the body of Sarutobi Hiruzen arrived a bit earlier. This Hokage had just been placed in a coffin and buried in the ground, and a group of ANBU was still arranging the third Hokage's funeral at the memorial site behind the mountain. Akihara Kagura had already arranged for White Zetsu Oi to quietly emerge from the ground, bringing Sarutobi Hiruzen's body in front of them. Seeing his former teacher's body, Orochimaru's eyes showed a hint of melancholy. He suddenly recalled a conversation he once had with Jiraiya. Killing his own teacher might not be as satisfying as imagined. In fact, it was somewhat saddening. Orochimaru gently squatted down to arrange his teacher's appearance when a group of root ninjas carrying the sacrificial offering for resurrecting Sarutobi Hiruzen walked in. "The sacrificial offering you've prepared for resurrecting the teacher." Orochimaru heard footsteps, looked back, and saw their other ally, Shimura Danzo, lying on a stretcher with a cross-shaped scar on his chest. Clearly, no one else appeared. Shimura Danzo must be the sacrificial offering for resurrecting Sarutobi Hiruzen. Orochimaru felt the absurdity of the world and fiercely looked at Akihara Kagura. "Kagura-kun, is this what you meant by respecting the alliance? Lord Danzo's participation is voluntary." Akihara Kagura glanced at Shimura Danzo on the stretcher, eyeing the wound on Danzo's chest, and nodded in satisfaction. Fortunately, Lord Danzo's wound has not healed yet, allowing for the direct transplantation of Hashirama cells, which will enhance his vitality. Orochimaru did not believe that Shimura Danzo would volunteer for the sacrifice. After all, as soon as Shimura Danzo saw Akihara Kagura, he immediately started cursing loudly, looking as if he wanted to tear Kagura to pieces. "Damn it, you scoundrel! I will definitely kill you! Akihara Kagura, you evil menace to the Konoha village!" As Shimura Danzo continued cursing, he saw Orochimaru standing beside Akihara Kagura, and his expression immediately turned sour. "Orochimaru, are you involved in this too?" Orochimaru shook his head with mixed feelings, because Orochimaru had not expected that Akihara Kagura, in preparation for the Edo Tensei of Sarutobi Hiruzen, would choose Shimura Danzo as the sacrificial offering. This guy, what did he really think of their alliance? But then again, thinking about it, this situation seemed to have a peculiar sense of fate. Shimura Danzo and Sarutobi Hiruzen were old friends and rivals for nearly 70 years, and even at the end of their lives, their bond could not be severed. Is this what bonds are? Too noisy. Akihara Kagura cleaned his ears and commanded, "Place Lord Danzo in front of the third Hokage. Let these old friends meet once more. Whether in life or death, this might be their last meeting." Shimura Danzo suddenly saw Sarutobi Hiruzen's body laid out on the ground and was at a loss for words, his eyes revealing a touch of sorrow. "Monkey, this is my fault." Shimura Danzo looked down at Sarutobi Hiruzen's body, his eyes still mixed with hatred. "If it weren't for my greed in bringing this evil imp Akihara Kagura into the Konoha village, none of this would have happened. Lord Danzo, please be at peace." Akihara Kagura stood beside Shimura Danzo, kindly persuading him. "Let's not speak of Akihara Kagura stood beside Shimura Danzo, kindly persuading him. Let's not speak of things that sadden others. The third Hokage surely does not wish to hear such things. Let his arrival be a happy one." Orochimaru touched his nose. Shimura Danzo glared hatefully at Akihara Kagura. Is this human speech? Who would be happy being revived as a puppet controlled by Edo Tensei? And moreover, this scoundrel even told him to be at peace. "Please, Lord Danzo, grieve for yourself." Akihara Kagura even kindly patted Shimura Danzo's shoulder, continuing, "Because, Lord Danzo, you will soon become the sacrificial offering, taking the place of the third Hokage in death." "Ha! You're telling me to grieve!" Shimura Danzo burst into an angry laugh. His executioner was telling him to grieve. This vile imp, treating him as a sacrifice, still speaks of letting him grieve. Shouldn't Lord Danzo grieve for himself then? Akihara Kagura glanced at Orochimaru, then surveyed the root ninja around. Apart from Lord Danzo himself, it seems no one in Konoha or the ninja world would mourn Lord Danzo's death, right? The attendees were all silently mute. Even Orochimaru's expression turned peculiar. Kagura was right. Aside from Shimura Danzo himself, neither Konoha nor the entire ninja world would mourn his death. Shimura Danzo's anger and hatred were abruptly stifled. These harsh truths, speaking them out loud, was somewhat too hurtful. The root ninja acted swiftly, arranging Shimura Danzo and Sarutobi Hiruzen's positions so that Danzo could see Hiruzen's corpse before dying. This scene felt eerily harmonious in a strange way. Orochimaru, frowning, looked at the alive Shimura Danzo and the dead Sarutobi Hiruzen, then thought of the soon-to-die Shimura Danzo and the soon-to-be-revived Sarutobi Hiruzen, finding nothing wrong, as if such events were somewhat to be expected. "Let's get started." Kagura took over the Hashirama cells, glanced at Shimura Danzo's yet-to-heal chest, and directly injected the Hashirama cells into his wound, using Hashirama cells to enhance the vitality of the sacrifice. Orochimaru closely watched Kagura's actions, a flicker of peculiarity in his eyes. Even the method to enhance the power of those revived through the Edo Tensei technique has been researched. But the stronger the power of those revived, the harder they are to control. As the Hashirama cells entered Shimura Danzo's body, his body suddenly swelled up, with masses of white material continuously spreading on his body. "Monkey!" Shimura Danzo felt the pain of his body being gradually eroded, his facial muscles also continuously trembling. Unable to move, he could only watch helplessly as the corpse of Sarutobi Hiruzen lay before him. "Monkey!" Shimura Danzo knew that his body was being eroded faster by the Hashirama cells. Even white lumps were growing on his face, and his body had completely lost control, likely to die at any moment. "Ninjutsu! Edo Tensei!" Kagura stretched out his palm and slapped it on the ground, quickly generating a large black curse mark, which instantly appeared under the bodies of Shimura Danzo and Sarutobi Hiruzen. Sarutobi Hiruzen's body quietly turned into ash like scraps of paper, tightly clinging to Shimura Danzo's body, enveloping his old friend's body. "Monkey! This time it's my turn! My death in exchange for your rebirth! But after all, I never became the Hokage, and the crisis in Konoha is still unresolved. I can only watch everything from the underworld's pure land." Shimura Danzo felt a suffocating sensation clearly, knowing his life was nearing its end, knowing his death would bring about Sarutobi Hiruzen's revival. As all the ashes wrapped around Shimura Danzo, his breath finally ceased completely, his body slowly transforming into another person's form. Shimura Danzo died, and another person was thus revived. Konoha's third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, only. Sarutobi Hiruzen's face showed clear cracks, even his eyes appeared somewhat lifeless, indicating he was a reviver through the Edo Tensei technique. This aspect was somewhat different from the Edo Tensei technique used by Orochimaru, perhaps because the power of this revival was a bit too strong for Sarutobi Hiruzen this time. "This is..." Sarutobi Hiruzen furrowed his brows, instantly realizing he had been resurrected by the Edo Tensei technique. His gaze sharply turned towards those present. Orochimaru, Akihara Kagura, and a group of root ninjas. "Kagura! Kagura!" Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes fixed on Akihara Kagura, recalling the words Orochimaru had spoken to him just before his death. "So you are the mastermind behind the Konoha village's collapse plan, aren't you?" It was utterly unexpected. This young fellow, Akihara Kagura, turned out to be the mastermind behind the Konoha village's collapse plan. Sarutobi Hiruzen had never imagined Akihara Kagura could have such schemes, as Kagura was known for being forthright, never giving anyone reason to suspect him of underhanded actions. Usually, he would openly declare any ill intentions he had. "Don't worry." Akihara Kagura nodded slightly, speaking softly. "Third Hokage, I will not harm the interests of the Konoha village. In fact, my presence will only make it stronger." "Why do this?" Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Akihara Kagura, questioning his motives. "Is it because I did not appoint you as the next Hokage? I didn't want to do this." Akihara Kagura shook his head, continuing, "But Lord Danzo insisted on it, trying to clear his name from the accusations of being framed by a dual Kekkei Genkai ninjas that you used." "Being framed and accused, that wasn't Danzo." Sarutobi Hiruzen furrowed his brow, and after just a second of thought, seeing the root ninjas present, he quickly uncovered the truth. "Wait, it was you. It was me." Akihara Kagura looked very pleased with Sarutobi Hiruzen's realization, continuing, "I did it all. I framed Lord Danzo, driving him out of the Konoha, and I also framed you, making you misunderstood by Danzo." "Where's Danzo?" Sarutobi Hiruzen turned his head, searching for Danzo's figure. Akihara Kagura looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen and sighed. "You've seen the records in the sealing book, Third Hokage. You should know that resurrecting someone requires a sacrifice, right?" Sarutobi Hiruzen's forehead twitched, recalling a possibility. "You used Danzo as a sacrifice to resurrect me." "That's right." Akihara Kagura nodded, continuing, "Tomorrow is the third Hokage's funeral. I was worried you wouldn't make it in time to attend, so I purposely resurrected you." "Miss my own funeral?" Sarutobi Hiruzen felt an oddly bizarre sensation, having never heard of such a thing in his nearly 70 years of life before death, being resurrected to attend his own funeral. "Let's go and see." Akihara Kagura softly persuaded Sarutobi Hiruzen, hoping the old man would understand the situation. By the way, the Chunin exams went very successfully. Are you satisfied with them, Lord Hawkage? Is that considered a success? Sarutobi Hiruzen's lips curled into a bitter smile. Weren't the Chunin exams held without delay? Akihara Kagura nodded, continuing, it provided you a grand exit and a grand entrance for Lord Danzo and Lord Orochimaru. It also gave the Konoha village a pretext to start a war with the Sand and Mist villages, forcing them into signing even more stringent treaties. Sarutobi Hiruzen found himself at a loss for words. According to Akihara Kagura, this situation was actually advantageous for the Konoha village, because the Mist and Sand villages were responsible for the death of the third Hokage of the Konoha, providing a pretext for war, something the Konoha village could not just let go. Akihara Kagura had eliminated his own superior as well. From then on, no one in Konoha could suppress Akihara Kagura anymore. Although Jiraiya was Kagura's mentor, he might not think like a politician who could control his disciple and might even delegate all tasks to Kagura. Moreover, if Kagura really was suppressed, he might not hesitate to eliminate Jiraiya. Kagura might have gained control of Konoha. Sarutobi Hiruzen was immediately filled with worry. Kagura, seeing his superior resurrected, felt somewhat relieved. System prompt. Ensure the smooth completion of the joint Chunin exam. Mission completed. Reward. Fire release. Ash pile burning. Fire release. Ash pile burning exhales high-temperature smoke to burn enemies. The smoke can cause high-temperature explosions, and with the Grandmaster of Forbidden Jutsu's enhancement, the range of the smoke released by fire release. Ash pile burning is even more extensive. This is Sarutobi Hiruzen's family ninjutsu. These rewards, however, were somewhat trivial for Kagura. Their only use was to be combined to create more terrifying composite ninjutsu, such as combining ash pile burning with dust release to strike enemies silently and unnoticed. However, this was an extremely awkward time. If any significant movements were made in the ninja world, relying on power to push through the ninja world, it would easily alert and draw the attention of Black Zetsu. If Kagura still wanted Black Zetsu to be his superior, he would have to be careful not to reveal too much, as Black Zetsu's support was crucially needed. In this situation, if Kagura wanted to become stronger, he could only help other superiors with minor tasks, which might still enhance his strength, and there might even be a chance for a major breakthrough. All right. Kagura glanced at Orochimaru and continued, let the third Hokage calm down a bit first, then we'll proceed to the next step. What next step? Orochimaru and Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at each other, their expressions changing. Sarutobi Hiruzen was shocked to see Orochimaru and Kagura, wondering if they had any other unknown plans, suspecting they might have other ideas. Orochimaru looked at Kagura in shock, as he also didn't know their plans, thinking there was only one plan to destroy Konoha. Do you remember your promise? Kagura said to Orochimaru softly. Lord Orochimaru, you did say you would lend me the Manda for a bit. What do you need the Manda for? Sarutobi Hiruzen furrowed his brows. He knew the Manda, the evil summoning beast of Orochimaru, who, along with Jiraiya and Tsunade, were known as the Three Sannin of Konoha, and their summoning beasts had played a significant role. If the Manda caused chaos in Konoha, the resulting chaos would be comparable to the tailed beast disturbance. Do you need the Manda now? Orochimaru's lips curled into a smile, reminding, if you want the Manda help, you usually need to prepare a sacrifice for it in advance. Orochimaru continued, sharing a thought with his mentor. Kagura-kun, you wouldn't be planning to create chaos in Konoha with the Manda and then stop it yourself, by any chance. That would increase your chances of becoming the Hokage, wouldn't it? The body of the Manda should be very large. Let's find a spacious place. Kagura glanced at the root base, not picking up Orochimaru's words, casually dismissing White Zetsu Oi. Oi, go tell Nagato that I have already made Danzo feel the pain. Ask him if he is satisfied with my work. Okay. White Zetsu Oi immediately sank down as he popped up. Do you have contact with Nagato? Orochimaru looked at Kagura, his eyes clearly more suspicious. Kagura-kun, you wouldn't have any relationship with the Akatsuki organization, would you? You did mention before that someone from the Akatsuki had contacted you, asking me to join the organization. Just a little insignificant contact. Kagura did not want to discuss topics that might upset Orochimaru at this time. You should know, I and Brother Nagato are both disciples of Teacher Jiraiya. Sometimes we have to help each other out, and I occasionally assist with things he can't handle. Let's go to a spacious place first. Let me and Manda have a good talk. We can talk about other things later. The night is still very long. Outside the Konoha village, there was a spacious clearing. a group of root ninja dispersed, vigilantly watching for any approaching figures. Akihara Kagura and the third Hokage, Saruto by Hiruzen, stood on the clearing, quietly watching Orochimaru forming hand seals for the summoning jutsu, preparing to summon Manda. "What do you plan to do?" Saruto by Hiruzen tilted his head to glance at Orochimaru, then at Akihara Kagura. "You should have already mastered Sage Mode, right? Why do you need to use the Manda? I need to give Kagura-kun a heads up." Orochimaru also turned to look at Akihara Kagura, offering a proactive warning. "Whatever you ask Manda to do, it will demand 100 people as a sacrifice." "I understand." Akihara Kagura nodded. "That's good then." Seeing Akihara Kagura's agreement, Orochimaru bit his own finger and formed a seal on the ground. "Ninjutsu, summoning jutsu!" Immediately, a huge black summoning sigil appeared on the ground. Amidst a cloud of smoke, a massive purple serpent appeared before them, lowering its head to look down at Orochimaru, who summoned it and spoke in a grim voice. "Orochimaru, what do you need my help with?" "First, prepare 100 people as a sacrifice." "It's not me this time." Orochimaru smiled and shook his head, pointing to Akihara Kagura behind him. "Someone needs your help, specifically asked me to summon you. If you want a sacrifice, you can ask him directly, even if you need more." "Huh!" The Manda couldn't help but tilt its head slightly, looking towards Akihara Kagura. "A brat, what do you want me to do?" "Brat, whatever it is, make sure to prepare 100 people as a sacrifice." Akihara Kagura slowly approached Manda, a tube of Hashirama cells appearing in his hand, and he softly spoke. "I only have one favor to ask of you." "What favor?" Manda asked with a deep voice. "To help become a sacrifice." Akihara Kagura spoke slowly, and his expression suddenly became serious as he quickly formed the hand seals. "Ninjutsu Edo Tensei." Suddenly, a massive black sigil appeared on the ground. This was an experiment that Akihara Kagura had long considered. Even if Manda escaped, it didn't matter. He could also find a way to go to the Ryucha cave and capture it. "What?" Manda was still confused, not quite understanding. However, Orochimaru instantly understood Akihara Kagura's intention, looking incredulously at him. "Kagura-kun, you want to use Manda as a sacrifice?" Akihara Kagura quietly watched the Hashirama cells turn to ash in the sigil, sticking to the body of the Manda, and calmly continued. "This is just an experiment. The stronger the life force, the stronger the reanimated ninja will be. I want to see to what extent power can be restored if we sacrifice a summoning beast like Manda, and see how much of the first Hokage's original strength can be restored." "Interesting." Orochimaru's lips curled up into a slight smile. For Orochimaru, Manda was very useful, but it also had significant drawbacks. It would flee upon encountering danger. Using it for a useful experiment was also an option. In the future, when using the Edo Tensei, he could summon other serpentine creatures with equally strong life forces from the Ryucha cave, and even find ways to enhance the powers of those serpentine creatures, then use them as summoning sacrifices. Wait! Orochimaru suddenly realized something. Akihara Kagura, that bastard, actually wanted to reanimate the first Hokage Hashirama using the Edo Tensei. If this godlike first Hokage became a puppet controlled by Akihara Kagura, how could he compete with him? "Brat, what is this?" Manda looked at the approaching ashes in horror, its scales quickly being enveloped by the ashes, and it rapidly felt its life force draining. Its purple body was continuously turning to ash. "You brat!" The Manda, unable to contain its fury, looked towards Akihara Kagura and bit down. "You actually want to use me as a sacrifice for your wicked jutsu? Isn't that nice?" Akihara Kagura raised his finger, and a thick vine instantly tied around the head of Manda, calmly explaining, "Manda, you are inherently an evil summoning beast, just right for my wicked jutsu experiment." "Brat, wait for it." Manda stared deathly at Akihara Kagura, its snake eyes filled with a chilling murderous intent, clearly eager to kill this audacious individual. The next moment, a cloud of smoke rose. The body of Manda suddenly disappeared from the spot. As a summoning beast, Manda could leave at any time, returning to the Ryucha cave to recuperate, but this time it was clearly miscalculated. Inside the Ryucha cave, Manda looked in horror as the gray continued to spread on its body, completely submerging its form, and its pupils also turned gray in an instant. "No!" Manda still tried to struggle. As a creature with tremendous life force and vast sage chakra, becoming a sacrifice brought especially significant feedback. Its body slowly gathered together and turned into a human form, and from it stepped a figure in red armor. The first Hokage Hashirama stood inside the Ryucha cave, immediately sensing the immense natural energy hidden within the cavern, as well as feeling the power inside him nearly unchanged from before his death, which made him vaguely feel something was amiss. However, Hashirama didn't have time to ponder. A summoning command instantly called him away from the Ryuchi cave, outside the Konoha village. Orochimaru, somewhat regretful yet somewhat relieved, chuckled softly. It seems the experiment failed. If Manda returned to the Ryuchi cave, then the jutsu. No, it succeeded, Akihara Kagura interrupted Orochimaru. After speaking, Akihara Kagura immediately completed the hand seals for the summoning jutsu and slapped his hand on the ground. Ninjutsu, summoning jutsu! The next moment, a figure in red armor appeared before them, the first Hokage, Hashirama. Successfully reanimated with terrifyingly potent chakra within him. What exactly is going on? Hashirama saw the reanimated Sarutobi Hiruzen and also saw Akihara Kagura and Orochimaru who summoned him, and the chakra within him suddenly surged. A tangible chakra emerged around his body. Calm down a bit. Akihara Kagura raised his finger, instantly calming down the first Hokage. Lord First Hokage, it was I who reanimated you. It was you. Hashirama looked curiously at Akihara Kagura. Let's explain everything later. Akihara Kagura, controlling Hashirama, turned back to look at Orochimaru. Lord Orochimaru, you should have the materials for the second and fourth Hokages, right? Could you lend them to me for a moment? Orochimaru's hands suddenly clenched. This bastard knew he had a collection of treasures, but did he think he would just hand them over like that? That would just enhance Akihara Kagura's power. You won't use them for much, will you? Akihara Kagura gently soothed Orochimaru, continuing, Lord Orochimaru, if their power is too strong, you won't be able to control them, and in any case they won't pose any threat to me. We can make a deal. Akihara Kagura looked at Orochimaru, actively saying, besides the 4 Hokages, I won't touch the cage of the other villages. You can reanimate them as you wish. You should understand. As the advisor to the Hokage of the Konoha, I can't just let you reanimate the Konoha's Hokages. It would destabilize the village. Orochimaru immediately gritted his teeth, squeezing out a sentence. With such an advisor, the Konoha is truly fortunate. That's only natural. Akihara Kagura's revival of the 4 previous Hokages was clearly not just for the sake of holding more power. He continued. The village's 2 senior advisors have always been reluctant to let me succeed as the Hokage, but with the 4 previous Hokages in my hand, even if the current Hokage isn't me, I can still influence the village's political situation using the other 4 previous Hokages. Kagura-kun, that's a bit too far-fetched. Orochimaru shook his head, not believing Akihara Kagura's rhetoric. The Konoha's higher-ups won't accept you playing with the dead, will they? But Akihara Kagura stared into Orochimaru's eyes, continuing, if I claim that we won't reanimate the 4 previous Hokages, Lord Orochimaru will continue to use the 4 previous Hokages to harm the Konoha, just when the 3rd Hokage's funeral incident of the Hokage's body being stolen occurred. Taking 10,000 steps back. I could even not tell them, secretly reanimate the 4 previous Hokages, even if they find out, what could they do about it? The previous head of the root, Lord Danzo, also did quite a few things hidden from the higher-ups, didn't he? I'm the same. Everything I do is for the Konoha. You really dare to say it. Orochimaru couldn't believe his ears. This guy, he's actually serious. This guy had really managed to find a reason. If Akihara Kagura really used this reason to request Konoha's higher-ups to allow the reanimation of the historical Hokages, maybe it could actually be approved. Reanimating the 4 Hokages by a rogue ninja and reanimating them by a Hokage's advisor have very different impacts. If the 4 Hokages reanimated by a rogue ninja were used to attack the Konoha's ninjas fighting them would definitely affect morale. In that case, to prevent risks, being used by Akihara Kagura's Edo Tensei might not be unacceptable, but there's still a risk. Orochimaru's gaze shifted slightly, looking at Hashirama and Sarutobi Hiruzen. Kagura-kun, I don't think they will obey your commands if they reveal your true intentions to Konoha. How will you face that then? That's the biggest risk, if the 4 Hokages turn against him at the last moment. Then I can only control the 4 Hokage to destroy Konoha. Akihara Kagura's gaze was calm and peaceful, as if the words he spoke were merely commonplace. For the Konoha, I believe the 4 Hokage will make a rational choice. Sarutobi Hiruzen ominously fell silent. As Akihara Kagura said, it was indeed very risky, but it posed a greater danger to the Konoha. For the sake of the Konoha, they might have to side with Akihara Kagura. This is the best way. As the Hokage of the Konoha, sacrifice is also essential. If everything benefits the Konoha, the future interaction pattern with Akihara Kagura might become a kind of gamble. They could be used by Akihara Kagura, but Akihara Kagura is using them to benefit the Konoha. Hashirama's brows furrowed tightly, still pondering Akihara Kagura and Orochimaru's exchange. He suddenly realized the truth. Wait, this young man called Akihara Kagura, you actually want to destroy the Konoha? Are you and this Orochimaru guy in cahoots? No. No, Akihara Kagura took a deep breath. What I mean is, Akihara Kagura slowly raised his finger again, controlling Hashirama to stand in place, solemnly saying, "If the previous Hokages do not obey my commands, I will control you to destroy the Konoha, destroying the Konoha that the previous Hokages worked hard to build." You! Hashirama struggled to twist his arm. This brat! He had such dangerous idea. The most terrifying part is, this brat's power might have already surpassed his. However, no matter what, he couldn't resist Akihara Kagura's will. He somewhat couldn't believe his power was nearly the same as in his prime. How could he still not break free? Lord First Hokage! Sarutobi Hiruzen glanced at Hashirama, softly persuading him. If it's for the Konoha, a little sacrifice, at least temporarily endure it a bit. Sarutobi Hiruzen also had a little trick. If Akihara Kagura really dared to let them, the historical Hokages, stay by his side, maybe they could gradually influence Akihara Kagura, letting Akihara Kagura slowly understand the historical Hokages, letting Akihara Kagura's heart develop the will of fire. From the current situation, Akihara Kagura didn't seem to want to become a rogue ninja. Lord Orochimaru, your teacher agrees. Akihara Kagura reached out his hand towards Orochimaru. First, hand over the revival materials for the second and fourth Hokage. What about our agreement? Orochimaru squinted his eyes, looking at Akihara Kagura. Besides the cages of the other villages, Orochimaru also thought of a person, Uchiha Madara, who once fought against the first Hokage. Maybe he had to bother finding Uchiha Madara's corpse. Of course it counts. Akihara Kagura nodded, planning to have Kabuto dig up the grave later. Currently, there are 3 ninja in the ninja world who have mastered the Edo Tensei. It seems there are few grave robbers, but the competition for grave robbing is actually quite fierce. Even Orochimaru is already starting his scheming at this moment. Then, Orochimaru extended his hand. A cloud of smoke appeared in his hand. A sealing scroll was tossed to Akihara Kagura by him. May our cooperation be pleasant. On the desolate land, 2 individuals, recently transplanted with Hashirama's cells, were lying there, White Zetsu. To prevent any complications in the relationship between White Zetsu Oi and himself, Akihara Kagura had dispatched White Zetsu to meet with Nagato early on, sparing him the discomfort of witnessing this scene. Ninjutsu, Edo Tensei. Using the materials obtained from Orochimaru, Akihara Kagura performed the Edo Tensei, resurrecting the second Hokage, Tabarama, and the fourth Hokage, Namikaze Minato. The ground where White Zetsu lay was suddenly enveloped in ashes and scraps of paper. A silver-haired man and a golden-haired man rose from the ashes, the second Hokage, Tabarama, and the fourth Hokage, Minato. System prompt: you have a new superior, Namikaze Minato, rewarded with a newcomer's welcome package unlocking new features. Golden flash, capable of transforming into a streak of golden light, moving at an extremely fast speed using the Flying Thunder God technique and Body Flicker technique, making it impossible for enemies to react in time. This feature, Akihara Kagura found it a bit odd. Although the characteristic of the fourth Hokage, Minato, was indeed the golden flash, he wondered if such effects truly belonged in this world. Is that Orochimaru's doing again? As soon as the second Hokage, Tabarama, was revived, his gaze fell upon the crowd. Monkey, are you here too? I remember before your death, you used the Reaper Death Seal to seal us and that Orochimaru. Lord Second Hokage. The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, wore a helpless expression and solemnly explained. That happened in the afternoon. It's already evening now, and our Reaper Death Seal has been undone. The pace was unexpectedly swift. In the afternoon, Sarutobi Hiruzen had just sacrificed himself to seal everyone, and by evening, everyone was resurrected and even privy to some shocking truths. This time, even the fourth Hokage, Minato, was involved. Hey, the seal can be undone. The fourth Hokage, Minato, appeared shocked. How was this achieved? In theory, the Uzumaki clan's sealing jutsu, the strongest being the Reaper Death Seal, involved a mysterious Shinigami and should be unbreakable, yet it had been undone. HMPH, I'm curious too. Orochimaru glanced at the 4 resurrected Hokages, somewhat resentful, for they represented the most potent of the reanimated. Kagura-kun! Orochimaru spared no effort in his flattery, seizing the moment to impress. When did you figure out how to undo the Reaper Death Seal? Orochimaru squinted, slowly continuing. Did you anticipate that the old man would use the Reaper Death Seal in his battle with me, preparing to undo it even before it was used? This is... The fourth Hokage, Minato, looked at Akihara Kagura in surprise, curiously asking, Are you a newcomer to the village? Why haven't I seen you before? Were you the one who undid the Reaper Death Seal? And you performed the Edo Tensei on us? Orochimaru chuckled, a hint of scorn at the corner of his mouth. Worried I would use the Edo Tensei to resurrect you, you took the initiative to resurrect the past Hokages and keep them under your control, the strongest force in the Konoha village, Akihara Kageura. Let me explain. Sarutobi Hiruzen interrupted Orochimaru. This elder was well aware of Orochimaru's intentions and did not want to see him instigate conflicts between the previous Hokages and Akihara Kageura, opting to take the initiative to explain the backstory. I'll do it myself. Akihara Kageura looked at the 4 Hokages present and continued. Everything that happened during the Chunin exams was orchestrated by me from the shadows, using Orochimaru and Lord Danzo's actions with the ultimate goal of capturing all the former Hokages present, turning them into pawns for my future control over the Konoha village's power. Orochimaru's expression was quite intriguing. He still wanted to use words to incite conflict between Akihara Kageura and the 4 Hokages, but now it seemed that his provocative words were much milder compared to what Akihara Kageura had just revealed. This kid, to think he would dare to speak of controlling the Konoha village's power so brazenly. Brat, the Hokage carries more than just power. The first Hokage, Hashirama, made his stance clear, yet quickly realized. Wait, you planned all this, isn't that? You evil little brat, how dare you harbor such rebellious thoughts? The second Hokage, Tabarama, interrupted his elder brother, yet continued rationally. But you seem to want to use our reputation to control the Konoha village's power because there are people in the village who won't follow your orders, aren't willing to accept you as Hokage, right? Kageura. The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, saw that the situation had already hit rock bottom, but now felt that things were beginning to rebound. Have you finally realized that power alone cannot win people's approval? Only a person recognized by everyone can become Hokage. You need to change. That! The fourth Hokage, Minato, rubbed the back of his head, feeling puzzled. Can someone please explain what's going on? The fourth Hokage, Minato, had never experienced these events, feeling like an outsider, unable to grasp what was happening. Why did the other 3 Hokages understand what was happening? Aren't we all Hokages? Didn't the first Hokage and the second Hokage die before him? Why do they also seem to know something? Where's Danzo? The second Hokage, Tabarama, brought up Shimura Danzo, speaking coldly. Did Danzo conspire with this brat and Orochimaru to deceive me and my brother, and he's too scared to show up? That! Sarutobi Hiruzen hesitated for a moment, his expression complex as he explained. Lord Second Hokage, Danzo was the sacrifice I used for the Edo Tensei to resurrect you. This brat used Danzo to resurrect you? Upon hearing this, the second Hokage, Tabarama, fell silent. This kid named Akihara Kageura is playing quite the game. This kid named Akihara Kageura is playing quite the game. Shimura Danzo's death must have been tragic. The second Hokage could imagine Danzo's feelings before his death, making it hard for him to hold Danzo accountable. Tabarama, the first Hokage, Hashirama, immediately reproached his brother. If it weren't for you inventing the Edo Tensei, none of this would have happened today. I've always warned you not to research these strange techniques. Brother, the second Hokage, Tabarama, looked coldly at his elder brother, explaining firmly, this has nothing to do with the technique. It's not the technique that's evil, but the evil in people's hearts. Sarutobi Hiruzen still didn't forget his original intention, helping to explain. Lord Second Hokage Kageura might have been too deeply influenced by Danzo, acting too ruthlessly. Monkey, I almost forgot. The first Hokage, Hashirama, immediately turned to the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, bringing up an issue they hadn't finished discussing that afternoon. Monkey, what exactly is going on with the Uchiha clan? The Uchihas are villagers too, and you're the village's Hokage. It's that the Uchiha clan is inherently evil. The second Hokage, Tabarama, helped Sarutobi Hiruzen make his case. Did the Uchiha clan perish? The face of the fourth Hokage, Minato, grew even more astonished. He had not managed to deal with the Uchiha matter during his lifetime. Orochimaru looked at Minato, the man who had once taken the position of the fourth Hokage from him, and chuckled. Minato, you died too early. Indeed, you bear a great responsibility. And the people who wiped out the Uchiha clan you should be quite familiar with. This. Minato suddenly felt embarrassed, continuing somewhat awkwardly. I had previously said that I would wholeheartedly protect Kushina, and without using the Reaper Death Seal, I couldn't split the Nine Tails chakra. My power wasn't enough to seal the complete Nine Tails. The Nine Tails is indeed very strong. The first Hokage, Hashirama, nodded seriously. This! Minato became even more embarrassed, quickly changing the subject. Speaking of which, who wiped out the Uchihas? Is it someone I know well? Kakashi, Teacher Jiraiya, they don't seem like people who would do such a thing. It was Uchiha Albedo. Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed, bringing up the inevitable fact that Minato would learn sooner or later. Minato, among those who wiped out the Uchihas, was one of your former students, Uchiha Abaido. Abaido? Minato's expression immediately darkened, recalling the student who had died. Is he still alive? Not just. Sarutobi Hiruzen glanced at Minato, continuing. The one who stirred up the Nine Tails chaos in the village, killing Baiwako and Kushina, was also him. The chaos caused by the Nine Tails not only killed Minato and his wife, but also Sarutobi Hiruzen's wife, Baiwako. Uchiha Abaido also nearly killed your remaining child, Uzumaki Naruto. Fortunately, at that time, Kagura and Kakashi arrived in time to spare Naruto from disaster. Sarutobi Hiruzen mentioned this, acknowledging Kagura's contribution. If it weren't for Kagura coincidentally encountering Uchiha Abaido attempting to kill Naruto, we wouldn't even know that the person buried under the memorial stone was still alive in this world. Thank you. Minato sincerely thanked Akihara Kagura. Akihara Kagura paused for a second, indifferently responding. It doesn't matter anymore. That guy also killed Aburame Tatsuma trying to frame me for deserting the Konoha, which influenced Lord Danzo. Otherwise, I wouldn't have ended up in this life and death struggle with Lord Danzo. So that's how it is. The first Hokage, Hashirama's face suddenly became clear, summarizing for himself. So, you're saying that all the problems originated from that rogue ninja named Uchiha Abaido, right? The others, not lacking in intelligence, looked at Akihara Kagura with some indescribable expressions. It's not. The second Hokage, Tabarama, adjusted his forehead, worrying about his elder brother's intelligence and emotional quotient. While it all started with Uchiha Abaido, the mistakes made by others are not easily forgivable, and we are still controlled by others. This kid wants to use us to control the politics of the Konoha. Lord Second Hokage is the one who made the most mistakes, right? Orochimaru, sparing no mercy for his idol, pointed out cheerfully. If it weren't for the Lord Second Hokage separating the Uchiha clan from the Konoha, allowing the Uchiha clan to stand apart from the Konoha, the Uchiha clan would not have perished. If it weren't for the Lord Second Hokage inventing so many forbidden techniques, even leaving us with the Lord First cells, none of this would have happened today. It's all the Lord Second's fault. What did you say? The second Hokage, Tabarama, immediately exploded in anger. Tonight's discussion had seemingly turned into a blame-shifting meeting. Everyone present had made mistakes, not to mention Orochimaru and Akihara Kagura. Everyone present had made mistakes, not to mention Orochimaru and Akihara Kagura. As they talked, it seemed everyone was no good. Lord Orochimaru has a point too. Akihara Kagura nodded, understanding a bit more about the situation of the Uchiha clan. Out of 10 Uchihas, 9.5 would blame the Lord Second Hokage for the mistakes left behind. So many Uchihas in Konoha, only a few mentally ill guys think the Lord Second Hokage made no mistakes. Tabarama, the policy you left behind. The first Hokage, Hashirama, couldn't help but blame his younger brother. It's that the Uchihas are inherently evil. The second Hokage, Tabarama, once again threw out his argument, continuing solemnly. Uchiha Abaido, Uchiha Madara, any Uchiha ninja who awakens the Mangekyou Sharingan are potential rogue ninja who could endanger the Konoha. Stop arguing! Akihara Kagura rubbed his forehead, feeling a headache from their bickering, and took the initiative to start assigning blame. The first to make a mistake was the Lord First Hokage. If it weren't for the Lord First Hokage choosing to give up unifying the ninja world, even splitting the tailed beasts among other ninja villages, allowing other villages to possess the power of the tailed beasts, those villages wouldn't have other ideas, and the ninja world wouldn't have had so many wars. I did it for peace. You're right. Akihara Kagura simply didn't argue, directly pointing at the second Hokage, Tabarama, but your peace led to war, killing the Lord Second Hokage and forcing him to appoint the third Hokage during the wartime, preventing Lord Danzo from competing for the position of Hokage through normal channels, causing Lord Danzo to harbor jealousy, harming others and even attempting to harm me, leading to the situation today. A group of reanimated, including Orochimaru, felt their foreheads twitch. At this point, was there really a need to shift blame onto Danzo? As for the Lord Second Hokage's mistakes, Akihara Kagura looked at Orochimaru. Lord Orochimaru just mentioned it. The most important mistake is still handing over the position of Hokage to the third Hokage, leading to Lord Danzo's jealousy, creating a series of internal conflicts for his own power. The crowd looked at each other. Sarutobi Hiruzen hesitated for a second, taking over the conversation. My mistake is being too indecisive and overly indulgent of Danzo's darkness, leading to the downfall of the Uchiha clan, causing the situation to reach this point today. Everyone's gaze suddenly shifted to Minato. My mistake is dying too early. Minato cautiously surveyed the people present, adding, "Wasn't able to stop Lord Danzo from acting in the shadows, right?" The others silently nodded. "All right, let's talk business. Stop dragging these useless topics." The second Hokage, Tabarama, looked coldly at Akihara Kagura, having already understood the current situation, clearly realizing that the key to breaking the situation lay with Akihara Kagura, simply wanting to use Akihara Kagura first. "Brat, you want to use our identities and power to control the Konoha, meaning we at least stand on the same line in some respects. First we must clear out the threats to the Konoha, right?" "That's well said." Akihara Kagura nodded. The second Hokage, Tabarama's lips curled into a smirk of triumph, suddenly looking at Orochimaru. "Then let's start by cleaning up this guy named Orochimaru, no problem, right? You should also agree that he's a threat to the Konoha, right?" Orochimaru's face suddenly changed. The second Hokage, Tabarama, this bastard, actually wanted to use a divide-and-conquer strategy. "There's no need for that." Akihara Kagura calmed Orochimaru with a single sentence, completely ignoring the second Hokage, Tabarama's intentions. Although Lord Orochimaru did not send a suitable birthday gift this year, in the past he would send gifts every year on my birthday, even being the real person who raised me. If we exclude Lord Orochimaru wanting to take over my body and once treating me as an experimental consumable, I actually still respect Lord Orochimaru. Akihara Kagura always spoke of respect. Thinking of the way Akihara Kagura respected Shimura Danzo, Orochimaru felt a bit uneasy. Orochimaru took a deep breath, his stern face forcibly revealing a smile. "Kagura-kun, since you just used me to undo the Reaper Death Seal, our past grievances should be completely settled, right?" "Of course." Akihara Kagura immediately nodded, continuing. "So the past, where I secretly guided Teacher Jiraiya to destroy Lord Orochimaru's research base, used Nagato to persecute Lord Orochimaru, conspired with Sasori of the Red Sand to drive Lord Orochimaru out of the Akatsuki organization, and leaked Lord Orochimaru's information to the Akatsuki organization. All these grievances are also completely written off today." Orochimaru no longer wanted to settle their grievances. During that time in the Akatsuki organization, he always encountered various troubles. Even after fleeing the Akatsuki organization, he was constantly pursued by the Akatsuki organization, not expecting that it was Akihara Kagura who leaked the information. Those painful experiences were all secretly manipulated by Akihara Kagura. These grievances, is writing them off too unfair to himself. Akatsuki organization. Sarutobi Hiruzen recalled the organization that Uchiha Itachi had once mentioned, frowning. "I remember this organization seems to be Uchiha Obaido's organization, filled with a group of dangerous S-ranked rogue ninjas." "That's right. It's the organization founded by Uchiha Obaido." Akihara Kagura nodded, continuing. "But it doesn't matter. Uchiha Obaido had already recommended me to join the Akatsuki organization. As long as the Lord Hokages are willing to cooperate, we can clean up Uchiha Obaido and the upper echelons of the Akatsuki organization, turning that organization filled with S-ranked rogue ninjas into a pawn for the Konoha and a hidden threat to other enemy villages." The people present looked sideways. This guy's business scope is quite wide. The second Hokage, Tabarama, looked at Akihara Kagura with an extremely complex expression. It had to be said, this kid named Akihara Kagura is a master of political struggle. If Akihara Kagura, this kid, truly is willing to use unscrupulous means to protect the Konoha, even if it's just to control the Konoha's power, it's more beneficial than harmful to the Konoha. "Kid, tell us." The second Hokage, Tabarama, sighed inwardly, looking at Akihara Kagura. "How do you want to use us to help you control the Konoha's power? Just appearing in the Konoha is not an easy matter, right? I think Jiraiya won't agree." Sarutobi Hiruzen also brought up his opinion, actively saying, "Even if my corpse disappears at the funeral, with the occurrence of Orochimaru using the Edo Tensei to resurrect the deceased, given Jiraiya's personality, he won't agree to your doing this." Sarutobi Hiruzen said this, then introduced to the first Hokage and the second Hokage. "Jiraiya is my disciple, also Minato's and Kagura's teacher. I foresaw my possible death during the Chunin exams, specially ordered him to return to the Konoha. Koharu Udate and Hamura Mitokado will support him to become Hokage." "What if teacher Jiraiya doesn't want to become Hokage?" Akihara Kagura chuckled, actively saying, "Besides teacher Jiraiya, there's another person in the Konoha who could potentially become Hokage. One of the other members of the Konoha's Sannin who has always been traveling outside. Maybe he'll support the Edo Tensei." "Tsunade." Sarutobi Hiruzen still held a different opinion. Tsunade is a medical ninja, unlikely to agree with resurrecting the deceased. She probably wouldn't want Konoha to play with the deceased. I know my disciple very well. Little Tsuna, the first Hokage, Hashirama, remembered his most beloved little girl, shaking his head repeatedly. Wait, little Tsuna can't become Hokage. If she becomes Hokage, she'll bankrupt Konoha. Akihara Kagura made everyone's head spin with a single sentence. How can a Hokage without power, always under others' surveillance, have the power to bankrupt Konoha? There was silence. Hashirama's forehead twitched. I believe she would definitely support Edo Tensei. Akihara Kagura lifted his head, looking in a direction, and continued on his own. If someone used the Edo Tensei to revive the person she most wanted to see, making her realize the benefits of Edo Tensei, would she still oppose it? As far as I know, she is not someone who sticks rigidly to rules and regulations. The people present mostly knew Tsunade, except for Akihara Kagura, who was secretly plotting a conspiracy against Tsunade. Orochimaru was pondering over Akihara Kagura's words when he suddenly realized something. He had witnessed all the pain Tsunade had endured and knew exactly where her weaknesses lay. Kagura-kun, whom did you resurrect? It wasn't me. Akihara Kagura shook his head, denying involvement. I only had Yakushi Kabuto resurrect a jonin named Dan Kato from the village. Dan! Orochimaru recalled the man who had long since passed away. Dan Kato, Tsunade's former lover. Dan was the first to support Tsunade in establishing a medical ninja system and aimed to become Hokage but died on the battlefield, leaving Tsunade utterly disheartened. Dan, is it? Sarutobi Hiruzen also remembered the jonin but maintained his judgment. Kagura, you don't understand Tsunade. She would never agree. Akihara Kagura looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen and continued. Perhaps Tsunade, the Akihara Kagura looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen and continued. Perhaps Tsunade, the medical ninja, would not agree, but Tsunade, who became the fifth Hokage, might not refuse. Sarutobi Hiruzen stared at Akihara Kagura in disbelief. Sarutobi Hiruzen slowly realized his error, and even Hashirama noticed that the young man named Akihara Kagura made a lot of sense. If Tsunade were just a medical ninja, no matter how troublesome, she would never choose a forbidden jutsu like Edo Tensei. But if Tsunade were a Hokage, her thoughts might not be the same because at a critical moment threatening Konoha's safety, neither Sarutobi Hiruzen nor Hashirama the Hokages would refuse the art of Edo Tensei. As long as it was to protect the safety of Konoha, any means were justifiable for a Hokage. Third Hokage, you still need to write a will. Akihara Kagura looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen, suggesting proactively, the content of the will should permit me to perform Edo Tensei, resurrecting including you, the past Hokages, to prevent your souls from being exploited by Orochimaru prematurely. As for Lord Orochimaru, first help me excavate the third Hokage's body. Let the village elders know of your threat. After Akihara Kagura finished speaking, he looked towards Orochimaru. Then, please trouble yourself and Yakushi Kabuto to create some problems for our future Hokage. What if Jiraiya becomes the next Hokage? Orochimaru furrowed his brows, posing a hypothetical question. He won't. Akihara Kagura shook his head, his gaze falling on the fourth Hokage, Minato. Fourth Hokage, please keep the nine tails inside you quiet and do not leak any information, lest its other half faces any dire situations. Minato hesitated for a moment, but suddenly remembered his son with Kushina. That! May I see Naruto now? If our plan proceeds smoothly. Akihara Kagura shrugged, then continued, but don't worry too much, since Captain Kakashi is his teacher. I guess Teacher Jiraiya would also like to take him as a disciple. It seemed a bit more worrying now. Minato remembered Kushina's instructions before she died. However, there would still be a chance to meet his and Kushina's child in the future. Orochimaru glanced at Minato, pondering over Akihara Kagura's plan, and suddenly cracked a slight smile. It doesn't seem as bad as I imagined. If one were to speak seriously, apart from Akihara Kagura's extreme way of thinking, Konoha's collapse plan was actually more advantageous for Konoha. Shimura Danzo was indeed dead. Although Sarutobi Hiruzen had died, he had also been resurrected, even bringing along other deceased Hokages, rightfully protecting the safety of Konoha. If it was to protect Konoha, the four Hokages might not reject the art of Edo Tensei. It could even make up for Minato's regrets. The higher-ups of Konoha knew that when Minato and Kushina sacrificed themselves, they left behind an orphan Naruto. Now Minato had a chance to meet his grown-up child. Wait, Orochimaru suddenly realized something. So what had he gained from this plan? Kagura-kun! Orochimaru realized that he seemed to have gained nothing, having lost Shimura Danzo as an ally and lost the first and second Hokages, two powerful Edo Tensei subjects. What had he really gained? He knew the intelligence on Akihara Kagura. knew that this bastard Kagura had been secretly colluding with the Akatsuki to persecute him. How come it seemed like he had been used by Akihara Kagura all along? This doesn't seem quite right, does it? Orochimaru looked at Akihara Kagura and inquired, "The things we discussed before Konoha collapse plan began, they still count, right? Regarding the experimental funds, right?" Akihara Kagura seemed to remember as if for the first time, nodding repeatedly. "Except I can't provide you with a position in Konoha, I can help you with everything else." "But, Lord Orochimaru," Akihara Kagura looked at Orochimaru, adding, "if your experiments yield results, Konoha must also share in your experimental achievements. No matter what advanced technology is the path humanity must take." "You're right," Orochimaru smiled, licking his lips. Akihara Kagura shrugged. As a modern person, one could not ignore the progress of technology, especially since the ninja world also had chakra, an energy that could develop alongside technology. After Orochimaru left, Akihara Kagura raised his finger, communicating with his Tendo path to have him lurk in Orochimaru's shadow to monitor his actions, lest Orochimaru hatch any cunning plans. Because Tendo Shisui could use Akihara Kagura's chakra and was also enhanced by Akihara Kagura's curse seal, he could quickly use the seal to control Orochimaru if there were any movements. Late at night, the root base. Akihara Kagura returned here with a group of Edo Tensei Hokages and a group of root ninjas. Hashirama and Tabarama noticed these ninjas possessing the dual Kekkei Genkai of Sharingan and would release and immediately sensed something unusual about their chakra. "Kid!" Tabarama watched a root ninja, suddenly looking at Akihara Kagura. These test Tabarama watched a root ninja, suddenly looking at Akihara Kagura. These test subjects seem a bit off. "Oh," Akihara Kagura seemed to react for the first time, explaining, "These are survivors I rescued on the night of the Uchiha clan massacre. According to the founder of Root, Shimura Danzo's orders, they no longer have names or pasts and can no longer be considered Uchiha." "Survivors?" Tabarama frowned, looking at Sarutobi Hiruzen. "Monkey, wasn't it said that the Uchiha clan had been exterminated? Only a guy named Uchiha Sasuke was left." "They're not Uchiha," Akihara Kagura sighed, his eyes carrying a trace of innocence. "Although they have the blood of the Uchiha clan, they no longer carry the Uchiha surname. Shimura Danzo liked the Sharingan of the Uchiha clan very much. I thought he would like the Uchiha clan, so I kicked out the trash he recruited and stuffed all these survivors into the root that Shimura Danzo founded." Tabarama clenched his fist tightly. "This damned kid, just because they don't carry the Uchiha surname, are not people of the Uchiha clan. Moreover, how exactly did Shimura Danzo manage things? Not only did the Uchiha clan not perish, but he himself was used as a sacrificial pawn, and even his department was filled with Uchiha." Sarutobi Hiruzen was somewhat stunned. Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't know where to start. Sarutobi Hiruzen thought Akihara Kagura's actions tonight were already unsettling enough. Hearing that Root was stuffed with Uchiha made his brain feel a ridiculous sense of dissonance. Shimura Danzo. He must have died very restlessly, right? After all, Sarutobi Hiruzen knew his old friend's thoughts. Shimura Danzo was single-mindedly determined to destroy the Uchiha clan, but in the end, his department was filled with Uchiha. Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression was complicated as he hesitated to look at Akihara Kagura. "Old man, I remember the police force of Konoha was slaughtered by Uchiha Obaido. Uchiha Itachi killed the people of the Uchiha clan and even used the tailed beast bomb to cleanse the Uchiha lands. Wasn't I colluding with Uchiha Obaido?" Akihara Kagura shrugged, continuing, "Didn't the village send away the 4th Mizukage Yagura on the eve of the massacre night? I gave the information about the 4th Mizukage Yagura to Uchiha Obaido, letting Uchiha Obaido capture the 3 Tails Jinchuriki and give it to Uchiha Itachi. Uchiha Itachi couldn't find these survivors on the night of the massacre. He thought some people were hiding, so he directly used the tailed beast bomb to cleanse the Uchiha lands, and everyone thought the bodies of these survivors were destroyed by the tailed beast bomb." Sarutobi Hiruzen felt his perception was overturned once again. The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, felt his perception was refreshed time and again. Every time he thought everything was over, new surprises would pop up. But perhaps this was also a good thing. At least there was still the blood of the Uchiha clan within Konoha, not just Uchiha Sasuke alone. Sarutobi Hiruzen suddenly remembered when Akihara Kagura asked for Uchiha Sasuke. "No wonder you always said, 'Let Uchiha Sasuke join your root, let Uchiha Sasuke meet his clan.' I thought, Root won't accept him." Akihara Kagura shook his head, indifferently continuing, "I'm just continuing Shimura Danzo's ideology. Uchiha Sasuke is just a puppet controlled by his brother's fate. These survivors in Root are the real Avengers." Sarutobi Hiruzen was silent for a while, then proactively spoke, Kagura Itachi is also a pitiful person. Everything he did was out of desperation. Don't worry, third Hokage. Akihara Kagura looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen, smiling lightly. I won't let his life be too easy. He even refused to save Captain Kakashi. I didn't actively kill him. I was already very merciful, wasn't I? Sarutobi Hiruzen was speechless. After a long while, Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed. I was also pondering solving the Uchiha problem. I didn't expect that I, as the Hokage, couldn't do it, but you did. Maybe my choices were biased. I was always deceived by your extremities. Your heart carries that kindness, making you the most suitable candidate to become the fifth Hokage. Tobirama strongly disagreed. However, Hashirama and Minato thought Akihara Kagura did a good job. Although using Uchiha Itachi's methods seemed a bit underhanded, it successfully resolved the issue between Konoha and the Uchiha, preserving the Uchiha clan's Kekkei Genkai for Konoha, even if these Uchiha were loyal to Akihara Kagura. However, the higher-ups of Konoha were definitely carrying a black pot. The deceased Shimura Danzo died somewhat stifled and wronged. However, Shimura Danzo's utilitarian value had not yet ended. Good opportunity to expand route. Akihara Kagura looked at Karin, instructing, Karin, select another 15 classes of people from the remaining survivors. I'll help them transplant the Lord First cells and publicly claim that Shimura Danzo handed all the dual Kekkei Genkai ninjas he had to me. Isn't the number a bit off? Karin was an extremely cautious assistant, reminding, Lord Kagura, originally Shimura Danzo, recognized a shortage of 143 Sharingan, theoretically 59 people. 15 classes are 60 people. Can the 60th person only use one Sharingan? Why bother with these details now? Tobirama grumbled somewhat dissatisfiedly, interrupting Karin's words. This kid has already become Konoha's strongest candidate. Will anyone question it? I actually want to see how these ninjas, born with both Sharingan and wood release, really perform. No, still be meticulous. Akihara Kagura shook his head, denying the second Hokage Tobirama's disregard for details, instructing, simply screen them directly. I remember they all awakened Sharingan, right? Anyone under 40 can directly be added to route. There are quite a few people. Karin pushed his glasses, pondering over the Uchiha Kagura had rescued, some of whom had grown up. Lord Kagura, if you conduct an assessment regardless of gender, you could also select over 70 people. If the number of Sharingan doesn't match, could someone guess there are other Uchiha living in this world? Few people know these things. Akihara Kagura had already devised a solution, continuing. Then just forge a document from Shimura Danzo, claiming Shimura Danzo was secretly collecting Sharingan all along. These test subjects are all creations of Shimura Danzo, and Root is just the receiver. If anyone questions us later, we also have evidence. The several Hokages present twitched their eyelids. Tobirama's expression was particularly grim, looking sinisterly at Akihara Kagura. Danzo is already dead. Do you still need to use him, Root Base? The questioning of Tobirama seems a bit unreasonable. In the ninja world, using the deceased is not uncommon. Aren't these Hokages also deceased and still being utilized by Akihara Kagura? However, tonight, Akihara Kagura is indeed very busy. In the Root Base laboratory, Akihara Kagura is swamped with work. Tobirama voluntarily comes to assist Akihara Kagura, wanting to observe the experiment of creating a ninja with dual Kekkei Genkai. As a result, Tobirama sees Akihara Kagura ordering an Uchiha to lie on the laboratory table, then directly taking out a syringe and injecting Hashirama cells into the body of an Uchiha. Tobirama's forehead twitches, feeling the experiment is absurd. What a joke! Experiments are not this simple. If we go by your experimental methods, the nurses at Konoha Hospital could conduct such experiments. Crack! Wooden spikes start to grow from the body of the Uchiha on the experiment table. Tobirama's gaze suddenly hardens. Why did this Uchiha not show any signs of rejection and even directly awaken the wood release of the elder brother? Tobirama suddenly realizes something, a guess forming in his mind. Is there some bloodline connection between the Senju and the Uchiha? This matter startles Tobirama. Tobirama is not unaware of the powerful assimilative capabilities of his elder brother's cells, never imagining that someone could transplant his brother's cells so simply. Sharingan and wood release, Uchiha and Senju, according to the basic principles of biology, unless there is a possibility of a close blood relation, it would not be possible for the experiment to succeed so easily. Of course, this is also Akihara Kagura's scientific technique. After this experiment, the Root Base had a total of 84 dual Kekkei Genkai ninjas, exactly matching the entire Anbu department, plus Yamanaka Fu and Aburame Torun. Karin, The root base has a serious overstaffing issue. Theoretically, the root base should only be equivalent to an Anbu squad, yet now the number of members has exceeded that of the Anbu. Take them to get equipped. Akihara Kagura commands Karin, saying, "It won't be long before Lord Orochimaru." Akihara Kagura commands Karin, saying, "It won't be long before Lord Orochimaru causes trouble at the Memorial Stone, and someone from the Hokage Tower will call me over to discuss matters." "Yes," Karin nods. "Where is the third Hokage will?" Akihara Kagura then asks about another key matter. "They've already returned." Karin nods, continuing to report. "The third Hokage and the fourth Hokage secretly placed the will in his house. The cleanup Anbu should soon discover it." Inside the Hokage Tower. In fact, both Hokage advisors were also up all night. Even though they were already old, they did not sleep at all that night, continuously trying to persuade Jiraiya to accept the position of the next Hokage. However, Jiraiya simply does not agree, first nominating his disciple Akihara Kagura, which the two Hokage advisors outright rejected. No matter how Jiraiya persuaded, the two Hokage advisors refused his proposal on the grounds that Akihara Kagura was too young and too extreme in character and needed more experience. Jiraiya had no choice but to bring up Tsunade's name. Tsunade! Koharu Udatain and Hamura Mitakado do recognize her as a suitable candidate. If you can bring Tsunade back, she would also be a suitable successor. If you can't bring Tsunade back, you must assume the position of the fifth Hokage yourself. Konoha is very chaotic right now. There must be someone to oversee the big picture. Koharu Udatain looks at Jiraiya, softly persuading him. Although Akihara Kagura is the Hokage's assistant, you know his character. Now is not the time for him to take charge. Kagura might not be unsuitable. Jiraiya actually quite approves of his disciple, lightly laughing as he reminds them. At least with Kagura around, the villages of Mist and Sand wouldn't dare make any big moves, right? Power can only bring obedience, not submission. Koharu Udatain shakes her head, sighing. If Kagura could mature a bit, we might also be willing to go against Hiruzen's last wishes and promote him to the position of fifth Hokage. Let's get through the old man's funeral first. Jiraiya waves his hand, very impatient with their persuasion. However, before they had finished discussing, Anbu ninjas heading to the Memorial Stone to continue setting up the funeral came to report some bad news. Lord Jiraiya, Orochimaru suddenly appeared, dug up the grave of the third Hokage, and stole the body of the third Hokage. We couldn't catch up with him. What? The faces of Jiraiya and the two Hokage advisors suddenly changed. Because they knew why Orochimaru wanted to steal the third Hokage's body, surely intending to use the Edo Tensei technique to resurrect the third Hokage, Saruto by Hiruzen, to fight against Konoha. That guy, Orochimaru! Koharu Udatain is so angry that her entire body is not well, hastily calming her chest. If Orochimaru resurrects Hiruzen to fight against Konoha. Advisor! An Anbu ninja holding a letter handed it over to the two Hokage advisors. We found a will at the third Hokage's house. A will? Koharu Udatain takes it, frowning. Hiruzen had already considered his own death. It seems we can see his last wishes in this will. This will is actually quite short. The third Hokage, Saruto by Hiruzen, carefully explained in his will that he had already prepared for the possibility of dying in battle when he learned of Orochimaru's actions, so he made two arrangements in this will to avoid problems in Konoha. First, the position of Hokage should be succeeded by Jiraiya. If Jiraiya is unwilling to succeed as the fifth Hokage of Konoha, then have Jiraiya bring Tsunade back to succeed, while Akihara Kagura remains as the Hokage's assistant and head of the root. Second, if he unexpectedly dies in the battle with Orochimaru without killing Orochimaru, allow Akihara Kagura to use the Edo Tensei technique, resurrecting some powerful ninjas to prevent them from being used by Orochimaru. Because Kagura has the strongest learning talent and is the most powerful, making him the most suitable candidate to learn the Edo Tensei technique. He had already taught Akihara Kagura the Edo Tensei technique, giving him some resurrection materials for powerful ninjas. The old monkey really knows you well, Koharu Udatain sighs, handing the will to Jiraiya, sighing again. It seems he already guessed that you might not accept the position of Hokage, informing us in the will that once you are unwilling to succeed, bring Tsunade back as the fifth Hokage. Old man, Jiraiya sighs in his heart. This teacher really understands him, even foreseeing such things, and also predicted that Orochimaru might continue to use the Edo Tensei technique. Regarding his own disciple, Saruto by Hiruzen really knew him deeply. Let's call Kagura over. Hamura Mitakado looks at them, suggesting, this matter should be told to him if, according to Sarutobi, preventing Orochimaru's plan still falls on his shoulders. Old man shouldn't have let Kagura learn the Edo Tensei technique. Jiraiya puts away the will, speaking softly. Kagura is already powerful enough. I'm worried he'll become obsessed with forbidden techniques, affecting his nature. Jiraiya. Koharu Yudate raises a problem that catches Jiraiya off guard. If Kagura can't use the Koharu Yudate raises a problem that catches Jiraiya off guard. If Kagura can't use the Edo Tensei technique to deal with the resurrected by Orochimaru's Edo Tensei, should he also, like the old monkey, use the Reaper Death Seal to seal the dead? Jiraiya is silent for a while, then suddenly laughs loudly. Ha ha ha, don't worry about that, it's not up to that kid yet, I'll learn the Reaper Death Seal, isn't that enough? But, Koharu Yudate looks at Jiraiya, not quite agreeing with his idea. Now we clearly have a solution that doesn't require your sacrifice, and besides, Hiruzen stated in the will that Kagura has already learned to use the Edo Tensei technique, even giving him some powerful ninjas, resurrection materials. Kagura is my disciple. Jiraiya shakes his head, still not agreeing with this. That child could have a better future, he shouldn't be involved in such techniques. There is darkness in Kagura's heart. Hamura Mitokado disagrees with Jiraiya's view, speaking solemnly. He is the head of the root, you should know what the root means. This matter we notify Kagura. Koharu Yudate is very firm. If there's no way to deal with Orochimaru, perhaps Hiruzen's last words are the best solution, at least also as a precaution, letting him resurrect some powerful ninjas as soon as possible. At dawn, when Ambu notifies Akihara Kagura to come to the Hokage Tower, the two Hokage advisors are still arguing with Jiraiya about this matter, discussing whether Akihara Kagura should use the Edo Tensei technique. Kagura, have you learned the Edo Tensei technique? Jiraiya sees his disciple, the first thing he asks. Yes. Akihara Kagura nods, surprised, looking at his teacher. How did the teacher know about this? The third Hokage also gave me some resurrection materials from previous Hokages, saying he had a way to seal the souls of the first and second Hokages. But Orochimaru might have a way to unseal it, letting me resurrect the previous Hokages at the necessary moment to prevent Orochimaru from resurrecting the previous Hokages first to attack Konoha. Old man really is restless. By the way, where's Danzo? Koharu Yudate inquires about a concerning matter. Danzo. Akihara Kagura hesitates for a moment, speaking softly. Danzo is still under house arrest at the root base. Having learned of the third Hokage's death, Danzo seems to have given up on seeing anyone, handing all of his dual Kekkei Genkai ninjas over to me. Danzo! Hamura Mitokado sighs deeply. If it weren't for his collusion with Orochimaru. Well, he and the old monkey grew up together and also fought for a lifetime, perhaps thinking that killing the old monkey would be exhilarating, only to end up in pain. All right. Jiraiya is somewhat dispirited, dropping the will in his hand, not wanting to bring up Shimura Danzo, speaking solemnly. Let's go attend the old man's funeral first. Even though Sarutobi Hiruzen's body has already disappeared, this matter cannot be known by the ninjas of Konoha to avoid causing greater panic in the village. At the back mountain of Konoha, the funeral scene at the memorial stone has been rearranged. Many Konoha ninjas dressed in black clothes come to send off the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, each person's face showing a mournful expression, because Sarutobi Hiruzen was like a kind grandfather, having interacted with every child in the village. Under a large tree, 4 Hokages stand under the tree observing the funeral. Sarutobi Hiruzen watches the scenes at the funeral, looking at the crowd, sighing softly, feeling somewhat uncomfortable with the taste. Third Hokage condolence. Minato stands beside Sarutobi Hiruzen, softly comforting him. Hashirama nods, feeling, monkey, to be loved by so many people you've not lost to the name of Hokage. Right. Tabarama also nods, gently encouraging Sarutobi Hiruzen. There's still a long time ahead. When Tsunade returns, there will still be a chance to see them again. Sarutobi Hiruzen can only nod, a complex smile appearing on his face. Perhaps there's nothing regrettable about a person's death. The only regret is not having spread the will of fire, passed down from the first Hokage and the second Hokage to more people, especially not having passed it to Akihara Kagura. You've already done well. Tabarama extends his hand, gently patting Sarutobi Hiruzen's shoulder. Is that Naruto? Minato sees a boy with blonde hair, instantly recognizing his own son. Naruto has grown up so much. Minato's face shows a trace of joy, gazing far into the mournful shadows at the funeral, searching for people he knows. Kakashi has also become an adult, and there are many people I know here. Perhaps it's because it's my funeral. Sarutobi Hiruzen says these words, feeling increasingly the strangeness of it. Fortunately, his mind is very open. He couldn't help but laugh out. Observing one's own funeral, what does it feel like? It's indeed a very interesting experience. Yes, Minato nods, actually feeling somewhat regretful. If I had the chance to see my own Minato nods, actually feeling somewhat regretful. If I had the chance to see my own funeral, that would have been good. Minato, don't say that. Sarutobi Hiruzen shakes his head, emitting a sigh. I'm already an old man, dying won't affect much. At that time you were still young. Hashirama watches the crowd at the funeral, not finding anyone he knows, suddenly seeming to discover something, a bit surprised. Monkey, that kid called Akihara Kagiura, he's very sad at your funeral. He's actually mourning your departure too. Big brother. Tabarama adjusts his forehead, helplessly explaining. That kid has already used the Edo Tensei technique to resurrect the monkey. Do you think that kid is really sad? It's just a performance for others. These few Hokages are observing from afar, but Akihara Kagiura must stand in black clothes in front of the memorial stone, gently holding a white flower in front of the portrait of the third Hokage. Kagiura! Hate Kakashi looks at Akihara Kagiura. What's up? Akihara Kagiura's eyes lift, looking at Hate Kakashi. Nothing. Hate Kakashi looks up at the sky, his mind pondering something. After the funeral is over, let's find a time to talk. Don't be sad. Akihara Kagiura shakes his head, seemingly not understanding Hate Kakashi's thoughts, thinking he is sad about the third Hokage's funeral, actively comforting him. For the third Hokage, death is not the end of life. That's right. Yumino Uruka strongly agrees with what Akihara Kagiura said, speaking softly. Death is not the end of life. It never is. The will of the third Hokage still accompanies us. Like a red thread, with time passing, it will bloom more and more brightly. Akihara Kagiura looks at Yumino Uruka, not actively speaking. In fact, what he said was literally true. Not only is the will of Sarutobi Hiruzen passed down, Sarutobi Hiruzen himself will also be with you. Perhaps there are opportunities to meet, and even now he is watching the funeral, seeing which person's emotions are not in place. The funeral of the third Hokage has ended. However, the chaos within the Konoha village has just begun. The first matter of concern is the need for a new Hokage in the village. This issue needs to be resolved quickly. Only a new Hokage can reassure the people, and Jiraiya has been tasked with handling this. The second issue concerns the Mist and Sand villages. The ninjas who stirred up riots from these villages are still locked up in prison. During the Chunin exams, the Sand and Mist villages, along with other smaller ninja villages, caused turmoil in the Konoha. The question now is whether to declare war on them or to seek immediate peace to avoid involving the Rock and Cloud villages, potentially triggering a great ninja war. However, a message requesting peace was soon received from the Sand village. This is because the ninja of the Sand found the body of the fourth Keisuke Rasa, who was killed by Orochimaru. Even his face dissolved away. A message also arrived quickly from the Mist village. They were deceived by Orochimaru and Shimura Danzo, and the Mist ninjas also found the body of the elder Genji, hoping the Konoha could forgive them for being manipulated. Inside the Hokage building, two Hokage advisors plan to agree to negotiations. However, Akihara Kagiura strongly disagrees with peace negotiations. This was his opportunity to use it as a pretext to attack the Sand and Mist villages and use wood release to absorb the chakra of the ninjas from these villages. We must teach them a lesson. Akihara Kagiura, like Shimura Danzo, adopts a very tough external stance. If we forgive even this, then the death of the third Hokage would be too cheap. This isn't the time for war. I am an advisor to the Hokage. Akihara Kagiura cut off the two Hokage advisors, looking at them. Shouldn't I decide before a new Hokage is elected in the village? But the war. Hamura Mitokado hurriedly tried to stop Akihara Kagiura. Ninjas must not fear sacrifice. Akihara Kagiura smiled at Hamura Mitokado and continued, Are the two respected advisors afraid to sacrifice their lives for the sake of the Konoha? I am not afraid of sacrifice. Hamura Mitokado stood up abruptly, his voice deep. I am worried that attacking the two ninja villages at this time will be exploited by other enemy countries. Don't worry about that. Don't worry about that. Akihara Kagiura looked at him somewhat surprised. If I lead the route alone, I can solve them and force them to surrender completely to Konoha. If it can be resolved through negotiation, we should try to do so. Koharu Yudate sighed, took the initiative to explain. If they can agree to our harsh conditions, there's no need to make an extra trip, isn't it? Starting a fight needlessly will only bring more hatred. Akihara Kagiura definitely did not want to give up this opportunity, tapping his fingers lightly on the table. This will also deter other major villages from thinking they can approach us if something happens in the Konoha. Lord Kagiura, Lord Advisor. a Jonin responsible for patrolling the village after the war, hurriedly came to report. A small team from the rock village sneaked into our village and we repelled them. To kill a chicken to scare the monkeys. Akihara Kagura glanced at the two Hokage advisors. Lord Kagura, Lord Advisor, a member of the Ambu, also came to report an emergency situation. Looking grim, there are unknown enemies who have sneaked into the village, and the village's guarding ninjas have been hit with an illusion. Go ahead. Akihara Kagura waved his hand and slowly stood up to instruct. Continue to strengthen patrols, continue to investigate whether there are other enemies sneaking in. By the way, where is Teacher Jiraiya? Akihara Kagura looked at the two Hokage advisors. He should be on the rooftop. Hamura Mitakado hesitated and thought about it. On the rooftop of the Hokage building. Jiraiya and Hajike Kakashi were both here, because Jiraiya and Hajike Kakashi both had things they wanted to talk about with each other. What a hassle! Jiraiya stood there, overlooking the entire village, and sighed. Those two stubborn old men still won't let him take over the position of Hokage, dragging many matters unresolved. He still hasn't taken over the position of Hokage. Hajike Kakashi lowered his head and suddenly brought up a matter. During the Chunin exam, only the third Hokage was sacrificed. It's thanks to Kagura. Jiraiya nodded, continuing, I know all about it. If it weren't for his timely arrival, probably more people would have died. But Hajike Kakashi had witnessed the entire battle between the third Hokage and Orochimaru on the day of the Chunin exam, and he continued softly. That day, Orochimaru brought up something. Danzo was captured. Everything was within their plan. Danzo would persuade Kagura to do something. Jiraiya fell silent. This tall man sighed and shook his head. Don't worry about this issue. I trust Kagura's judgment. I took him outside for training for 2 years. Although his actions and thoughts are somewhat extreme, most of the time he is a child who listens to advice. All right. Jiraiya skipped over the topic of Kagura, talking about his own matters. Hand Naruto over to me. Although the old man asked you to monitor Naruto, it was a good choice, but now the situation has become so complex that even you can't handle it. I've been monitoring that guy Orochimaru. I know he once joined an organization. That organization has a quite dangerous mode of operation, recruiting many S-rank rogue ninjas. They have a quite grand goal. As Jiraiya spoke here, he remembered the exchanges between his own students in the past and sighed again. Perhaps their goal is not as dangerous as Kagura's idea. Hajike Kakashi's eyes twitched, and he took the initiative to ask, will they harm Naruto? Maybe they will, maybe not. Jiraiya shook his head, continuing, but sooner or later Naruto will have a conflict with them, and it will be very dangerous then, because Naruto had signed the summoning contract of Mount Mayaboku. In a sense, Uzumaki Naruto is also his student. Jiraiya was very clear about his students, Nagato leading the dangerous Akatsuki organization. Perhaps is the child of prophecy, perhaps not, but aimed to revolutionize the ninja world, just in a dangerous way. Uzumaki Naruto was born in the Konoha, sealed inside him the strongest tailed beast Kurama. Perhaps he might also be the child of prophecy. This little guy also has quite excellent ninja potential, very likely to also revolutionize the ninja world. According to the prophecy of the great Toad Sage and Jiraiya's judgment, the two people who want to revolutionize the ninja world will sooner or later collide. Jiraiya could not let Uzumaki Naruto continue to stay by Hajike Kakashi's side. He wanted to teach Uzumaki Naruto in his own way, to help the little guy grow up quickly. Hajike Kakashi frowned, continuing to ask, but with Kagura in the village, shouldn't the village be safer? Kagura can't always protect him. Jiraiya shook his head, his expression very serious. Kagura indeed has the responsibility to protect Konoha, but to carry all the responsibility on his back is too much for him. That's not what I meant. Hajike Kakashi hurriedly waved his hand, indicating that he didn't mean this. You also need to work hard in your training, and your student Uchiha Sasuke must grow. You also need to work hard in your training, and your student Uchiha Sasuke must grow up quickly. Hajike Kakashi's face suddenly changed. I will take Naruto out of Konoha for a while. Jiraiya stood up straight, continuing, that kid who always clamors about wanting to become Hokage, this time he should be able to help. Jiraiya planned to take Uzumaki Naruto to meet Tsunade, as he and the two Hokage advisors had agreed to bring Tsunade back to take up the position of the fifth Hokage. However, Tsunade might not agree. Jiraiya believed that Uzumaki Naruto had the potential to be recognized by Tsunade, and wanted to take Uzumaki Naruto out with him, also to facilitate teaching his training. Hajike Kakashi did not respond, because Hajike Kakashi was still thinking about Jiraiya's words. If Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Obito were both in that organization, he and his student Uchiha Sasuke would sooner or later have a conflict with that organization. But Hajike Kakashi stretched out his hand, then slowly clenched it into a fist. Could he really do as Jiraiya said, strike down Uchiha Obaido ruthlessly? Never mind. Hadate Kakashi sighed, his mind recalling another person in that organization. If Uchiha Itachi is also in that organization, then Sasuke must grow up quickly. Hadate Kakashi planned to set a time with Uchiha Sasuke to have a good talk with his student about how to use the Sharingan and about training. Inside the Konoha village, two figures wearing conical hats sat in a shop. These two people were dressed in black robes with auspicious clouds, calmly enjoying their lunch, although this meal was just a plate of natto, a few skewers of tricolor dumplings, and a cup of sweet soup. One of them was eating very seriously, gently picking up a skewer of tricolor dumplings and chewing on the sweetness oozing out of the dumplings. Does the food from our hometown still taste the same as before? Another person grinned and asked, slowly raising his head, revealing a fierce and terrifying shark face. It was Hoshigaki Kisame, a member of the Akatsuki organization and an S-rank rogue ninja from the Mist Village. However, under the conical hats, it was a face that the ninjas of the Konoha deeply hated. Uchiha Itachi, a member of the Akatsuki organization and an S-rank rogue ninja from Konoha. This place is very dangerous. Uchiha Itachi did not answer Hoshigaki Kisame's words, just softly reminded. Once we are discovered, we could be killed at any time. Are you worried about Akihara Kagura who once defeated you? Hoshigaki Kisame was not concerned about Uchiha Itachi's reminder, even somewhat interested. If there's a chance, I really want to have a good fight with him. Let's not talk big. Uchiha Itachi shook his head, his gaze noticing some Konoha jonin also came to this small shop to gather, even very familiar Hadate Kakashi and Kakashi's student Uchiha Sasuke. He said softly, Kisame, we should leave. All right then. Hoshigaki Kisame picked up the bandaged giant sword beside him. As they were leaving, Hadate Kakashi noticed them, quietly instructed a nearby companion Sarutobi Asuma and Kurenai Yuhai, signaling them to intercept those two figures wearing black robes with auspicious clouds. What's wrong? Uchiha Sasuke curiously looked at Hadate Kakashi, his peripheral vision just catching sight of the tricolor dumplings and natto on the table in the small shop, a look of disdain flashing in his eyes. I hate natto and sweet things the most. You go train first. Hadate Kakashi sent away his student. After Uchiha Sasuke left, Hadate Kakashi's gaze became somewhat solemn, and he swiftly ran towards the direction Sarutobi Asuma and Kurenai Yuhai had left, elsewhere, on a small path by the Naka River. Hoshigaki Kisame and Uchiha Itachi were still chatting. The leader of the organization doesn't seem to have sent us here on a mission. Hoshigaki Kisame was carrying Samehada, the giant sword, chuckling. But since we're here, why not take the opportunity to take away the 9 tails Jinchuriki of the Konoha? After all, Akatsuki also needs the tailed beasts. It's still too early. Because of the riot during the Konoha Chunin exam, Uchiha Itachi came to his hometown under the pretext of scouting intelligence. He was somewhat worried that the death of the third Hokage would cause the agreement he had with the third Hokage to become invalid, fearing that his younger brother Uchiha Sasuke would encounter danger. At this time, Uchiha Itachi wanted to talk with Akihara Kagura, hoping that Akihara Kagura would continue to abide by the agreement and not give up the agreement because of the death of the third Hokage. Honestly, this negotiation was a bit dangerous. Uchiha Itachi was a bit unsure in his heart, because Uchiha Itachi was very worried that after the death of the third Hokage, Akihara Kagura might completely lose control and kill him on sight. This possibility was a bit too great. However, Uchiha Itachi soon had no mood to think about it. Because their whereabouts had already been discovered, Konoha Jonin Sarutobi Asuma and Kurenai Yuhai received a signal from Hadate Kakashi, continuously tracking their traces, finally intercepting them, clearly wanting to investigate their true identities. Take off your conical hats. Sarutobi Asuma's mouth held a cigarette. He spoke leisurely. Appearing in the Konoha at this time in disguise, it seems like the comers are not kind. Mr. Asuma, Miss Kurenai. Uchiha Itachi stretched out his arm to undo the buttons of the black robe with auspicious clouds, revealing one hand to take off the conical hat on his head, the hometown breeze dispersing his hair. Uchiha Itachi. Sarutobi Asuma's eyes gradually became solemn. Because on the night of the clan massacre, Uchiha Itachi, controlling the Susanoo and the Three Tails, made too much noise, brazenly using the tailed beast ball to slaughter his own clan. This cruel and terrifying method is still deeply etched in the minds of the Konoha ninjas. Hoshigaki Kisame. Hoshigaki Kisame took off his conical hat, introduced himself with a sentence. His smile was very ferocious. Mr. Itachi, I thought your only acquaintance in Konoha was that guy Akihara Kagura. Hoshigaki Kisame is a very daring man. His goal has always been the strongest combat power in Konoha, Akihara Kagura. Any powerful ninja in the ninja world would certainly set their sights on Akihara Kagura. Mr. Asuma, Miss Kurenai. Uchiha Itachi calmly watched Sarutobi Asuma and Kurenai Yuhai. Please clear the way, I do not wish to kill you here. That doesn't sound like something you would say. Sarutobi Asuma smiled at the corner of his mouth, waving his chakra blades, ready to engage them. Creating such a serious incident in the village, almost causing a new-tailed beast chaos, it's better I kill you here. Is that so? Hoshigaki Kisame was the first to move, his Samehada slashing through the air, cutting towards Sarutobi Asuma's shoulder. The bandages wrapped around Samehada instantly burst, its sharp barbs piercing Sarutobi Asuma's shoulder, bringing up a spray of blood. However, the next second, vines sprouted from the ground, growing into a large tree that wrapped around Hoshigaki Kisame's body, not sparing even Uchiha Itachi nearby. Is this would release? Hoshigaki Kisame watched the scene somewhat surprised. No, Uchiha Itachi let the vines wrap around his body, his expression unmoved as he looked up. It's just an illusion. Such a level of illusion has no effect on me. In an instant, the illusion was dispelled by Uchiha Itachi. Even Kurenai Yuhai was countered by her own illusion. Uchiha Itachi's sleeve flashed with a sharp kunai, rushing towards Kurenai Yuhai, breaking through her defenses with 2 moves, kicking her into the river. Sarutobi Asuma was shocked, yet Hoshigaki Kisame also suddenly exerted force, swinging his Samehada, making Sarutobi Asuma retreat step by step, catching him off guard. Fortunately, Hadate Kakashi arrived in time. Hadate Kakashi released a shadow clone to quickly rescue Sarutobi Asuma, his body leaping into the river, standing in front of Kurenai Yuhai, facing Uchiha Itachi. Uchiha Itachi! Hadate Kakashi's hand rested in his pocket, looking at his former subordinate. Tell me, Hadate Kakashi's hand rested in his pocket, looking at his former subordinate. Tell me, what is your purpose in coming to Konoha? Looking for something. Uchiha Itachi watched Hadate Kakashi calmly, pondering his purpose, and coldly continued. By the way, looking for someone to test my power anew. Akihara Kagura, who else is more suitable than the strongest combat power of Konoha? Hoshigaki Kisame picked up his Samehada, leaping beside Uchiha Itachi. I thought Mr. Itachi would disagree with my opinion. Before leaving Konoha, I was defeated by him. Uchiha Itachi's expression remained calm, as if speaking from his heart. Killing my former opponent to test the power I have cultivated over the years is only natural. Are you serious? Hadate Kakashi's pupils subtly shifted. Could it be that Uchiha Itachi really gained new power outside? Otherwise, why would he dare to challenge Akihara Kagura with confidence, having been defeated by Kagura 3 times, each without any resistance? Interesting. A voice drifted down from the sky. Everyone involuntarily looked up. He's actually flying. Even though Sarutobi Asuma and Kurenai Yuhai were ninjas of Konoha, they couldn't help but be astonished at Akihara Kagura's ability to fly. Hadate Kakashi was somewhat prepared. This flying ability stemmed from the 3rd Tsuchikage of Rock Village's super lightweight rock technique, which Hadate Kakashi had seen before. Is this the strongest combat power of Konoha? Hoshigaki Kisame's eyes twitched slightly, but his hands quickly formed seals, grinning. Come down first. Water release, water shark bullet technique. A surge of water rose to the sky, flying towards Akihara Kagura, transforming into a giant shark water bullet, biting at Akihara Kagura. Fire release, great fire technique. Akihara Kagura released a ball of fire, and even though it was just a C-rank fire release, it instantly enveloped and melted the entire shark water bullet into steam. Akihara Kagura's body slowly descended, standing beside Hadate Kakashi, lightly waving his hand. You go on and continue patrolling elsewhere, leave them to me. Kagura! Hadate Kakashi frowned slightly, wanting to advise a word. Don't be careless, Itachi has not been. First, take John and Asuma for treatment. Be careful. Hadate Kakashi could only offer a reminder, immediately taking Sarutobi Asuma and Kurenai Yuhai away from there, still somewhat uneasy. In the middle of the river, only 3 people remained standing on the water surface. Hoshigaki Kisame's lips twitched, waving his Samehada first, charging towards Akihara Kagura. Your chakra, Samehada likes it very much. With Hoshigaki Kisame's action, the bandages wrapped around Samehada all burst apart, revealing the true face of the Samehada, a shark's mouth full of sharp teeth biting towards Akihara Kagura. Lava release, vacuum flame blade. A kunai appeared in Akihara Kagura's hands. He exhaled a breath of chakra onto the kunai. A ninjato composed of lava release chakra appeared in his hands. This was a composite ninjutsu of wind release, vacuum blade, and lava release chakra. Akihara Kagura swung his ninjato, continuously splattering magma at the same hada, the intense heat of the magma making Hoshigaki Kisame's same hada emit a painful shriek. Even with the ability to devour chakra, same hada could hardly bear the high temperature of the magma, becoming frightened and trying to shrink back. Is same hada scared too? Hoshigaki Kisame pressed his hand on his ninjato, calming down the same hada, his body retreating a few steps, trying to use ninjutsu to compete with Akihara Kagura. Kisame! Uchiha Itachi stopped Hoshigaki Kisame. Mr. Itachi, you are not his match. Uchiha Itachi shook his head, his expression becoming very serious and solemn, showing none of his earlier pride. Let me do it! Tsukuyomi! The next moment, Uchiha Itachi stared directly at Akihara Kagura, his Sharingan suddenly transforming into a Mangekyo Sharingan, and the Tsukuyomi illusion instantly activated. As if unconcerned, Akihara Kagura fell straight into the Tsukuyomi illusion, his spirit also appearing in Uchiha Itachi's Tsukuyomi illusion world, under the blood moon, in the black and white world of Tsukuyomi. After Uchiha Itachi's spirit appeared in this world, he subconsciously felt a persistent pain because he felt his brain was somewhat overwhelmed. A deafening voice entered Uchiha Itachi's ears. What? Uchiha Itachi furrowed his brows, following the source of the voice, raising his head to see a figure as tall as a mountain standing in the Tsukuyomi world. This is... Uchiha Itachi's pupils rapidly constricted. What kind of joke is this? This giant like Akihara Kagura? This the spiritual power of Akihara Kagura? Is this level of spiritual power really controllable by the Tsukuyomi illusion? Is this level of spiritual power really controllable by the Tsukuyomi illusion? Uchiha Itachi finally realized why he felt his brain was overwhelmed, because Akihara Kagura's spiritual power was too terrifying, allowing Akihara Kagura to enter the Tsukuyomi world, paying a price that even he found painful in terms of spiritual power and visual prowess. If one wanted to control time on Akihara Kagura's body in the Tsukuyomi world, it might even cause his Mangekyo Sharingan to go completely blind. This cannot be done. Uchiha Itachi immediately made a clear judgment. Now, while it was just him and Akihara Kagura, was the time to properly negotiate. He wanted to make sure that Uchiha Sasuke would not have any problems. Really interesting. Akihara Kagura extended his palm, as if grabbing an ant, picking up Uchiha Itachi's body, placing him in front of himself. Uchiha Itachi, what is the purpose of your infiltration into Konoha again? Did the Akatsuki organization give you orders? No. Uchiha Itachi shook his head, speaking softly. I heard there was a riot in Konoha, just wanted to come to Konoha to confirm Sasuke's safety. Don't worry. Akihara Kagura chuckled lightly, indifferently responding with a phrase. Before you brothers turned on each other, I had no interest in laying a hand on him. That's for the best. Uchiha Itachi's mood relaxed. Although his spirit will manifested in the Tsukuyomi world was somewhat breaking apart, he nevertheless continued to speak. I have already taught Orochimaru a lesson. I know. Akihara Kagura nodded in satisfaction, continuing. You did well in that regard, so I did not kill your brother. After Uchiha Itachi made his request, he straightforwardly began to betray information about the Akatsuki organization, hoping to use it to guarantee more security for Sasuke. In the Akatsuki organization, there are quite a few people hostile to your existence. Sasori of the Red Sand, Deidara, and Kakuzu are all very dissatisfied with you, always wanting to kill you. They are very ambitious. Akihara Kagura praised with a phrase. Uchiha Itachi was somewhat at a loss for words. On this point, Deidara and Kakuzu were indeed very ambitious. Uchiha Itachi thought for a while, continuing to betray information about the Akatsuki organization. The leader of the Akatsuki, Pain, also once was defeated by you. He also holds great hostility towards you. Oh, I see. Akihara Kagura was indifferent. Uchiha Itachi did not know his relationship with the leader of the Akatsuki. This information was of no value to him. Uchiha Itachi immediately realized that Akihara Kagura was not interested in the information about the Akatsuki organization. Was this guy's strength already strong enough to ignore an enemy of Pain's level? Let's do this. Akihara Kagura seemed to clearly understand Uchiha Itachi's thoughts, chuckling as he spoke. Find an opportunity, help me kill Uchiha Obaido, and I will guarantee Uchiha Sasuke's safety. Even if you die, I will not go kill him. After saying that, Akihara Kagura continued to add, Don't worry, Sasuke is Captain Kakashi's student. I also want to give Captain Kakashi face, as long as you can help me take care of Uchiha Obaido, also sparing Captain Kakashi the sadness of his comrade's betrayal. Can do. Uchiha Itachi's expression moved. Regarding the matter of betraying Uchiha Abido, Uchiha Itachi had no psychological pressure, having even killed his own clan to ensure that Uchiha Sasuke could survive, let alone just a traitorous Uchiha Abido. Uchiha Abido's abilities are very peculiar. Uchiha Itachi immediately began to plan their deal, continuing, I will find a way as soon as possible to probe Uchiha Abido's Mangekyou Sharingan abilities. I'll wait for your news. Akihara Kagura nodded straightforwardly. Because his spiritual power appeared too vast in the Tsukuyomi world, this nod seemed somewhat slow to Uchiha Itachi. Actually, Uchiha Itachi always wanted to cover his ears because Akihara Kagura's physique was too large, making his voice somewhat deafening to Uchiha Itachi. This kind of experience, if possible, they were better off communicating in reality. However, Uchiha Itachi also obtained information. That is, illusions are ineffective against Akihara Kagura, at least until his visual prowess and spiritual power are strong enough. Ordinary illusions might not affect Akihara Kagura. Perhaps this is why Uchiha Madara, the ancestor of the Uchiha clan and the first Hokage Hashirama, never used illusions when they fought. Cancel your illusion. Akihara Kagura looked at Uchiha Itachi, whose expression was gradually becoming pained, and asked in a low voice, If you continue to stay here, perhaps your spirit might collapse, right? Busted. Uchiha Itachi did not speak, only quickly dispelling his own Tsukuyomi illusion in the real world. Still that turbulent Naka River. Hoshigaki Kisame, standing by the side, knew nothing of what had occurred in the Tsukuyomi world. Everything that had happened was just in an instant. Hoshigaki Kisame only saw that after Uchiha Itachi used the illusion on Akihara Kagura, Akihara Kagura still stood in place without moving, seemingly unconcerned about the illusion, whereas the user of the illusion, Uchiha Itachi, covered his eyes, his face in pain as he collapsed. Mr. Itachi, Hoshigaki Kisame quickly helped Uchiha Itachi up. Let's go. Uchiha Itachi struggled to maintain his will, trying to stand up. Only the mental pain made his brain feel like it was splitting. In the distance, Hadate Kakashi was still secretly observing the scene. Because Hadate Kakashi was still worried about Akihara Kagura being careless and falling into a trap, letting Kurenai Yuhai take Sarutobi Asuma away, leaving himself to observe the situation. After all, who knew what abilities Uchiha Itachi had obtained in the ninja world after leaving Konoha for 4 years and what power he would unleash when he sought revenge? The result was only using an illusion on Akihara Kagura, and the caster himself collapsed. Hadate Kakashi felt somewhat unable to understand, unconsciously starting to ponder. Is this what returning for revenge after years of training looks like? At times, one should not be overly confident. This is a common issue among the Uchiha clan members. Uchiha Itachi was like this, and even Uchiha Sasuke sometimes displayed too much confidence. Hadate Kakashi, hiding nearby, seriously calculated that if he wasn't mistaken, this was the 4th time Uchiha Itachi lost to Akihara Kagura. Perhaps this could be told to Uchiha Sasuke. Should he ask Akihara Kagura to help train Uchiha Sasuke? Hadate Kakashi had always believed he had much to teach Uchiha Sasuke, but Akihara Kagura undoubtedly had more to offer. In the middle of the river, Uchiha Itachi could not move. Kisame Hoshigaki could only hastily act to find a way to escape. Water release, water formation wall! Kisame Hoshigaki quickly clasped his hands together to form seals and spewed out a wave of water from his mouth, turning it into a wall to block Akihara Kagura's view. However, this water wall lasted less than a second. Akihara Kagura raised his hand against this water wall, and a burst of magma emerged from his hand, boring a large hole through the water wall, quickly burning it clean. Water release, 1,000 feeding sharks! Kisame Hoshigaki once again formed seals with his hands, and 4 small sharks jumped out of the surrounding water into the air, transforming into thousands of tiny sharks rushing towards Akihara Kagura. Fire release, Phoenix Sage Fire Technique! Akihara Kagura raised his fingers, spitting out numerous fine flames from his mouth, instantly burning the thousands of small sharks clean. This level of Phoenix Sage Fire Technique! Uchiha Itachi realized just how ridiculously strong Akihara Kagura's fire technique was and hurriedly spoke out to persuade, Kisame, you are no match for him. It won't be so easy for us to just leave. Kisame Hoshigaki grinned, showing his sharp teeth. Despite it being just a moment, Kisame Hoshigaki also sensed the terrifying amount of chakra within Akihara Kagura. Kisame Hoshigaki quickly formed hand seals, continuing with a light chuckle. His chakra is quite abundant, but the more abundant the chakra, the better for me. It just so happens I have a technique suited to counter him. Water release, water shark bullet technique. A huge shark made of water emerged from the water. Seizing the opportunity, Kisame Hashigaki didn't even look at the result, but instead helped Uchiha Itachi to quickly flee the scene, whispering for comfort. "Hold on a bit, Itachi," Uchiha Itachi soothed Kisame Hashigaki. Akihara Kagura wouldn't easily make a move to kill before seeing the most tragic outcome of his own life, as killing was far less satisfying than crushing the spirit. In the middle of the river, a giant shark made of water bit towards Akihara Kagura. This shark had a very special ability, able to devour the target's chakra and become even larger. Ninjutsu attacks would only allow it to devour the chakra from the ninjutsu. To deal with such a shark made of water, those with abundant chakra were actually harder to handle. "Is this the technique you left behind in an attempt to escape?" Akihara Kagura calmly watched the two people flee into the distance, showing no intention of chasing them because Hade Kakashi was hidden nearby, and it wasn't a good opportunity to act against Kisame Hashigaki. This is the downside of having friends. Hade Kakashi was worried that Uchiha Itachi might harm him, and hiding nearby also Hade Kakashi was worried that Uchiha Itachi might harm him, and hiding nearby also hindered him from doing something inhuman to Kisame Hashigaki. Wood release, wood dragon technique. Akihara Kagura raised his palm, and vines emerged from the water, turning into a huge wooden dragon that instantly enveloped the giant shark made of water, draining the chakra from the shark. "Come out!" Akihara Kagura looked towards Hade Kakashi. Hade Kakashi's figure leaped out from the woods, landing beside Akihara Kagura. "I thought you would catch them." "That guy, Kisame Hashigaki, is very tricky." Akihara Kagura glanced at Hade Kakashi and continued, "The more chakra I have, the easier it is for him to fight. He's quite an interesting guy. Now is not the time to kill Uchiha Itachi. Letting him die now would be too easy for him. I want to watch the drama of brothers killing each other." Hade Kakashi sighed helplessly. Considering how much enmity there was between his former subordinates Akihara Kagura and Uchiha Itachi, Hade Kakashi was a complete bystander, fully aware of everything. "Let's go!" Akihara Kagura called out to Hade Kakashi. "By the way, I have a favor." Hade Kakashi suddenly felt a bit embarrassed. "Let's have a barbecue." Akihara Kagura didn't ask what the guy actually needed help with. If people have good relationships, they can directly offer to help each other without caring about so-called favors, using small kindnesses as an exchange to give someone an out, preventing them from feeling awkward to speak up. "Okay." Hade Kakashi's heart relaxed. He unconsciously fumbled in his pocket, then turned his head to look at Akihara Kagura, squinting and smiling. "How about ramen? We haven't had ramen together in a long time, huh?" "Sure." Akihara Kagura's eyes twitched. "That would be perfect." Hade Kakashi nodded, then mentioned Uchiha Sasuke. "Lord Jiraiya asked me to properly train Uchiha Sasuke in his cultivation, but want me to help train that kid properly?" Akihara Kagura was very aware of the difficulty of asking for help, voluntarily speaking up. "I might be able to agree to that. I'll come over when I have time. Thank you very much. I'll make a trip back to the root base first." Akihara Kagura sensed White Zetsu Oi's return, speaking softly. "I'll head to the training ground to find you after I handle some official business." Root base. As Akihara Kagura entered the base, White Zetsu Oi's figure emerged from the ground. White Zetsu Oi rushed back from the land of rain, reporting to Akihara Kagura the response given by Nagato, not revealing that there were survivors of the Uchiha clan, only mentioning that Akihara Kagura had learned of the Edo Tensei news. Nagato was very satisfied with the results of Akihara Kagura playing with Shimura Danzo, especially since White Zetsu Oi slightly exaggerated the pain and regret Shimura Danzo experienced while being played. Nagato is very satisfied. After reporting Nagato's matters to Akihara Kagura, White Zetsu Oi mentioned another matter. "The original and Black Zetsu learned that you have mastered the art of Edo Tensei. They are very interested in one thing. The deceased is an old man. Can Edo Tensei revive him at his strongest state? It must be Uchiha Madara." White Zetsu Oi casually revealed this to Akihara Kagura, continuing, "The old man they want to revive must only be Uchiha Madara." White Zetsu Oi spoke at this point, not minding explaining. "Young man, if you can revive Uchiha Madara, it would also be a great thing for us. Uchiha Madara's power is strong. No matter what we want to do, Uchiha Madara can help you achieve it." Uchiha Madara? Akihara Kagura was very satisfied with White Zetsu Oi's frankness, planning to tell Oi something in the future, gradually deepening their trust. "I'm not yet confident." Akihara Kagura shook his head, not committing to a definitive answer, because at this time he had not yet connected with Black Zetsu. Once Uchiha Madara was revived, Madara would become his boss, and Black Zetsu would definitely be more secretive. "Uchiha Madara." was not the ideal boss in his mind. Tell them there's no rush on this matter. Akihara Kagura's face showed a hint of a smile, softly speaking. If they need it, I can properly study the art of Edo Tensei. If they have suitable experimental materials, I can also experiment more. Okay, White Zetsuoi nodded. Akihara Kagura bid farewell to White Zetsuoi, checking the rewards he had received from Nagato, gradually mastering the true essence of mining. System prompt. Let Shimura Danzo feel the pain of this world. Task completed. Reward system prompt. Let Shimura Danzo feel the pain of this world. Task completed. Reward Uzumaki Descendant. Uzumaki Descendant, one of the bloodlines left behind by Ashura, the second son of the Sage of the Six Paths, possessing strong active chakra, greatly enhanced sensory abilities, can use powerful innate sealing techniques like the adamantine sealing chains technique. System prompt. Uzumaki Descendant has been merged into the ninja god trait. If a boss's mind was to be emptied, would it even award such strange powers? But he can now learn the adamantine sealing chains technique within Konoha village, a training field. Raiten Chidori! A large tree was instantly pierced by Chidori. Hideki Kakashi sat beside, watching his disciple, seemingly having something to say but unsure how to start. Haruno Sakura stood beside Hideki Kakashi, watching Uchiha Sasuke's actions, surprisedly covering her mouth. Sasuke is so amazing! Uchiha Sasuke ignored Haruno Sakura's praise, only looking down at his own palm, coldly speaking, "Is this power enough to kill that man? What should I say?" Hideki Kakashi scratched his own cheek, looking up at the sky. "Right now, I can't judge the difference in strength between you and Itachi, but you probably aren't his match yet. One technique cannot determine the outcome." Although Hideki Kakashi and Uchiha Itachi had never fought, the Susanoo displayed by Uchiha Itachi on the night of the clan's annihilation and the nearly occurring tailed beast turmoil, Uchiha Sasuke was still far behind. To this day, the person who had fought the most with Uchiha Itachi was Akihara Kagura, who was also the most qualified to judge Uchiha Itachi's strength. It's still far from enough. Uchiha Sasuke sharply looked at Hideki Kakashi, continuing sternly, "Is there another way to make me stronger? Before that, there's something I need to tell you." Hideki Kakashi crossed his legs, speaking softly. "This noon, the village's S-ranked rogue ninja Uchiha Itachi sneaked into the village. Where is he?" Uchiha Sasuke's forehead bulged. Uchiha Sasuke felt an immediate urge to go and kill the other party. Even if Uchiha Sasuke knew his strength might not be sufficient, he was willing to risk his life to try. If his strength wasn't enough, risking his life should be enough. After all, he wasn't afraid of death. Sasuke's brother. Haruno Sakura looked worriedly at Uchiha Sasuke. She knew his past well. He escaped. Hideki Kakashi felt strange saying this. Uchiha Itachi happened to encounter Kagura. You should also know the outcome of their confrontation. Uchiha Sasuke laughed heartily, almost maniacally. "I knew that guy would lose to Kagura again." Uchiha Sasuke said this, his face even showing some pride, as if the person who defeated Uchiha Itachi was himself. "Ha ha ha ha! I knew it would be like this." Uchiha Sasuke mocked his own brother with laughter. "That guy has always been a loser against Kagura. Ever since he was 10 years old and encountered Kagura during the Chunin exams, he has never won a single time." Uchiha Sasuke laughed while remembering his past, the naive self who insisted on cheering for his elder brother Uchiha Itachi in the audience of the Chunin exams. "Ha ha ha ha! That guy will never win!" Uchiha Sasuke recalled his past, laughing even louder, eventually laughing until tears streamed down his face. "Losing to Kagura is quite normal." Hideki Kakashi felt that Uchiha Sasuke's mocking was a bit loud. When Akihara Kagura was still in the ANBU, Hideki Kakashi often sparred with Akihara Kagura, never winning a single serious match, no matter how hard he tried. After a burst of laughter from Uchiha Sasuke, he then asked about what he cared about most. "Where did that guy escape to? I want to go kill him." "You'll encounter him sooner or later." Hideki Kakashi remembered that Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Obaido were both in the same organization, empathizing with Uchiha Sasuke and this pair of master and disciple, deeply connected in their plight, sighed. "What's important now is to practice well." "Then teach me more powerful ninjutsu." Uchiha Sasuke clenched his fist, speaking sternly. "Only if I learn stronger ninjutsu can I completely kill that guy. Teaching you powerful ninjutsu is not meant for revenge." Hideki Kakashi sighed helplessly, but knew it was hard to change Uchiha Sasuke's mindset, proactively speaking. "However, I've found another teacher for you. Maybe he can teach you something else." "Kakashi-sensei, who is it?" Haruno Sakura curiously asked Kakashi. "Sasuke would probably like him." Hideki Kakashi looked towards Uchiha Sasuke. "Could it be?" Uchiha Sasuke immediately froze, remembering the mysterious department he most wanted to enter, thinking of the person he most wanted to join. "Yes, it's Kagura." Hadate Kakashi nodded. Having Akihara Kagura teach Uchiha Sasuke, at least letting Uchiha Sasuke remember having Akihara Kagura teach Uchiha Sasuke, at least letting Uchiha Sasuke remember that Uchiha Itachi wasn't that powerful. Letting Uchiha Sasuke not be completely blinded by hatred, letting Uchiha Sasuke know that his life isn't just about Uchiha Itachi. Akihara Kagura! Haruno Sakura incredulously looked at Hadate Kakashi. Kakashi-sensei actually managed to get that big figure from the village to help Sasuke. Hadate Kakashi rolled his eyes. How bad do these students think their teacher is? It seems you don't know enough about your teacher. Akihara Kagura's figure appeared beside Hadate Kakashi, glancing at Uchiha Sasuke, seemingly unconcerned as he spoke. I and Uchiha Itachi were once his subordinates. Hadate Kakashi's resume is quite impressive. Haruno, Sakura, and Uchiha Sasuke looked at Hadate Kakashi with some surprise. They had never really considered that their teacher had such a dazzling past, having had Akihara Kagura and Uchiha Itachi under his command. Was this really the same teacher who always seemed a bit unreliable? Let's not talk about the past, shall we? Hadate Kakashi, holding his forehead, didn't think those days were anything to boast about. His two subordinates were competing for the future leadership of the route, causing him, their superior, much headache. Uchiha Sasuke quickly responded, not caring about Kakashi's past, only focused on how to avenge himself in the future. His gaze fixed on Akihara Kagura, he said sternly, I want to learn how to kill Uchiha Itachi by any means necessary. That's easy. Akihara Kagura, quite experienced in this matter, chuckled and said, If you're determined to die together with Uchiha Itachi, I can teach you a technique called Reaper Death Seal. A light smile appeared on Akihara Kagura's lips. This technique will definitely kill Uchiha Itachi, and when he sees you using the Reaper Death Seal to die together with him, he can only face his own death with utter despair. Yes, Uchiha Itachi would definitely be in despair. To convince Uchiha Sasuke further, Akihara Kagura brought up an example. During the Chunin exams, the third Hokage defeated Orochimaru and the previous two Hokages using this technique. Uchiha Sasuke's heart surged with excitement. No wonder Akihara Kagura, he just directly agreed to teach him a technique to kill Uchiha Itachi, much better than Hadate Kakashi. Hey! Hadate Kakashi was shocked by Akihara Kagura's approach and quickly waved his hand to stop him. Kagura, this technique is a forbidden technique. You absolutely cannot let Sasuke learn this. It will cost him his life too. I'm not afraid of death. Uchiha Sasuke's attitude was very firm. Let's choose a different technique. Hadate Kakashi sighed helplessly. Kakashi felt that Akihara Kagura just wanted the Uchiha brothers to die together. Luckily, he was there to watch. Kakashi-sensei. Uchiha Sasuke looked discontentedly at his teacher. Kakashi was unwilling to teach him more powerful techniques and even tried to stop Kagura from teaching him powerful techniques. Doesn't the teacher know that his only purpose in life is for revenge? Since Kakashi disagrees, let's drop it. He was my former boss, and he's your current boss. I must adhere to his counsel. Akihara Kagura could only sigh helplessly, continuing. Then I can teach you a more powerful technique, Edo Tense, a technique that the third Hokage allowed me to learn just before his death. This technique can resurrect your dead clan and family members. You can take them with you to avenge Uchiha Itachi. Uchiha Sasuke's expression became complicated. Because this technique indeed desecrates the deceased, but for a child who lost his parents and clan at the age of 8, it holds a deadly allure. Edo Tensei, even more tempting than Reaper Death Seal. Hadate Kakashi was dumbfounded. Uchiha Itachi killed the entire Uchiha clan. Uchiha Sasuke, seeking revenge, resurrected Uchiha Itachi killed the entire Uchiha clan. Uchiha Sasuke, seeking revenge, resurrected his entire clan to take revenge on Itachi. Wasn't Akihara Kagura's idea a bit too strange? And the Edo Tensei, such an evil technique, surely Sasuke, who was desperate for power, should not be learning it. Kagura, be a bit more serious, please. The Jonin instructor of Team 7 looked helplessly at Akihara Kagura. The techniques you mentioned are too evil, not something a kid should learn. Uchiha Sasuke's expression darkened a bit. What can I teach him? Akihara Kagura looked at Kakashi, then at Sasuke. How about Izanagi? It's a forbidden technique of the Uchiha clan that can turn all detrimental factors in a fight into an illusion, including death. Uchiha Sasuke's eyes immediately lit up. Hadate Kakashi was also surprised. He had never heard of such a terrifying forbidden technique in the Uchiha clan. Of course. Does the Konoha village's higher-ups hold quite a few interesting things? Kagura continued discussing the merits of the technique. Besides, Izanagi can also retain all favorable factors in a fight. You can attack your enemy, and they can't harm you. The only cost is losing sight in one sharing an eye. After finishing, Kagura added, And Uchiha Itachi definitely mastered this technique. This is also why I'm sure I can't kill him every time. Akihara Kagura was undoubtedly the village's most powerful ninja. Just the effects of this technique and the information about Uchiha Itachi alone made it worth his while this afternoon. If in the future he were to kill Uchiha Itachi and that guy suddenly used Izanagi, he might get killed by Itachi instead. Can't you be a bit more normal? Kakashi cared more about the cost of the technique and couldn't help but offer his opinion. These techniques are too advanced for Sasuke right now. He should be progressing gradually in his training, not just being taught these techniques that come with such a huge cost. No matter the cost, I'm willing to bear it. Uchiha Sasuke didn't care about the so-called costs. He only cared about the power he could gain. As long as I can kill that man, I'll do anything. Life isn't just about hatred. Kakashi shook his head, hoping Sasuke's life wouldn't be destroyed by hatred. Even knowing the darkness and hatred Sasuke carried, he still hoped Sasuke could lead a normal ninja life. However, for Uchiha Sasuke, hatred was his life. Okay! Akihara Kagura respected Kakashi's opinion. Looking at Uchiha Sasuke, he proactively said, "Since your instructor has a different opinion, I can only teach you some progressive techniques. Let's start with some techniques that Uchiha Itachi also knew." Uchiha Sasuke clenched his teeth and nodded. To tell the truth, Uchiha Sasuke really wanted to join Akihara Kagura's command. This had been Uchiha Sasuke's idea ever since the night of the massacre, and now, after interacting with Akihara Kagura, this desire grew stronger in his heart. At least, Akihara Kagura supported his revenge. All the techniques he taught were aimed at dealing with Uchiha Itachi. Shuriken Shadow Clone Technique. Akihara Kagura's hand flashed with a shuriken. He began explaining. This was the technique the third Hokage taught him back when Uchiha Itachi followed Kakashi and me to the Mist Village to capture the fourth Mizukage, Yagura. As he spoke, Shuriken Shadow Clone Technique. In the next moment, that shuriken instantly split into countless shurikens, almost covering the sky like a flock of migrating birds, densely piercing the trees. Shock appeared on the faces of Haruno Sakura and Uchiha Sasuke. Even Hadake Kakashi couldn't help but be surprised by this scene. "I can also teach you a stronger one, Giant Shuriken Technique." Akihara Kagura again pulled out a shuriken, which instantly expanded in his hand, a technique he got from the third Hokage. Akihara Kagura looked at Uchiha Sasuke, handing him the Giant Shuriken, and continued softly. "The Giant Shuriken Technique can be combined with the Shuriken Shadow Clone Technique, and your brother, Uchiha Itachi, only knows the Shuriken Shadow Clone Technique. That means," Uchiha Sasuke took the Giant Shuriken, a dark and confident smile on his face, "as long as I learn these two techniques, at least I'll surpass Uchiha Itachi in shuriken throwing, right? Not bad." Akihara Kagura knew how to instruct Uchiha Sasuke. Just occasionally bringing up Uchiha Itachi while teaching this young man, letting Uchiha Sasuke see the direction of his revenge, he would gradually become more obedient. "Practice well." Akihara Kagura taught Uchiha Sasuke the hand seals, patted his little head, and Akihara Kagura taught Uchiha Sasuke the hand seals, patted his little head, and chuckled. "If you have any doubts in the future, you can always come to me." "Thank you." Uchiha Sasuke sincerely thanked him, making his request. "Lord Kagura, can I join Root?" "Of course. Let's forget it." Hadake Kakashi directly interrupted Akihara Kagura, fearing his disciple would walk into a trap. "You and Sakura continue to train here, Kagura, and I have something to discuss." "I think he's quite suitable." Akihara Kagura and Hadake Kakashi discussed. Not to mention anything else, Uchiha Itachi joined the Anbu and Root at 11 years old. These departments really forge people. Uchiha Sasuke is already behind Uchiha Itachi's schedule in age. "Let's go, let's go." "I feel your teaching method is not quite right." Akihara Kagura believed Hadake Kakashi's educational method had issues, proactively advising. "Uchiha Sasuke carries darkness, and kids at this age are quite stubborn. You can't always stop his ideas, you have to learn to guide him. But I feel you'll make him more extreme." Hadake Kakashi didn't quite agree with Akihara Kagura's statement, continuing. "I still hope to correct his ideas first. Even if he wants to avenge Uchiha Itachi, he shouldn't ruin his life. Do you think a kid like this can understand so much?" Akihara Kagura glanced back at Uchiha Sasuke, who was seriously learning the Shuriken Shadow Clone Technique, and shook his head. "Revenge is already filling his mind. Nothing else fits in. You've always been unwilling to let him learn the power of revenge. This little guy will eventually walk the wrong path for the power of revenge." Akihara Kagura was quite accurate. Once Uchiha Sasuke couldn't get the power of revenge in Konoha village, he would definitely look outside the village, and as long as someone beckoned, telling him he could get the power of revenge, he would immediately defect from Konoha village and run to them. For example, Now that Uchiha Sasuke couldn't get power from Hatake Kakashi, but could from Akihara Kagura, he urgently wanted to leave Hatake Kakashi's command and join Root. After Hatake Kakashi and Akihara Kagura left the training ground, Uchiha Sasuke watched their backs, a determined look in his eyes. I must join Akihara Kagura's Root. Uchiha Itachi became stronger when he was in Root. Sasuke-kun. Haruno Sakura looked at Uchiha Sasuke with some concern. Sakura, don't tell Kakashi-sensei. Uchiha Sasuke glanced at Sakura, raised his hand and threw a shuriken, saying solemnly, Kakashi-sensei always refuses my revenge. Only by joining Akihara Kagura's Root, without Kakashi-sensei's obstruction, can I get stronger power. Yes, Haruno Sakura could only nod in agreement. At night, Ikaraku Ramen. Hatake Kakashi and Akihara Kagura had dinner before going their separate ways. As Akihara Kagura leisurely walked towards the Root base, a figure suddenly flashed out, kneeling before Akihara Kagura with a determined look. I want to join Root to get the power to avenge Uchiha Itachi. Please help me, Lord Kagura. It was Uchiha Sasuke. This little guy was too impatient. Because Uchiha Sasuke believed Akihara Kagura was in favor of him joining Root. Only out of respect for Hatake Kakashi's face did he not agree, so he came to contact Akihara Kagura privately. Akihara Kagura looked at Uchiha Sasuke. Originally, Uchiha Itachi joined Root to supposedly save the Uchiha by kneeling before the previous Root leader, Shimura Danzo. Now, Uchiha Sasuke, seeking to kill Uchiha Itachi and avenge the Uchiha clan, was kneeling before him, the current Root leader. Fate really is interesting. Akihara Kagura sighed, his gaze resting on Uchiha Sasuke. Unfortunately, Captain Kakashi disagrees with my doing this. Uchiha Sasuke's eyes suddenly dimmed. Don't think of Root as so wonderful, it's more brutal than you imagine. Akihara Kagura watched Uchiha Sasuke, continuing softly. Once Root's personnel violate orders revealing their identity, they will immediately face deadly consequences. Uchiha Itachi became stronger precisely because he was tempered in such a brutal environment. I can do it! Uchiha Sasuke's eyes immediately turned very cold. Akihara Kagura nodded in satisfaction, continuing. If you really want to join Root, you can only become a secret intelligence officer for Root. You cannot reveal Root's identity to anyone, hiding your secrets in the darkness. As a member of Root, you'll be assigned the most dangerous missions. I'll randomly give you some dangerous tasks, even assassination missions against S-ranked rogue ninjas like Orochimaru. Do you really think you can do it? A cold sweat appeared on Uchiha Sasuke's forehead. Because during the Chunin exams, Sasuke Uchiha had indeed come into contact with Orochimaru. He knew well the terror of Orochimaru. Could he really accomplish the task of killing him? Just mentioning. Akihara Kagura looked at Uchiha Sasuke, continuing softly. According to the intelligence I have, Orochimaru was once defeated by Uchiha Itachi. If you want to defeat Uchiha Itachi in the future, you at least need to have the capability to kill Orochimaru. I can! Uchiha Sasuke's heart immediately surged with fighting spirit. Uchiha Sasuke's heart immediately surged with fighting spirit. Even though the fear Orochimaru brought to Uchiha Sasuke was deep, it was far less than Uchiha Sasuke's hatred for Uchiha Itachi. And if he couldn't even kill someone like Orochimaru who had been defeated by Uchiha Itachi, how could he talk about killing Uchiha Itachi? Then go back first. Akihara Kagura, without turning his head, walked towards the direction of the Root base. Practice the techniques I taught you well. From today, you are a secret member of Root. I have finally joined the Root. Upon hearing Akihara Kagura's approval, Uchiha Sasuke's face relaxed, feeling he had finally found the correct path to revenge. Remember, never reveal your identity. Akihara Kagura glanced back at Uchiha Sasuke and continued. In the future, you might need to separate from Uzumaki Naruto and others to carry out the top secret missions of Root. I understand. Uchiha Sasuke quickly bowed his head. Although his days in Team 7 were warm, this was not what Uchiha Sasuke wanted. His heart longed to break away from the comfortable environment of Team 7. Despite the warmth was indeed hard to part with. However, in the face of overwhelming hatred, all bonds and emotions became insignificant. I'm leaving first. Akihara Kagura's figure disappeared into the darkness. Yes! Uchiha Sasuke watched as Akihara Kagura's silhouette vanished. This is it! After seeing Akihara Kagura leave, Uchiha Sasuke still clenched his fist, unable to hide his excitement. This is it! Itachi, I will surpass your past, step by step, until I kill you. Now he could follow in the footsteps of Uchiha Itachi, surpass the past Uchiha Itachi, and become stronger than him, then kill him to avenge his clan. The hope of revenge finally appeared in his life. Uchiha Sasuke remembered his teammates from Team 7, recalled Akihara Kagura's instructions, and smashed his fist into the ground. Sorry, Naruto, we are no longer from the same world, Land of Fire. In a small town, Uzumaki Naruto was still unaware of Uchiha Sasuke's experiences. At this time, Uzumaki Naruto and Jiraiya were still searching for Tsunade's whereabouts, diligently learning the new ninja technique, Rasengan, taught by Jiraiya. For Jiraiya, compared to teaching Akihara Kagura, teaching Uzumaki Naruto was much less of a hassle. A single technique could keep Naruto busy for a long time, as his progress was slow, unlike Akihara Kagura, who could master techniques with just a brief introduction. Under Jiraiya's guidance, Uzumaki Naruto was still learning Rasengan in the most standard way, working hard to manipulate a rubber ball to master the trick of using Rasengan. He's really diligent. Jiraiya held an ice pop, peeled one off, and handed it to Uzumaki Naruto, smiling and speaking. But make sure to rest too. Thanks, pervy sage. He sure is persistent. Admiration flashed in Jiraiya's eyes. Among many disciples, Uzumaki Naruto might be the slowest, but he was the most diligent, never relaxing in his efforts to become stronger. While biting the ice pop, Uzumaki Naruto curiously asked, "Pervy Sage, did you also make him learn ninja techniques like this when you were outside with Kagura?" "That guy," Jiraiya rolled his eyes, reflecting on his time teaching Akihara Kagura, "seemed to learn just by looking once." Akihara Kagura learned very quickly. No matter how complex the technique, Akihara Kagura never needed a second lesson from Jiraiya and could even incorporate chakra nature transformations, truly a unique genius in the ninja world. So strong! Uzumaki Naruto's eyes widened. That guy's talent makes one envious. Jiraiya shook his head, hoping Uzumaki Naruto would take Akihara Kagura as a role model, and continued, "And Kagura trained even harder than you. I'm going to train right now." Uzumaki Naruto quickly finished his ice pop and picked up the rubber ball. Tsunade, she's coming soon, right? Jiraiya, still chewing on his ice pop, pondered the whereabouts of his target. There's a famous casino here, she surely won't miss coming here. Just as Jiraiya expected. At noon, 2 women entered the small town. One woman had light golden hair tied into a long ponytail at the back of her head. Her skin was very pale, and she had a voluptuous figure with a blue-purple mark on her forehead, wearing a green robe, looking quite young and beautiful. One of the legendary Sannin, Tsunade, also known as the legendary Sucker. Due to Tsunade's significant contributions to the Ninja World squad configurations, which changed the dynamics, she was highly respected by medical ninjas from various ninja villages, allowing her unrestricted travel in the ninja world. Also, because of her poor gambling skills, often losing disastrously and accumulating gambling debts, she was chased for debts everywhere, forcing her not to stay in one place for too long. The woman following Tsunade was her disciple Shizune. Shizune was a clan member of Tsunade's former lover, Dan Kato, and possessed extraordinary medical talent, making her Tsunade's disciple, always traveling with Tsunade in the ninja world. "Please don't take on new gambling debts, Lady Tsunade." Shizune, somewhat anxiously, persuaded her teacher on the side. "We already owe too much, and many places have banned us from entering." "It's fine, didn't I win once?" Tsunade chuckled lightly, very pleased. "At the last town I won big, remember? But you lost it quickly again." Shizune sighed with a headache. However, that one win, they then received a message. A big incident occurred in the Konoha village. The Sand village and Mist village colluded with Shimura Danzo and Orochimaru to incite a riot during the Chunin exams, resulting in the death of the 3rd Hokage, Saruto by Hiruzen. "Let's gamble first." Tsunade planned to visit the nearby casino. However, this time, Tsunade's luck in gambling was unusually good, winning big right from the first dice game. "Big," Tsunade casually chose. "You won." The dealer opened the dice cup. "Are you kidding? Isn't this the legendary Sucker?" A group of gamblers who had hoped to profit from the legendary Sucker's appearance at the casino despairingly covered their heads, incredulously staring at the dice. "Am I this lucky?" Tsunade became curious herself. However, after playing a few more rounds, Tsunade's luck seemed eerily good, continuously winning, which delighted Shizune. Tsunade's brow furrowed. Regardless, the results were the same. Even with a betting tool with only a 1 in 36 chance of winning, Tsunade still won. Despite her exceptionally good luck today, Tsunade's heart slowly harbored a bad premonition, feeling that some extremely terrible misfortune might soon occur near her. "Shizune, let's go!" Tsunade immediately instructed Shizune to pack up, planning to leave immediately. Elsewhere, 2 people were also in this small town. Orochimaru and Yakushi Kabuto had been hiding in the town, waiting for Tsunade's arrival. As an old friend of Tsunade, Orochimaru knew her well. Orochimaru stayed in the inn, conducting his little experiments, while Kabuto occasionally went out to gather information, though the relationship between the two seemed subtly off. Kabuto gathered information quickly, and within half an hour of Tsunade's arrival in the town, he found her whereabouts. "I've found Lady Tsunade's whereabouts." Kabuto sat in his room, glanced at the shadow under the light, "but Lord Orochimaru seems to have lost trust in me." Hearing Kabuto's words, the figure of Shisui emerged from the shadow. He was originally sent by Akihara Kagura to monitor Orochimaru and protect Kabuto. "It's okay to be straightforward." Shisui's body was half hidden in the shadow and half appeared in the room. Akihara Kagura's voice came out of Shisui's body. "Just tell him outright that you are sent by me to monitor him. Everything from the past is under my behind-the-scenes manipulation, whether it's saving him from the hands of Sasori of the Red Sand or his lingering injuries from Uchiha Itachi's genjutsu. Is this really okay?" Kabuto adjusted his glasses, a worried look on his face. "I'm concerned Lord Orochimaru might not be able to handle this blow." "Trust me, Lord Orochimaru is very strong mentally." Akihara Kagura's voice was sincere, as if he knew Orochimaru very well. "Let Orochimaru know that some things can't be fought against. It's better to silently endure. I will soon send another spy to monitor Lord Orochimaru." "Okay, I understand." After nodding, Kabuto took responsibility for his oversight. "Sorry, Kagura, this was my..." After nodding, Kabuto took responsibility for his oversight. "Sorry, Kagura, this was my neglect, arousing his suspicion." It wasn't Kabuto's fault. As long as Akihara Kagura did not harm Kabuto or Yakashi Nano, Orochimaru would eventually discover their tricks and flaws. However, Kabuto did not think it was Akihara Kagura's fault. "It's not your fault." Akihara Kagura's voice still came from Shisui's body, continuing self-assuredly. "If anyone is to blame, it's still Lord Orochimaru. Life requires some confusion to be happy. Caring too much about the truth makes Lord Orochimaru seem rather petty. The mastermind behind everything is me. Blaming you would be unreasonable. Don't worry. Now Lord Orochimaru can't resist. And I've already talked with Orochimaru. Past grievances are to be written off. This time let's be clear and let these matters pass. Shisui will be responsible for monitoring Lord Orochimaru, ensuring your safety. Don't worry nor blame yourself. I will soon clear away all of Orochimaru's trusted people, arranging a new spy right beside Lord Orochimaru." After saying this, Akihara Kagura's voice disappeared, and the body of Shisui slowly sank back into the shadows. Kabuto watched as Shisui's body sank into the shadows, his gaze somewhat strange, slightly doubting whether Orochimaru could really write off all past grievances. And yet, didn't you say to write off all grievances? Why then are spies still needed beside Orochimaru at this time? "Let's do as Kagura said." Kabuto sighed internally. Now that he had just found out about Tsunade's presence in the town, it was a good excuse to have a serious talk with Orochimaru. In Orochimaru's room, Kabuto gently pushed open the door, only to see Orochimaru's head not lifting as he softly reported. "Lord Orochimaru, Lady Tsunade's whereabouts have been spotted. She's currently in the casino in town." "Hey, she's still the same as always." Orochimaru was leisurely looking at his scroll, seemingly unconcerned, even bringing up Kabuto and Akihara Kagura's affairs. "Kabuto, by the way, do you still want to kill Kagura-kun?" "I'm pondering a question." Orochimaru raised his head, squinting at Kabuto, continuing with a light laugh. "Kagura-kun has colluded with many from the Akatsuki organization wanting to assassinate me. Luckily, it was you who let me escape the dangerous situation. Has he not punished you?" Orochimaru's fingers gently closed the scroll, his voice gradually becoming colder. "You wanted to use me to eliminate Kagura-kun. Even when Kagura-kun colluded with Sasori to kill me, you saved me. He must already know about this, but why hasn't he killed you?" "Because," Kabuto adjusted his glasses, speaking softly, "I was originally sent by Kagura to monitor you, Lord Orochimaru, to prevent you from leaking Kagura's information. So," Orochimaru's fingers pressed on the scroll, his gaze sharp as a snake's, unnerving to look at. "At the time Sasori was hunting me. It was my plan." Kabuto still adjusted his glasses, hiding his gaze behind the lenses. "I contacted Sasori of the Red Sand to hunt you down. Even the injuries you sustained from Uchiha Itachi's genjutsu that prevented healing were tampered with by me." Kabuto considered for a moment, deciding to be more honest with Orochimaru. "I've dealt with others injured by Uchiha Itachi's genjutsu. Normally the injuries would heal within a month. I strive to make your recovery take 3 months. You guys really are like a family from an orphanage." Orochimaru's lips even revealed a hint of a smile, as if praising Kabuto's actions. The next moment, Orochimaru suddenly swept all the items on the table to the floor. "Please calm down, Lord Orochimaru." Kabuto, unbothered, continued speaking. Because you've always coveted Kagura's body. Originally, I advised Kagura to kill you, Lord Orochimaru. But Kagura thought you still had great value, so I had to remain hidden at your side, using lies to prevent you from taking rash actions.